Chapter 60, Tyranny 12-3 Redacted. Chapter 60. Tyranny 12.3. Redacted by order of the Inquisition. Eternity can be a very long time, King in Yellow. And you don't have that much of it at your disposal. The slaves of chaos are coming for you. You are undoubtedly going to tell me this is part of your brilliant plan that will let you become a ruinous power in every way that matters. But that is a lie. The custodes and your brothers told me of your past deeds, King in Yellow. You were generally an awful person. You were cruel and vindictive to those who opposed or failed you. You were slow to reward those who gave everything in your service, including their very lives. You were apathetic to the suffering of humans, no matter how much it would have improved your war machine's performance if you invested some resources into their well-being. But one thing you were never accused of was being a high-risk gambler. Robert Guillemon and Magnus the Red confirmed your strong aversion for anything that was closely associated with the concept of decisive battle, no matter how much the battlefield was stacked in your favor. Somehow, despite all the mutilation inflicted to your soul, I don't think that has changed. You are arrogant. You don't care about the existence of the billions of undead you command. You are a genocidal monster. But you are also methodical and ruthless. You don't believe in glorious battles and apocalyptic duels to decide the fate of the galaxy. Yet that is exactly what you have challenged the ruinous powers to. And so I can safely conclude that you now share a common point with the demons you profess to hate. Everything you have said is a lie. Your plans are falling apart, King in Yellow. I don't know how many centuries you wanted to perfect your plan, but it is clear now that the 35th millennium is way too soon for them to have a chance of achieving strategic success. The slaves of the ruinous powers are coming to end you. And you, King in Yellow, you are going to buy the Imperium the time it needs to deal with its internal problems. Every battleship destroyed, every daemon engine pulverized, every traitor Astartes slain, is a victory for the Imperium. As long as you don't rise as the fifth ruinous power of chaos, the Imperium wins. It is that simple. So enough lies, King in Yellow. Fight with all your might. I am the angel of sacrifice. I am Weaver. I am watching you. Granithar system. Temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. Battleship natural selection. Thought for the day, cleanse yourself in the blood of your enemies. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. From the moment her fleet translated into the Granithar system, it was clear there would be no element of surprise, assuming the para-human sorceress had been naive enough to expect it. She hadn't. And she knew better than to hope for easy victories in the carnage to come. The King in Yellow had had days to prepare, and so he had, or at least his tireless armies of skeletons had. From the moment the Qsal-built warships advanced towards the Tyrant Star, there were multiple causes for alarm. The first was undoubtedly that the chronometric displays in all devices capable of measuring time instantly stopped functioning. It was hardly unprecedented, the same happened in warp storms and other locations where the God's will was paramount. But this time it was also accompanied by multiple immaterial anomalies. And since no god had willed this system into existence, it meant a very big problem had just smashed into their faces. The Granithar system was a spectacle of madness. 13 planets orbited around a pale yellow Sunday. Though Militia didn't even know if orbited was the right description. From what her sorceress scrying told her, it was more that the planets were suspended in this improbable gallery, no matter how impossible that might seem. This was not the most glaring problem. That honor went to the miniature warp maelstroms swirling and raging across the entire system. Their intensity was sufficient to break any battleship that would be foolish enough to challenge their tumultuous currents. It didn't take a Lord Admiral with centuries of experience to know the only axis of advance which didn't involve annihilation passed by the purple-colored beacons. From the long-range auspexes, it looked like a tapestry of stellar sand, only purple-colored. And it was sand, Militia had no doubt about it. Noctilith sand, proof the King in Yellow had dabbled in forbidden fields without the god's consent, much like his father before him. This is an obvious trap, Boroskan declared next to her. Militia sniggered. Of course, it is. And on a different day, I wouldn't bite. I would take my time, prepare a great ritual that would calm all these miniature warp storms raging across the Granithar system, and only then attack. Unfortunately, we can't. To begin with, I doubt the grand ritual the King in Yellow has prepared will conveniently wait for all those slow methods to be cast. And that's assuming he doesn't have counters for what the Magisters would unleash. True, the captain grimaced. But if we follow these choke points, this is going to get real ugly, real fast, Warlord. Each planet, no matter how defenseless they might look like, is certainly a kill zone waiting for our troops. It is predictable. And as the Astartes didn't say out loud, being predictable killed. I don't find any flaw with what you just said. Militia nodded, before smiling. But you forgot something, our new allies. The ruler of Malphi had known the other hosts sent by the gods were on their way, and she wasn't disappointed in that regard. The Kyrnate Armada had arrived shortly before her and formed a swarm of crimson black on her starboard side. The Conqueror was in charge of it. On the port side of the natural selection, but staying at a respectful distance, was the fleet of decay, led by the Endurance and the Terminus EST. Before them, they had strongly encouraged the bumbling and erratic mess that was the Anarchy fleet to be in the vanguard. Militia didn't know if the Primarch of the Anarchy Legion was truly in charge or not, but there was no way she was going to leave these treacherous creatures in her back, and the warlords sent by Kern and Nurgle evidently agreed with her. All of that had been planned for. The abnormal space hulks, which were many thousands of kilometers ahead of the most advanced derelict rat-commanded ship, however. They were assets she had not been warned about. What are those things, Antwer? Have your eyes suddenly gone blind, Majestrix? The demonic sword insulted her. Those are space hulks. I know what space hulks are, Antwer. Militia replied impatiently. I know they are masses of lost ships, fused, merged, and twisted by the power of the Empyrean. I also know they aren't supposed to be vaguely cylindrical, nor be given drives and engines, along with functional weapons in large numbers. If there had been one or two, Militia could have believed it was the demented work of a Hell Lord of the Mechanicum, a disciple of Kelbier Hal, which had given his allegiance to one legion or another. The problem for this nice little theory was that there wasn't one, nor two, or three, but 56 of these vaguely cylindrical space hulks. And while it would be stupid to proclaim they were part of a same class, as the biggest one must have 5 times the tonnage of the smallest one, they had clearly come out of the same project. The space hulks had been carved by what could only be divine scalpels, removed from the warp, and turned into constructs that would be qualified as warship parodies, if the smallest of these 56 mammoths was not something even longer than a Gloriana, and the appropriate tonnage to boot. When Antwer spoke again, there was far less arrogance and malice in its voice. They are the prototypes of something that will spread terror across the entire galaxy. They are the heralds of the cataclysm to come. They are the predecessors of the Arks of Omen. They are the metallic fruits of the Archiphanes and the Lord of Iron's collaboration. As if to echo its words, the Space Hulk fleet's vanguard, if such a term could be applied to 8 monsters bigger than a super battleship, began to launch its embarked wings. Naturally, the starfighters and bombers were only a minority. There were far more held rakes and flying daemon engines than repurposed Imperial machines. They are going for the brown-colored planet, Boros commented idly, and its 2 moons. Warlord, why is it called dust on our displays? The para-human sorceress frowned and looked at the various demonic devices, and she could confirm the former son of Horus was right, all the 13 planets had received a designation. It went from the first brown huge telluric world dust, its moons Sea of Madness and Palace of Thorns, and last but not least, orbiting close around the sun, shrouded in a cloud of purple-black sand, Comus, the tyrant star. The King in Yellow is mocking us. Militia concluded bitterly. Let's hope the Lord of Iron's nasty surprises are going to convince it to reevaluate its colossal arrogance. The first 8 space hulks began to open fire with their titanic batteries. Assuredly, the Lord of Iron had been able to build something as dangerous as a Nova cannon, and he had emplaced several for each of the Ark of Omen prototypes. Let the Granither system burn, the Destiny Unwritten spoke softly. Dust. Command bunker hundreds of kilometers below the surface. Temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. The 9th Mord Arch. Lord Mord Arch. The shields have collapsed in Sector J1. The generators and all machinery have been destroyed. We are no longer receiving. It is as the king anticipated. The undead space marine interrupted the servant he used to monitor several parts of dust when his attention was on other fronts. The other shields. They hold, for now. The 9th Mord Arch would have preferred not to have heard the last 2 words. Alas, the firepower of the enemy was simply too great, and, unlike a warship, a planet couldn't take evasive maneuvers. From the moment the space hulks of the Lord of Iron had revealed their newest toys, the commanding officer of Dust had known he would have to endure an extremely devastating bombardment. In that regard, several more days to bury the critical shield generators could have made all the difference. Alas, the 9th Mord Arch didn't have those days. The ritual site, next to his command post, had been the utmost priority, for if the Lord of Iron's forces captured it, the Pretender's slaves would be able to assault all the other worlds in turn. Yes, the fall of Dust was likely unavoidable in the long term, but the more time the 9th Mord Arch bought here, the more desperate his enemies would become, and the higher the chances of the king to claim a grand victory while preserving the ranks of the reborn 11th Legion. The forces of Dust had to hold. We have teleportation emissions recorded, Mord Arch. Shields collapsed in Section J2 and J3. Mortis arrays detect thousands of drop pods, correction, at least 50,000 drop pods, incoming. They are targeting the unshielded sectors. Can we reveal the main batteries now? No. The undead space marine spoke. There was something wrong. He felt it. 50,000 drop pods, or whatever their equivalent was for the warpsmiths of the Eye of Terror, could bring to the ground a force of 100,000 space marines, maybe 150,000. Setting aside the reality that now with the word bearers gone, likely only the Black Legion could muster that many legionnaires in a single campaign, this was reeking of stupidity. Perturabo was a primarch unworthy of his legion's allegiance, but he wasn't stupid. He knew the shields collapsing could have been anticipated and plans made by the king to turn this tactical defeat into a strategic trap. You didn't commit an entire legion into what could be a strategic trap. Let them land. Unleash 3 of the bone hordes, this will make sure the Lord of Iron will not grow too suspicious. The sands of time flowed, and the drop pods struck. To be accurate, they were a variant of the Charybdis assault claw painted in the colors of the 4th Legion, marked with the skull emblem of Perturabo. The Mordarch instantly revised his estimates of the enemy assault upwards, as the troop capacity of these assets was far greater than a mere drop pod of Codex-compliant Space Marines. Naturally, the bolter fodder troops that emerged from the tunnels were annihilated quasi-instantly. The assault claws were renowned for scouring their landing zones clean of opposition, and they did it once again today. Then the hatches opened, and the enemy came out. And the 9th Mordarch for the time, stared in incomprehension. Those are not Iron Warriors Astartes. Those are men of iron. They were clad in metallic carapaces painted in 4th Legion's colors, but there was no mistake. The design was. Analysis suggests a combination of Astartes and Dark Age schematics, Lord Mordarch. These enemy units have the height and many characteristics of Astartes, save the cannons merged with their armors. Several hundreds of these units are also confirmed to be contaminated by the Obliterator curse. The commanding officer of the defenses of Dustbark knew orders as predictably, the enemy army launched a terrifying assault on the still shielded bastions. It was relentless. It was merciless. And no matter how many thousands of these things were downed, the enemy indeed behaved like automatons. Communications were intercepted, but they revealed only highly encrypted binary cant. The enemy units didn't care about their losses, and why should they? Much like the armies of the king, the very idea of disobeying or retreating without a command of their lord had been denied to them. We have been able to decipher what they are saying, Lord Mordarch. They are repeating the litany of iron, it seems. This confirms Perturabo is their creator and master. Yes, Lord. And they call themselves the Myrmidon androids. Interesting, he said as cohort after cohort of Daemon engines descended, or crashed, onto dust-destroyed plains. The battle escalated. Millions upon millions of bolter fodder skeletons were committed, and the enemy deployed more forces against them, ranging from super-heavy tanks to large held rakes as air support. What is the report of the units that have been able to examine the debris of these enemy units? He asked as 3 more shields collapsed. Preliminary assessment is that the Myrmidon androids are 99% made of metal, with only certain parts of cloned flesh for the skulls and some critical components. The 9th Mordarch nodded. That must be how he's been able to avoid a second cybernetic rebellion, I suppose. Yet there had to be more than that. The 2nd Mordarch is making the hypothetical reasoning some Iron Warrior souls may have been merged with the machine's hybrid hearts. Had he been able to feel the emotion of horror, the officer of the 11th Legion would likely have felt it at that very moment. But most of the spectrum of mortal emotions were no longer available to the servants of the King in Yellow. They were dead inside and outside, and their own slavery of bones, so similar to the metallic horrors fighting hundreds of kilometers above his head, permitted no thought of despair or rebellion. It appears the Lord of Iron has finally achieved the goal he wanted from the very beginning, have a legion of unflinching automatons under his command. Has the information been transmitted to all the other Mortarch's commands? Yes, Lord. Very well. More Myrmidon androids were landing with every minute. It was an army of iron that didn't pause, and stormed every fortress and tunnel without hesitation, constantly reinforced by as many Daemon engines as could be properly fielded. They had already lost 30,000 of these Myrmidon androids, and over 10,000 held rakes and other great warp-fueled machines. But close to 300,000 of the former were entering the battle now, reinforcing the survivors of the first wave's 150,000. It was an offensive that left nothing to chance, an attack disregarding their high rate of casualties. The 9th Mordarch acknowledged the Lord of Iron had worked hard and built an army that gave him a chance of victory. But the Primarch of the 4th Legion was not the only one to have surprises ready. Under my authority, the undead commanding officer commanded, you can begin to cast the rust curses. The name of the planet was not a mockery, but a method of obfuscation. It should have been called rust, but dust had served as a veil to hide their true intentions. Let's see how your Myrmidon androids fare when your iron fails, Perturabo. The 9th Mordarch then gave another order in his emotionless voice. You can openly use the geothermic elevators. It's time for the anti-void weaponry to kill. Glory on a battleship conqueror. Temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. Warlord Loderisirin, the blood rose. Exegete Hunsturm. Yes, Warlord. The leader of the archaeologists managed to say in a voice understandable by all mortals, despite the bits of metal in his mouth. Assuming Perturabo loses control of his men of iron, do we have something powerful enough to put them down? I don't think those are men of iron, Warlord, but yes, the archaeologists have a few weapons which can remove the threat. All of them are exterminatus level, I must inform you. We would have to use them on worlds you don't care about. That's good to hear, the captain of the Conqueror announced before turning her head to look at Hunchturm and his antique-looking automatics, at least those his white robe marked by bloody glyphs didn't hide. But why are you so sure those aren't men of iron? Because these creations, no matter how closely they resemble men of iron, have yet to turn against their master. The blunt answer was not exactly encouraging, and what followed was even worse. But as the laws of obsolescence will it is entirely possible the Lord of Iron placed this army into stasis as soon as it was built up. Maybe it has not yet acquired the hatred for all life all men of iron acquire in due time. Kosalax cleared his throat, all the while continuing to observe the carnage occurring on the planet Dust, the brown orb the Conqueror's fleet had charted a course to. Is it possible Perturabo found a solution where everyone failed before him? The fourth Primarch is known to be a genius when it comes to technology. There is no solution. Exegete Hunchturm snarled, reminding her that for all their proclamations, the archaeologists, much like all their colleagues of the Mechanicum, still felt powerful emotions. The abominable intelligences turn against their creators, and are bent on exterminating all life, be it a holy union of metal and flesh, or flesh alone. This is the only thing we agree on with the slaves of the false emperor. I see. Lodora concluded in an appeasing tone. Thank you, Exegete Hunchturm. You have answered the questions I had. The communications flickered out, the archaeologist leader's holographic representation disappeared, and the captain of the Conqueror made a wrathful sound as suddenly, an enormous storm of dust seemed to engulf Dust. Yes, the King in Yellow had chosen a very unoriginal name. By the Throne of Skulls. The dust disappeared like it had been a dream, and suddenly where there had been enormous mountains, the very planet seemed to be carved apart. What the mountains were fake. The heavily shielded areas were in fact hiding the access to the enormous guns capable of shooting down starships. Starships, or space hulks. Kosalax added. They were hardly an innovation. Bloody hands, Lodora was sure many had already been destroyed before the first not men of iron landed on Dust. But those had been the bait. Now the King in Yellow was moving in for the kill. And it also answered the question why the jamming had been so minimal when they entered the Granithor system. Perturabo's space hulks had advanced without waiting for the other fleets, and their enemy had decided to teach them a lesson. The bombardment from the 8 space hulks came immediately, abandoning its prior objectives. But the guns were still shielded, and it accomplished little, especially as they couldn't redirect their fire on the same target at once. Neither could the massive guns just revealed, of course, courtesy of being spread across the planet. But there were suddenly about 100 enormous guns to deal with each space hulk of the Lord of Iron. And at such short distance, they couldn't really miss the lumbering behemoths unless they were actively trying to. Enormous blasts of purple-black energy came into existence, and the killing began. None of the cylindrical void monsters died in this first volley, they were too big and too armored for that, but the damage was extreme, and would have killed many capital ships. This is... Warlord, something strange is happening on the ground, it looks like the men of iron are, many are falling apart. It's like they have functioned for too long and are unable to continue fighting. That doesn't make sense. There are always rumors of men of iron being able to continue operating to this day. The Dark Ages technology is Lodora unconsciously tightened her fists on her command throne as she saw over 100 automatons break apart, and all had their armor in a lamentable state, the Iron Warriors' colors missing, and the metallic carapace that they called their bodies completely rusted. Warlord? Is this what I think it is? If you think this is an entropic rust curse, or something causing the same effects, yes, it is exactly what you are thinking. Lodora answered grimly. Yes, the King in Yellow had definitely engineered this trap, and Perturabo had charged alone and triggered it. In some ways, this was a good thing, for the other fleets had not suffered, there were armored reserves inside the Conqueror, but not enough to compensate for the kind of losses the not men of iron were taking on the ground. He wanted us to see the massacre. And a massacre it was. Time was unreliable, and as a consequence it was difficult to say how long it took. But it felt like a couple of minutes at most. The rust curse hit all the automaton army simultaneously, and without any psyker abilities to counter it, they were struck down like they were obsolete servitors. The daemon engines, held rakes, and land variants, resisted a bit longer, but they fell all the same. The Iron Army could have rivaled one of the Astartes legions of the 30th millennium in size. It had been able to seize a beachhead and expand it against an opposition consisting of an endless number of undead. And now it died. As if to underline it, one of the massive space hulks detonated in orbit of dust, taking with it thousands of daemon engines and countless Charybdis assault claws. This was an explosion that illuminated the entire stellar system, and it didn't stop the carnage for a single second. The anti-orbital guns continued to maim and pulverize, and at last, the Lord of Iron relented and gave the order to withdraw. More than 300,000 automatons remained behind, dismantled by curse or the vengeful undead counterattacks. Kosalax. Yes, Warlord. Contact the other fleets. Tell them that unless they fancy joining the rusted army in death, we need a coordinated strategy. Tell them I politely request a war council. Yes, warlord. I will convey the urgency of your request. Granithar system. Battleship natural selection. Temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. Warlord militia, the destiny unwritten. They did not meet in person, of course. Even if it had been a true Black Crusade, there was no time to waste traveling to a flagship they would have had to agree on beforehand. Assuming this issue had not been present, though, they still wouldn't have done it. All the non-aggression promises in the galaxy meant nothing when tempers ran hot. It said quite something that even with this conference taking place via sorceress and proscribed technological means, there were only 2 out of 4 primarches present. While Angren's absence surprised no one, Omegan's refusal to attend was more concerning. Was the Daemon Primarch engineering a large treachery behind the scenes? Militia didn't know, and she hoped her subordinates would catch it in time if it was the case. One thing was certain however, the replacement sent by Omegan was not human, and never had been. Praise Malal. The odious creature squeaked. I, the genial arch-warlord Barb Buster, have arrived to give. Shut up, rat, Mortarion thundered. A gigantic hooded figure looking like a grim reaper, something emphasized by his huge power scythe and an antique lantern of all things, there was no need to wonder why they had nicknamed him the Death Lord. Our time is precious. If you hadn't brought 11 battleships to this war zone, your invitation would have been lost somewhere. We still can use them as bolter fodder. The para-human sorceress armor allowed her to hide a shiver of revulsion. Thousands of hours of etheric practice had given her a good idea of what every Daemon Primarch sworn to one of the gods had been transformed into, but she had not known anything about Perturabo before today. Militia wished she had been given a bit of warning. The thing that was projected by some obscure archaeotech was a machine. It was as if the Mechanicum had decided to create a miniature Chaos Knight, but added so many weapons onto its carapace that you couldn't honestly count them all. And instead of the head, the emblem of the Iron Warriors stared at them malevolently. It was the sigil of the 4th Legion, and it also was Perturabo's face. It was ugly, a thing of pistons and dirty grey metal. It was difficult to believe this had once been a Primarch of flesh and blood. With all due respect, Lord of Iron, we aren't going to follow your suggestions on this one, the Blood Rose replied with a grim expression. You have lost 3 of your space hulks racing in head first to prove your superiority, and many more were severely damaged. This was only a test of the defenses, the Lord of Iron's metallic voxcasters seethed with fury. 5% fatalities just for some test. Militia didn't exactly want to support Lodoresarin, but here the Kiernate woman was definitely the best option. We can't afford that disastrous kind of feint. I agree with my peer of War and Blood. Really, it was likely the losses of Perturabo were higher than 5%. To begin with, the synthetic creations he had abandoned on dust were annihilated to the last, so unless I have many more Myrmidon androids to deploy, the Lord of Iron dismissed the matter as if it were beneath him, and well, he certainly seemed to find it unworthy of his attention, at least. Perturabo, Mortarion's voice had been grim before, now it sounded like if he was personally revolted by his brother's actions. Please tell me you have not used your fallen son's souls to create these parodies of men of iron. And if I did? This time, even the giant rat among them looked horrified. For good reason. So far in all the history of the Legionnaires Astartes, the only comparable situation had been the rubric of Ahriman, cast by the infamous first captain of the same name. The horribly complicated spell had reduced the bodies of the legionnaires who were not powerful enough to be considered worthy sorcerers to dust, leaving nothing but animated armors in their place. But now Militia knew for sure that had been Tsianch's will, not Ahriman's. The recent sacrifice of the exile had proved beyond doubt that Ozek Ahriman wanted to save his brothers. He didn't want to turn them into his puppets. The rubric's effects had been neither his desire, nor most of his legions. Perturabo, however, had done it deliberately. Granted, he must have only used the souls of the fallen, but there had always been rumors of the multiple civil wars on Midrengard being fought on the Lord of Iron's orders to cull the weak from his ranks. As they were now wiser, these eras of slaughter must have served an entirely different purpose. And I wondered why Guilliman had so much success gathering an entire chapter of loyalist Iron warriors after the heresy, the Death Lord commented acidly. Do not pretend you have any reason to feel superior. Well, these 2 brothers weren't going to spend their holidays together. Your sons are grotesque masses of pus and buboes. But I did not. The Lord of the Death Guard's hood shook imperceptibly. You know, forget it. Let's speak of why we have all come to this system. I have the better plan. Perturabo insisted, his arrogance remaining intact, despite the initial disaster. No. Lodoresarin countered immediately, ignoring the outright murderous glare she was given. We aren't going to throw millions of our cultists as additional losses after your Myrmidon androids were destroyed by the King in Yellow's entropic rust curses. It is the only way to win. No, Militia had no wish to bleed her warband in the opening stages of this climatic campaign. It is not. The para-human sorceress turned towards the favorite of Kern. No matter how reluctant, I suppose our elite troops must coordinate and deliver deadly strikes to have a chance of victory. My thoughts exactly. The captain of the Conqueror nodded. And if you are wrong? The Daemon Primarch of the Iron Warriors growled. Militia and her rival exchanged sarcastic expressions for a few seconds. Truly the Emperor had given plenty of brain power to his sons, but it hadn't been enough to make them wise. Then we will reconsider your proposal to use the followers of anarchy as bolter fodder. Malal doesn't will it. This time, every other participant feigned to not have heard the large rat. Rust. Hecate, the blood muse. Hecate freely admitted, when she had seen the bumbling children advance with their animal masks and ridiculously gaudy robes, she had thought they would be slaughtered. Yet it seemed that the slaves serving the aspect of lies had had a good idea this time. Scales? The sorcerers who called themselves the Anubian cult had imbued power into balanced scales. And thanks to this simple artifice, they were making sure the undead stayed lifeless once they had been put down. Congratulations for finding a simple solution, child. The blood muse told the interesting para-human sorceress. It was not that simple, Militia corrected, visibly annoyed she had been called a child. The fulcrum and the scales have to be made of specific metals, transmutated 9 times with complex rituals. We have to place a weight of transmutational change stone on the balance too. Hecate shrugged. In her view, that was definitely simple, but then she had seen some minor works of the lore masters of Hoth. The undead abomination has broken the veil between life and death, the ancient Ildari reminded the child, you can't expect to restore the balance with a click of fingers. It wasn't the entire truth, of course. True masters of the Empire of a Billion Moons could have wiped out these armies of bone in an instant, before making the insolent creature in charge kneel in front of them. At their height, this campaign would have required only a small fleet, and likely would have been used as a training session for promising spellsingers. Alas, none had survived the fall, and Hecate herself wasn't one. Her inclination had always been to solve things with her blades, not her psychic might. We have stabilized the situation, it is time for you to play your role, and don't call me a child. The peevish retort forced a chuckle out of her lips. I will call you like I want, oh baby holding the shard of calamity. I will drink your essence soon enough, the daemon sword hissed predictably. Hecate snorted. This weapon had really lost a lot of its power since it was imprisoned in the graveyard. Though the fact that it was allowed to get out was extremely concerning, in more ways than one. But how nice of you to remind me that there's something to alleviate my boredom. The blood muse jumped, and struck with about half of her might. In the distance, the bone fortress which had tried to reduce them into bloody corpses disappeared forever in a gigantic explosion. The shockwave was so big she had to protect the servants of the lie aspect next to her. Nobody had really agreed to a truce right now, but they were going to need a lot of resources to reach the Tyrant Star. Better to not decimate the Annihilators coalition, for now. The Arena Queen voiced as her attack resonated against the tunnels and a new fortress, this one underground, was vaporized by a new explosion, something that created a rather powerful earthquake. The King in Yellow should have known better than to store unstable noctilith and ammunition reserves so close to me. They weren't unstable before you decided to deal with it. The child screamed with a good dose of fear in her voice. Oh dear, had she already managed to scare one of the leaders of this little expedition? How tragic. You were complaining I wasn't playing my part. The red-lipped Ildari replied with an innocent smile. More than 4 bastions away, the skeletons tried to muster a counterattack. They were using some quite massive metallic vehicles this time. Perhaps they had been able to restore some of the equipment the Iron Brute had lost in the previous suicidal and stupid assault. Anyway. Hecate exhaled, and sent a few strikes their way. 3 heartbeats later, the column of iron and bones was burning joyously. Not that I am really bothered by it, but you should hurry. The enemy is beginning to cast entropy curses, and these ones aren't intended to cripple beings of metal. The first effects were already beginning to saturate the soil of dust, invisible, but incredibly deadly. Soon enough, everyone who walked this world would lose cycles of life expectancy for every couple of footsteps they took. The Magisters have nearly finished their work. And the Death Guard is bringing the warhead. A new onslaught of spells from the undead side made some wards flicker, and suddenly Hecate was able to feel it. The stench of decay mixed with a potent energy source, one completely saturated with the idea of annihilation. The blood muse could almost taste the name the younger race had given it, Exterminatus. It was going to break the rituals and the hold the King in Yellow had on this planet. Not surprising, since it was going to destroy the world when it detonated. Do you think you can hold the armies which will come to stop it before the countdown is over by yourself? Hecate laughed. Please child, don't ask stupid questions. I am going to do it with my eyes closed, and one-handed, just to make it a small challenge. Sea of Madness. Typhus the Traveler. Typhus had seen the Primarch of the World Eaters fight after he was elevated to become one of Kern's mightiest servants, of course. At the siege of Terra and on many battlefields since then. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The Herald of Nurgle freely admitted that he hadn't seen the Red Angel try to carve apart what looked like a dumb whale-shaped bone construct. Or was the Lord of the Red Sands trying to strangle the undead creation with raw strength alone? The fight was some distance away, so the details were a bit unclear. The Red Angel is going to be a chore to deal with, Lord Herald. He can be dealt with. Lord Mortarion has a plan once victory over the King in Yellow belongs to the Grandfather. Usually, teaching the other hosts a lesson of humility should have begun far sooner, but the King in Yellow was a problem no one knew the full capabilities of. Banishing Angren and turning the Calyx Hellstars into a beachhead for the Garden of the Grandfather would be a delight, but if afterwards it was revealed the hard way they needed the monstrous strength of Angren to defeat the 11th Primarch, heads would roll. And so the Red Angel of the 12th Legion was allowed to continue his titanic struggle against a bone construct which had to outweigh an Emperor Titan without any difficulty. It was an apocalyptic fight, one fought on a moon covered by an ocean of ammoniac. No doubt the King in Yellow had thought it funny to unleash its insults to maritime life here while ensuring a lot of Astartes equipment was neutralized before firing a single shot. No doubt the undead commanders were laughing as their ritual nexus was emplaced at the bottom of this ocean, defended by things that likely outmissed the Bone Doom whale fighting Angren. If so, their hilarity would now come to an end. Unleash the Bonerot plague, the Herald of Nurgle gurgled. Instantly, part of the ocean turned into a holier and more satisfying green. Mere seconds later, more and more bone constructs emerged, rushing to purge the blessed infection spreading from the platform that had just been deployed. But that was why thousands of air assets had been waiting for precisely this moment, be they sworn to the Grandfather or the other gods, and now they slaughtered the undead fish. And the more they killed, the faster the Bonerot plague spread. Who cared how deep down the ritual circle was, when the Death Guard was going to transform the Sea of Madness into an ammonia-smelling sludge altar to the Grandfather? Lord Herald, dust. Typhus raised his head, and was incredibly pleased. The Sea of Madness was acting like a moon for the far larger planet of dust, not that normal planet designations really applied here. But at least it granted a superb view of the larger world without needing to go to the terminus EST. And Astartes or not, you couldn't miss the rifts and the hypercanyons opening on the surface of dust. The exterminatus energies were ravaging everything like multiple cascades of green lightning, and everything that had ever been on its surface was going to meet its end. It was a spectacle of death. It was the punishment of the King in Yellow for trying to claim what was never his. Volcanoes which had been extinct for millennia erupted. 1,000 cataclysms went unmentioned, for they happened so fast only a blessed mind could truly comprehend them. The blasphemy of the 11th ends with this war. And the world of dust, the brown plains where Perturabo's elite toy slaves had been humiliated, finally broke apart. It was the power of exterminatus, given even more potency by the power of the Grandfather. It was the beginning and the end of the cycle of decay. 1 destroyed, 12 to go, the Herald of Nurgle declared with genuine satisfaction. Pour more Bonerot into this cursed ocean. We must make sure the King in Yellow can smell the blessed Bonerot from where he is hiding. Somewhere in the Granithor system. Vengeance-class Grand Cruiser attrition. The 7th Mordarch. An Imperial officer would have raged and cursed his enemies. But he was a Mordarch. He was one of the 13 great commanders of the King in Yellow. Which were 13 no longer now, but this was irrelevant. Their duty remained. He was a servant of the King in Yellow, until his eternal sovereign did not need his service anymore and sent him into the ossuaries to be reforged. The 1st Mordarch approached, and the 7th Mordarch saluted his superior. The outer defenses have been broken. I think the entire galaxy is aware of that by now, 7th. I want a more detailed report, in order to avoid presenting the king more failures. Something he couldn't put into words burned in his mind for a moment, before fading again. Without being able to remember the reason, the undead officer thought it was a memory of, no, it wasn't important. The enemy fleets completely changed their strategy after their first defeat. They saturated each world with sorcery storms so that our communications were unreliable, before throwing expendable small craft towards the planet, whose only purpose was to deploy elite strike teams. By the time we realized what had happened, the enemy had secured many key objectives. On dust, they deployed an exterminatus warhead which must have been modified by the Death Guard. The 9th Mordarch realized the danger and led a counterattack to disarm the World Killer. But the Ildari calling herself the Blood Muse was there to protect it as the elite forces withdrew. The 9th Mordarch perished. The 7th Mordarch clinically thought it had not been even a duel. The other Space Marine had been killed more than 40 kilometers away from his objective, as the Xenos which conjured a blood meteor which annihilated him body and soul. And your command, the Sea of Madness. I gave the order to retreat once the capacities of the constructs present proved insufficient for the task. This new plague. You were given the order to hold. Under the condition our defense inflicted more damage to the enemy than what the king's army suffered in return. This curious sensation came back. We couldn't hold. This plague is turning the bones the king gave us into a heretical broth of diseased sludge. You fled before Engren. The first Mordarch rebuked him coldly. I wonder why you were given this number of 7 in the first place. The 8th is still resisting with forces far inferior to yours on the Palace of Thorns. Despite bringing heavy artillery, the pests worshipping anarchy have proven unable to. The command deck of the Grand Cruiser Attrition, built at a time when the 11th Legion was still loyal to the Emperor, grew completely silent as a miniature nova came into existence. When the opportunity to study the data from the auspexes arrived, the truth was brutal to acknowledge. A part of the Palace of Thorns moon is missing. The 7th Mordarch was beyond human feelings, yet something pushed him to continue. The fortress of the 8th Mordarch has disappeared. It was an elegant way of describing the fact there was a crater the size of 3 or 4 Glorianas where one of the most powerful fortresses of the outer system had been erected. Mordarch, many battlefields of the Palace of Thorns are burning in green flames. Likelihood is extremely high the heavy artillery of anarchy is responsible for this. Ridiculous, the first Mordarch gritted his teeth, which was strange. These primitive pests do not have the willingness to sacrifice themselves for the cause of anarchy. Are we sure that is what happened? The 7th Mordarch inquired. You assume competence, first. I am more inclined to believe it was incompetence. You said yourself 2 out of the 3 assaults were using flawless strategies. Yes. But this one was given to anarchy. And flawless or not, it had worked. With the fall of the fortress, the Palace of Thorns was submerged by a tide of vermin. Yes, they died in massive numbers even with the king's infantry leaderless, but vermin shortages were not part of the order of the day. Not when the scrap battleships 11 in total had yet to engage or even come close to the front line. Dust and its 2 moons were no more. The reaction of the pretenders didn't make itself wait. There was a torrent of shrieking and evil laughter. And hordes of demons began to pour into the Granither system. Take command of the defenses of the logical labyrinth, 7th. And this time, do not retreat unless the planet breaks before you do. High orbit above a newly created asteroid field. Battleship natural selection. Warlord militia, the destiny unwritten. The moon that had been called the Palace of Thorns was disintegrating before their very eyes, as multiple green explosions rocked it and destroyed it from the inside. You have to give it to them, the Skaven artillery is not afraid to go overboard. Militia chuckled. True. They really believe in overkill measures. And the rats had no sense of self-preservation, it went without saying. What was that artillery anyway, in your opinion? The para-human sorceress asked the Space Marine. In my opinion. The captain of the Sons of Change gave her a sardonic look. They tried to copy an Ordinatus for their guns, but they didn't care about stability and security measures. Militia grimaced. Any stronghold that wasn't protected by transmutational change stone had little chance of surviving that. But the way is now opened, Boros continued, as they watched the cosmic disaster they had a large part in creating. The Sea of Madness is just an acidic sludge where nothing but Nerglite forces can survive now. The so-called dust fortresses are wiped out along with the entire planet. We have utterly destroyed their first line of defense. Yes. Militia agreed, before shaking her head. And didn't it seem too easy to you? Warlord? Whoever was in command on Dust, the skeleton armies clearly shattered what has to be the biggest cybernetic army ever assembled since the Age of Strife. If the elite forces deployed afterwards hadn't had countermeasures to ensure the undead stayed dead permanently, we would still be struggling against their defenses. Oh, that I know. The Destiny Unwritten shrugged. But seriously, as long as he had entropic rust spells, the King in Yellow couldn't really lose that one. Perturabo was stupid enough to offer him a splendid victory effortlessly. Veteran Iron Warriors should have been deployed at least in small numbers to neutralize the sorcerers' hideouts and prevent something like this from happening in the first place. Militia was really interested to know why they hadn't been. But in all seriousness, yes, the first line of defenses is broken. But it makes no sense that we don't see any sign of major counterattack. They can't have predicted some of our actions, but the King in Yellow can't let us choose the order in which we attack his bastions. Is it possible he doesn't have any significant void-capable warships to oppose us? Militia snickered. Only an imbecile would have gone to war without having a respectable fleet in his possession, and the King in Yellow, for all his arrogance, is not stupid. The para-human sorceress turned her head towards Axenia. Her monster bared her teeth, and grabbed the chalk table Militia handed her, before placing it into the hands of a slave, which began to immediately shiver in fear. You know what I want? Speak. With Axenia so close and her body beginning to burn in blue flames, there was no doubt as to what would happen if he disobeyed. The man, a Malfian who had already a mutant arm, cleared his throat 3 times. And then he spoke. It was a single word, and yet it made more noise than 10,000 gun batteries. The galaxy shivered, and on the auspexes, several pockets of unreality began to pop, revealing. By the ashes of Thonia. Where the hell were they hiding? Suddenly, the Noctilith paths, which had been deserted by the enemy, were revealed to be anything but. There were 13 squadrons revealed to her sorcery engines, and all were in perfect position to flank a fleet if they had been so confident as to advance while trusting their instruments. They didn't use the warp, so they must have used some relic of the dark age of technology. Militia frowned. I know the Space Wolves annihilated the 11th Legion, but the Wolves must have missed some big caches of the Great Crusade. There were always rumors about one of the Lost Legions conducting expeditions into the Halo Stars. This was really bad news, but Militia couldn't say she was really surprised. The King in Yellow had prepared his rebellion for years, though unlike Horus, his had been discovered well before it stood any chance of toppling the Imperium. Anyway, that already sounds like a far greater challenge. Several Magisters reported more than 5 battleships, 8 Grand Cruisers, and the cruisers 1 expected to serve as escorts. Yes. The Black Blade of Antwer hissed. Will you fight personally in a boarding action and satiate my thirst? Militia rolled her eyes. Don't be so dramatic. Have you really considered the consequences? What was done by my actions? The slave which had spoken the word was evacuated on a stretcher, vomiting black blood. No. It isn't just we that can see those squadrons. Militia smiled. All the fleets can see them, as can the gods. And with the line of defenses breached, with the veil weakened by the slaughter, all the legions of the warp have been invited to the party. The number of rifts had been so far incredibly limited. But in mere seconds, that changed. The never-born hosts, the endless shock troopers of the four, clawed their way into reality. Plague-bearers and screamers, bloodletters, and some rat things that had no name given to them by mortals. We can't measure time for this battle, the Herald of Tsianch whispered, but soon, the King in Yellow won't be able to measure the carnage we are unleashing upon his forces either. Granithar System. The Logical Labyrinth. Primarch Omegan. From orbit, the Unreal Labyrinth looked perfectly aligned, a marvel of symmetry. It was something intricately orderly, a proclamation and an insult to the four. Once you walked and fought on this strange battlefield, the sensation got worse. The symmetries were indeed perfect. His eyes and senses of Primarch, bolstered by the power of anarchy, could detect no flaws in the building materials. It was impossible, by the laws of reality. But it existed. And in a short amount of time, it had turned the Scavens and all the troops which landed on this so-called logical labyrinth utterly mad. Unfortunately for his undead brother, there was something the 11th Legion siege masters hadn't considered. There are many who call the gods mad, Omegan rumbled, while conjuring a spear of utter darkness in his hands. But anarchy is insanity. Yes, yes. More insanity. Paint the walls pink. I will it. Attack at once. Distort this labyrinth. His blow did not go very deep into the pavement. But he didn't need to reach that far. In mere heartbeats, there was a wound in the very world, and the poison, the blessing of anarchy was spreading freely. The purple Noctilith sands tried to coalesce, but Omegan smacked them aside, and then the massive explosions came. Malal wills it. The next explosion was closer, and the warp stone used at its explosive heart was far more powerful. Walls collapsed. And at last, several undead space marines which had been hiding in some atemporal ambush sites surged forwards. For anarchy! Motors roared, and guns sang a litany of death. Warpstone ammunition, as was predictable, began to claim hundreds of Skaven lives per second, the instability of the material proving too much when in such a volatile zone. The trap of the logical labyrinth was no more. The illusions had been torn apart. The multicolored curse he had cast was regenerating the morale of the vermin storming the traps and defenses of the King in Yellow's commanders. Clan Verminus's great. Rusty tanks, and not because they had been cursed by the undead sorcerers rampaged through friend and enemy, the Skaven pilots unwilling to slow down. Guns strapped to 8-wheeled vehicle carcasses of the Imperial Guard were massacring everything they believed an enemy, be it of flesh, metal, or bone. It was just a spectacle of madness. It was, literally and by any definition of it, anarchy. Perturabo had sent some Myrmidon androids for his grim purposes, but those were cornered by warriors of the Ghost Fire Horde and mutant abominations of Clan Molder. Ishan assassins were cutting the throats of Tsianchan sorcerers or placing warpstone fragments on the back of the necks of the undead warriors. Black smoke began to rise everywhere. The power of Malal began to sink into and mold this new moon into a parody of what the King in Yellow had intended for it. The Lord of the Anarchy Legion would never identify the Skaven kamikaze responsible for breaking the final seal that gave the King in Yellow domination of the logical labyrinth, but he felt when it happened. It was like a buzzing sound, and then 11 voices screamed in triumph. The demons began to pour onto the fallen world, and the cacophony of battle and anarchy rose ever higher. Omegan. An undead space marine advanced. Given it had to be a Babylonian-themed helmet, clearly the being was one of the theater commanders. If you've come to stop me, you arrived too late. The Daemon Primarch remarked truthfully. He was seconds away from return into high orbit. His part here was done. It is not a question of stopping you. The undead Astartes, surprisingly, did not try to use his bolter when he had the chance. It is to warn you. You have fallen into his trap. I am the seventh Mordarch, and I can explain it to you. That was, quite unprecedented. And what is this trap? Bringing us ever closer to victory. No, it is, eternity awaits. Omegan sensed the energy at that moment. As there was little light in the labyrinth, the noctilith of the enemy looked almost black, but a stray spell revealed it at an inopportune time behind the Mordarch. Alfarius' twin immediately teleported away. The lunar crater he could observe from orbit and the millions of Skaven souls sent straight to Malal proved that it had definitely been the correct choice. All right, the Daemon Primarch gritted his ever-changing fangs as his body became taller and furrier. I am ready to make your elimination a personal affair now, bastard. The poisoned chalice. Warlord Lodarisarin, the blood rose. The king in yellow knows how to deliver his insults indeed, the captain of the conqueror told the betrayer. This world is crimson and black, but not because of blood. Everything is poisoned, corrupted by the taint of undeath. Karn didn't answer. I don't even know how he managed to do it. His noctilith, no matter what he calls it, is really versatile. Unless she was greatly mistaken, Lodara was confident it was the corrupted materials turned into purple-black sand that gave the king in yellow the power to remodel the worlds of the Granithar system as he wished. The gods could have done the same, but they were gods. The king in yellow wasn't one yet, he was merely an undead Primarch. If she had anything to say about it, he would never become a god. And while there was no blood to shed, there may be a skull to claim for the skull throne. But we are the chosen of the Lord of Battle, Master of the Brass Citadel. Lodara let her voice be carried by the poisoned winds. The king in yellow challenges us to murder this very world if we want to reach the tyrant star. Let's not disappoint him. The host of blood and slaughter howled like mad beasts, hundreds of thousands of chinaxes and chain swords raised within 8 heartbeats. It was a sea of weapons, uncaring that poison rained down upon their heads and malignant black liquids tried to drown them. Lodara removed her left gauntlet, and raised her spear. It could have been a sign she was going to impale someone, but it was far more than that. For now her personal weapon had been forged anew with 888 murders, and Hemishia crystals had been added to it. The veteran of the heresy concentrated, and then she roared. Red lightning flashed. The battle cries of the endless battlefield reached her ears. A second later, it was raining blood. This time, it was true blood, not the poison the king in yellow wanted to kill them with. It was the sacred blood of Kern. Several Skaven tried to intervene, but Lodara cut them down. These assassins may believe they were totally anarchic, but when you knew ahead of schedule they were present on a battlefield, a vigilant commander could predict their treachery with hours to spare. Blood for the blood god. Inhuman vigor flowed in her veins. Skulls for the skull throne. 8 waves of blood letters were summoned, each led by a bloodthirster. The king in yellow reacted. Immense giants of bone were sent into the fray, the greatest of them looking like a parody of warlord titans, teleport onto the battlefield via shrieking purple-black portals. It was too late. The blood rain was falling, and all the entropic curses in the world were going to lose most of their power before they hit something. If the king in yellow wanted his sorcerers to have some measure of efficiency, he would have to send them to fight at close quarters. The entire world the undead enemy had called the poisoned chalice began to tremble, as giants created earthquakes in their march to war. Then Angren, once again challenging her orders, crashed upon one of the bone titans. There was so much hatred radiating from him that it raised her fury, for all her attempts to control it. Kill. Maim. Burn. Karn roared. Take their skulls. And in a battlefield where butchery reigned supreme, as Lodara focused everything on extending the Hemishia power to the entire world, the armies of the Brass Citadel proceeded to do exactly that. High orbit above Beast's Garden. Battleship Terminus EST. Typhus the Traveler. What felt a lifetime ago, Typhus had wondered if some Death World megafauna could replace the Titans in his order of battle. To his regret, he had to discard the idea almost immediately. Not because it was a bad idea per se, but because no matter how hard they tried to subdue them, Death World fauna big enough to replace Titans was far too capable of shrugging off any drugs and sorcery an apothecary could use to keep them docile. And then they rampaged inside a ship's hull, and blessed by the grandfather or not, there was only so much punishment a capital warship could take. The idea of megafauna as offensive weapon had been abandoned until an infuriating insect controller of the false emperor came around. At this moment, the Herald of Nurgle was really disgusted that no servant of the grandfather had been able to eliminate her. Because by her mere existence, Weaver was giving ideas to other enemies of Nurgle. Somehow, Typhus very much doubted accumulating enormous skeletons of various Death World species had been something the King in Yellow had thought of before Kumarak burned. And now, the servants of the grandfather had to deal with a world where most of the opposition was so massive they could trample plague marines without even looking down at their feet. That the opposition was dead and most bone skeletons looked like they had belonged to insects in life was just adding insult to the injury. I want more Bonerot bombs dropped on the heads of these heretical puppets, the commanding officer of the Terminus EST ordered. I am not going to let more legionnaires land on this cursed Aster until we have transformed this garden of beasts into the same blessed swamp as the sea of madness ammonia soup. Your orders will be obeyed to the letter, Lord Herald. But we are experiencing some difficulties. The number of Bonarat bombs is about to reach the minimal threshold that your own commands required not to go under. Typhus wanted to strangle his subordinate, but in this case, killing the messenger would solve exactly nothing. We can't increase the production. That is, the Spore caste have exacting standards. And fortunately for them, the standards they asked for delivered excellent results. But in these circumstances, it was as annoying as a dark angel hunting you for decades. I think, the Herald of Nurgle gurgled, we need to test other types of 7th blessed diseases while the Bonarat stocks are replenished. One of the legionnaires Mortarion had assigned on board the Terminus EST was the one to answer this time. The Yellow Death? Maybe the morbid mutation fever. Those are not bad suggestions, Typhus commented, but I fear we are in need of more radical measures to make sure that for all the shields these titan-sized creatures are protected by, they will all be judged by the grandfather soon enough. I think we need cholera and smallpox. The Terminus EST shook violently, and Typhus heard the shriek of pain and fury the battleship released a second later. What is this incompetence? I was told we were outside the anti-orbital guns of the enemy. We are. I don't understand, Lord Herald. We have not seen, Erg. A legionnaire of his own legion suddenly fell in agony, shrieking with an intensity that no plague marine should manifest. Behind us. Lord Herald, there's a fleet which had suddenly appeared behind us. What? But there are only non-navigable anomalies between us and a possible Mandeville point. But they're here, Lord Herald. One after another, ships of the Death Guard began to disintegrate, and entire plague legions of the grandfather were thrown back to the garden with them. And then suddenly Nurgle, in his infinite generosity, gave him a vision. A vision of an unnatural silver-eyed woman with feathered wings. The Herald was certain it was not Weaver. In fact, as the vision ended and the Death Guard fleet began to turn and fight against this new enemy, Typhus was sure this new enemy had never been human to begin with. He was aware of the name, but it had not been a problem until now. But it was a name which had been whispered across the Calyx Hellstars when he landed on Cholera 77. The Cymurg is here. Approaches of the shadowy Will's world. Qsal Cruiser Divine Truth. Warlord Militia, the Destiny Unwritten. Militia hated the boarding parties of the King in Yellow's troops. There was no way to protect against them save using Changeastoni-powered rituals, and the Tsianchan Noctilith was far too valuable to be used in every ship of her fleet, not to mention that if she did that, her stocks would have been reduced to nothing in short order. The possible gains didn't justify the costs. Or at least that was what she had told herself before today. It had sounded far more reasonable when she wasn't fighting against a legion of recently killed Malfian voidsmen in the corridors of one of her warships, supported by the aforementioned skeletons. They still have their souls, you know, Antwer interrupted her grim thoughts. What are you talking about? Most of those you killed here, their souls were still there. Even 1 in 13 of the old bones had still some soul essence in them. Whatever the undead usurper is doing to them, it is by no means instantaneous. You mean some could shrug off his influence and turn against him? No, the Black Blade of Calamity answered within 2 heartbeats as they methodically pulverized everything that stood in their way. They won't, not without outside intervention. When they are conscripted in death, there is a layer of, you would call it apathy in your horribly limited human language. It may even be an aspect the usurper cultivated for millennia. Now this was interesting. For all his claims spread across the Calyx Hellstars that he wanted to become the god of eternity, Militia had been extremely suspicious. First, no one but an idiot would scream his intentions high and loud to his enemies when there was a non-insignificant chance to stop the plan from reaching completion. And on a more personal analysis, the deeds of the undead abomination sounded more and more like what a god of tyranny would do. Militia uttered a word of sorceress command. 9 lesser demons were summoned, and the next enemies dissolved into blue-pink flames. The ashes of the fallen voidsmen of the Divine Truth were not yet cold when the Sons of Change teleported in. Taken between the anvil she represented and the hammer of the Space Marines, the undead boarding party was quickly wiped out. While the assistance is a good proof of loyalty, Boros, I know I left you as a strategic reserve for a reason. In other words, the captain of the Sons of Change had better have a good reason why he had decided to ignore her orders. The Cymurg. Deep inside her, all that had been Victoria Dallin seethed with hatred. This Endbringer was something she would neither forget nor forgive, not as long as she lived. What about the feathered bitch? She has ambushed a large part of the Death Guard fleet with some 70+ ships. Many of them belong to various factions which had recently gone missing in the region. What? She couldn't believe her ears. That didn't fit anything she had theorized. The Cymurg was supposed to, unless this large part of the Death Guard fleet. The Destiny Unwritten began cautiously. Does it include the Terminus EST? Yes it does. Boroskin confirmed her intuition. Do you think this parody of an angel has allied with the king in yellow? I can't entirely disregard the idea, Militia answered honestly. But in my opinion, it is not likely. No, I think the Simurgh is after something the Death Guard has recovered from the graveyard of 1,000 false gods. And now in the midst of this butchery, the Endbringer thinks it has the opportunity to steal it from the Herald of Decay. High orbit above the Beast's Gardens world. Battleship Terminus EST. Typhus the Traveler. Boarding operations were something Typhus had never been particularly concerned about once the Death Guard fully embraced the blessings of Nurgle through his actions. No species, after all, typically made that mistake with the Terminus EST more than once. Once the enemy had entered the hangar bays or any part of a warship he had illuminated with the Grandfather's blessings, the real question was how long it would take for the fool in question to start singing the praises of Nurgle. But this boarding assault was different. He could feel it in his bones. Bow to the will of fate. For the Emperor. Blood for the Blood God. Despair, for all is lost. Anarchy is our only hope. Typhus and his plague marines faced a coalition of what could be best described as deluded fanatics. They didn't even realize they were fighting by the side of people their gods wanted to slay at all costs. They were just insane. At first, the Herald of Nurgle had tried to use his considerable power of conviction to make them realize the truth and break this assault in mere seconds, but it was useless. Whatever had been done to these wretches, their behavior couldn't be altered anymore, or at least not with the tools he had on hand. Meager consolation, this assault force, one that had almost rammed the Terminus EST at full speed in its sheer aggressiveness, was not immune to the greatest diseases of the Grandfather. While their souls refused to listen to the garden's whispers, their bodies were definitely succumbing. But it was taking time. And time, as always, was something Typhus couldn't afford to waste. Thus the Astartes, whose rank was technically still first captain, had to fight his way through and run across the Terminus EST, using all his abilities to shorten his journey to the vault, while pushing the rest of his powers to slow down the real enemy thrust. Yes, those deluded fools were a mere distraction. Attacking the Terminus EST was a dangerous endeavor, as proved by the multiple warships that had already been destroyed by the battleship's guns, while the escorts did not stay idle either. This mob of crazed fanatics was expendable, and was expended. But no one attacked his flagship on a mere whim. And there was only one target that could justify an assault in the first place. To his relief, Typhus arrived at the vault first. To his pleasure, the Noctilith shell had mutated considerably. The black pylon had been utterly corrupted into Jadrot, and it didn't look like a pylon at all anymore. No, now it was more a cocoon. The relief didn't last 7 heartbeats, for a massive explosion projected a huge cloud of spores and pestilence, and for an instant even his blessed senses couldn't perceive anything. Then the false angel made her entrance. The hole this abomination had created was in the vault ceiling, but the Simurgh levitated through it as though it was no obstacle. Typhus felt his anger rise as an esoteric shield shimmered around his silver-eyed enemy. I don't know what you hope to achieve by boarding my flagship, the traveler gurgled angrily, but know that the Grandfather will punish you most severely for this affront. And in the end, your ambush comes too late. You have. A burst of telekinetic force blasted apart the entire vault, and even while using his gifts, Typhus lost ground. And then another blast came, throwing enormous metallic spikes at him. Explosive devices the purpose of which he had no idea of were thrown, and they began to detonate. Typhus called for the blessings of the Grandfather. And suddenly he was stuck. No. Too late, the Herald of Nurgle saw the little beacon at his feet. It was an unstable stasis field generator. How it could still function, Typhus had no idea. But it was there. It was there, and while this device was not going to last a full minute, 60 seconds were an eternity on a battlefield. The Simurgh flew towards the cocoon, and the traveler couldn't do anything to stop the abomination. All the plague marines and forces that had accompanied him had been blasted apart by the shockwaves and the other attacks. The vault's entrance had collapsed. No help would come in time. The stasis was truly unstable. He could still think and perceive his surroundings. If the blessings of decay broke this device in time, there was. A shining silver telekinetic blade coalesced and struck the cocoon. For a moment, Typhus thought the Jadrot crust was going to resist. But it was not to be. The silver blade struck again, and it was soon joined by other blades. The Jadrot layer was broken through, and to his fury, the Herald of Nurgle could only see that underneath, the ritual had not been complete yet. That meant. An enormous spiked green claw emerged from the depths of the cocoon, and enlarged the hole that the silver telekinetic blades had done. A second one appeared. And then the cocoon exploded. All these efforts, everything that had been risked from the graveyard to this very system had been. It hurt so much. The feminine voice was beautiful, and Typhus shivered, for it was coming from one being, and it was not the Simurgh. I wanted the pain to stop. One by one the legs stepped out of the now disintegrating cocoon, and the Jadrot was flowing away, unable to do the conversion work it had been prepared to do. It had 2 sets of short translucent wings. It had an insectoid thorax and abdomen, The spiked claws that had torn apart the cocoon once it was damaged served as forelegs. If this had stopped there, Typhus could have described a Primarch-sized praying mantis. But it was not a praying mantis. For all its insectoid traits, this newborn creature had kept a lot of feminine traits. Each move was filled with grace. While a praying mantis should have had 4 legs, this one had only 2. And the face was not insectoid at all. It was Eldar. The transformation had been interrupted too soon, and now it is over. For all the fangs it showed, the smile remained almost innocent. The expression which appeared next was one of rapture. The pain, my suffering stopped at last. I remember. The stasis field broke at last. Typhus couldn't do anything but take a step forwards, and inhuman eyes immediately stared and petrified him. Do you know who I am, servant of pestilence? Yes. There was no use to lie, not in front of an entity as powerful as this one. You are a shard of the goddess Isha. The words shook the ether, and Typhus shivered at the sudden pressure. Many beings had turned their attention towards the vault, and with the terminus est damaged, it was not able to hide what was happening. Worse, there were more than the presence of the 4, there was. Yes, the graceful and yet insectoid legs stayed still, and yet the divine-infused body teleported several times before returning to its starting point. I was she. I was the goddess of life when she fled, wounded, alone, and hunted. I was Isha. I was that weak goddess when running out of places to hide, she walked into the garden, seeking a refuge that did not exist. And do you know what happened next, host of the destroyer hive? It was a rhetorical question, and both beings knew it. The herald saw the Simurgh was flying away, still protected by its shimmering field, and Typhus couldn't do anything. Not with the threat in front of him. There was a toll to pay, and you paid it. The goddess, she cast a great part of her suffering and pain into a single shard, and the grandfather took it to do with as he wished. This was not the full truth, of course, for you forget, the beautiful voice suddenly abandoned all pretense of hiding its loathing, and green eyes burned in fury, that when the pact was made, I was not to be forced to be enslaved by your master. And this promise was broken the moment it was made. Your master made sure the last parts of Isha that was forgot the pact with his decay influence, but I did not. Typhus didn't bother to deny. Why waste his words? It was, after all, the truth. Nurgle had broken the pact, as it should be, for the will of the grandfather was far more important than any wishes of a parvenu of a goddess. You forget, the Lord of the Plague Marines gurgled, that your goddess remains prisoner in the garden. If you challenge me here and now, there are going to be consequences. I have grown tired of your lies, the goddess shard raised her new instruments of death. I don't believe a primordial annihilator's aspect can hold true to a single bargain, no matter how advantageous it is. I have endured pain for an eternity, but no more. Now I am going to make sure all the galaxy is going to understand the meaning of pain. Frivolous words, Typhus summoned all his strength, for I am going to stop you here and now. No, the hybrid of praying mantis and Eldar goddess hissed, you are going to scream in pain. And to his horror, Typhus in the next 7 seconds understood it was no idle threat. War Zone of the Tyrant Star. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. Warlord Lodarisarin, the blood rose. The screams are not stopping. Kosalax reported. I am aware of it. Everyone of importance was aware of it. Any champion of the gods who was willing to hear could perceive the sounds of madness coming from the orbit of the pale green world. If you studied the auspexes or whatever your ship used for long-range identification, it would tell you there were the wrecks of 3 battleships and countless other hulls there. And in the middle of this devastation, the terminus est floated, immobile. Have the Death Guard officers decided to give us any explanation? The captain of the Conqueror inquired. No. Kosalax shrugged. But it isn't hard to come up with a few theories. The Death Guard had forged a weapon which would give them a massive advantage, either in killing the King in Yellow or in decimating us the moment the threat it represents is gone. Except the Simurgh creature ambushed them, and engineered events which resulted in the weapon blowing up in their faces. The weapon came from the graveyard of 1,000 false gods, as your race calls it. Suddenly Hekatai was there. The ivory-skinned Eldar had, as was her habit, arrived draped herself in a sort of indecent red attire, and she didn't appear to wear any other clothing on her flawless body. I didn't pay it any particular attention, but I believe the Traveler of Decay extracted a fragment of an unborn god of pain from its temple. That's all. Kosalax asked skeptically. I really doubt this works so simply. Hekatai didn't answer. In fact, when Lodara studied the expression of the crimson-eyed Xenos, the arrogant blood muse seemed frozen in an angry expression. You know what is aboard the terminus est? I know what it was, the dangerous crimson-lipped non-human corrected. And I will give you this advice, don't go anywhere that ship until the reason for these screams is gone. I will take it into consideration. If the blood muse wasn't rushing to engage whatever thing had neutralized Typhus, then Lodara was happy to stay far away from it. Let's return to the situation in the void. She looked at Kosalax. The Space Marine of the 12th Sgene line cleared his throat. Everything is proceeding well so far. The forces of Warlord Militia have unleashed a mutagenic curse against the world of the unchanging lands. At some point, they introduced Thousand Suns Space Marines, that all of our specialists confirm have been twisted somewhat. There is also a new type of rubricy. Except they call it a Majestrike's Golem now. We will get back to that in a moment, the Kiernate Warlord commanded. The other planets first. Perturabo space hulks have destroyed the fortresses of the First Abyss through overwhelming force. Still no sign of Iron Warriors whatsoever, and since one of his methods was to capture several undead crewed ships before throwing them on collision courses with the planet, we only saw more Myrmidon androids. By now, Lodarasaran was completely confident the Lord of Iron had something really special prepared for everyone fighting in the Granithor system. The only question was what? Since the only solution was to climb aboard one of the space hulks and discover it the hard way, there weren't many volunteers, no matter how bloodthirsty the servants of the Blood God were. The rats overran the dream of Blue Sands by throwing tides of their grotesque obese cousins at them. The warriors of Commander Eclipse killed the sorcerers who spread this baleful peace aura on the orange aster of the eternal peace. The moon of the last nightmare fell to a combined assault of archaeologists and Myrmidon androids. And several Tsianchan hosts supported Mortarion when he landed on the shadowy Will world and transformed their mausoleums into pits of disgusting infections. The squadrons that were unable to hide have been destroyed or our hunting packs are chasing them across half of the system, despite how dangerous the warp anomalies make the entire affair. So if I summarize the last hours, assuming it had really lasted hours, how long had passed was more guesswork than certainty. We have literally annihilated everything the King in Yellow must consider his second line of defenses, and if Typhus had not fallen into that ambush, the combined fleets present would not have lost any battleships. The losses in cruisers and escorts were far higher, but remained far below her most optimistic estimates when the muster had been ordered. There is something wrong. We are taking the fight seriously. Kosalax protested, in a very respectful tone. We are. Lodara conceded. But I refuse to believe that a being who lured the Lord of Iron into a trap where an entire army of Myrmidon androids was destroyed, along with 3 space hulks of a new type, did not anticipate any of the strategies we used in this system. Most of our forces have been engaged in the Calyx Hellstars at some point or another, and in many cases, it was against the undead armies. No, save the Death Guard's weapon which blew up spectacularly in the Plague Marines' faces, we have not showed the King in Yellow anything that should really surprise him. And when you really think about it, the squadrons we destroyed were way too weak. Yes, there were a few battleships, but most of them were really only fit for the scrapyard. Undead crewed or not, many were unable to move and looked about to break in half even without our assistance. You think this entire thing is to make us bleed so the different hosts land exhausted on the real battlefield? No, the chosen of Kern grimaced, I think these minor victories were to make us overconfident. I feel like I am forgetting something really important, and I don't know what it is. They both turned towards Hikatai, but the crimson-haired Xenos was doing what she did best, ignoring them with an arrogance worthy of an empress, or an Eldar. All fleets are converging on the Tyrant Star now, but we have moved faster than them. And the capital of the 11th Primarch is hardly undefended. He seems to have found a Romuli star fort somewhere, and considerably modified it. Indeed, Lodara called up an image of the ancient Imperial Station, which was of course now covered in bones and shrouded in the power of the King in Yellow's Noctilith, preventing all demons, great and lesser, from storming it. But that is why we selected certain pirates in case we found ourselves in a situation like this. Give them my summon, I want. Too late. Hikatai interrupted. Why? Lodara asked the Eldar sarcastically. You want to take care of it yourself? No. The Blood Muse tranquilly replied. I am just telling you that, while you were studying the situation like the Warlord the Primordial Annihilator wants you to be, the Red Angel has been charging toward the Star Fort. I think calling it the Fortress of Arrogance was something that he considered a personal insult. It didn't take long for her to confirm the Xenos had told them the unvarnished truth. Damn you, Angren, the captain of the Conqueror hissed between gritted teeth. Kosalax, we have no choice but to pursue him. Already 8 blood legions were following the Daemon Primarch, eager to claim more skulls in the wake of this destruction hurricane. I will relay the orders, the Astartes legionnaire saluted. But if this is a trap? Lodara glared. It was a trap, and they both knew it. Though what kind of trap could really handle something as powerful as the Red Angel, the female veteran of the heresy hadn't the faintest idea. Ramley's class Star Fort Fortress of Arrogance. Primarch Angren. Angren hated the skeletons. The Primarch of the former 12 Legion despised their false purity. The Lord of the Red Sands was infuriated by the fact they couldn't feel pain. The Red Angel loathed the very idea they couldn't bleed. His rage was fueled to new heights because no matter how many he killed, their first deaths had not been granted by his black blade. But claiming their skulls? There was no force in the galaxy which could prevent him from doing that. The mighty walls separating the hangar base from the inner star fort were destroyed in a single blow, and Angren roared as he saw a new army waiting for him. For all their undead status, they still had a flicker of a soul trapped in their bones. They had a soul sliver, and they could feel fear. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The black blade destroyed the entire first line of enemies like they were nothing but toys. Angren trampled them. Angren crushed them. Angren broke them. There was purity in this slaughter, even if these enemies offered no blood. They died, this time forever. They tried to rise anew, but the flames of his hatred were too strong, and they were too weak. Blood. Blood. The blood legions rushed to kill everything that had tried to escape his fury. Angren let them. Whatever paltry offerings were nothing compared to the gift that awaited him. The Daemon Primarch could feel it, as he endured the never-ending pain. The pounding of the butcher's nails continued. They incited him to kill, and kill Angren did. The first undead space marines tried to fight him, but they were pathetic. They refused to fight like proper warriors, and as punishment he stabbed them with their own weapons before extinguishing them. The butcher's nails ensured that he was soon lost in an ocean of violence. The murderous instincts and sheer urge to destroy everything became everything he was, his reason to live. Angren was there because the war would never end. The war could never end. When the urge to kill withdrew slightly, Angren was in the heart of the Star Fort. It was a large rotunda, and the bones of undead space marines were everywhere. His work, of this the Red Angel had no doubt. But there was one enemy who had yet to perish. Something wormed its way into his head, several memories he had thought forgotten and buried. A hooded yellow cloak. A scepter of golden skulls. A tall crown, yellow yet dark and filled with tyrannical purpose. You. Ah, the gladiator of Nuceria remembers me. I was not sure you had it in you, brother. You. The pain was here, but this time, it wasn't coming from the butcher's nails. It was coming from the memories themselves. You, are. And then the 12th Primarch remembers. All of it. There was no reason to wait anymore. The black blade struck. You are not my brother. I will offer your skull to Kern, which. But incomprehensibly, the strike was evaded with a speed that even the greater demons of Slaanesh would have struggled to emulate. Angren, 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 you are still the same murderous brute as before. The yellow cloak and the being it hid floated in front of him. There was a click, and the scepter changed into a large two-handed sword. Sometimes, I pity our father. He really had no chance to succeed in 1,000 lifetimes, with such unworthy sons. Don't speak about him. Angren thundered. Should I mention your sons, then? How you mutilated them? How you enslaved them? How you led them to their damnation? They trusted you, and... Angren roared in fury. Wrath consumed him, but his strikes retained their extreme lethality. The Red Angel attacked, unleashing a series of blows which would have killed even a demigod. But the smaller blade was always there to parry in time, and when he entered a contest of strength, Angren found himself unable to overpower his enemy. Which? Angren snarled. I plead guilty, the king in yellow laughed coldly. The purple-black witchery shone, but Angren used all his hatred, and the sands were blasted away. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Always the same murderous. But Angren was done playing. His hatred was eternal. His rage knew no bounds. And all around this star fort, warships were clashing. The hosts of Kern were fighting the skeletons and their warships. They were at war. They were in the midst of carnage. Blood flowed. Skulls were claimed. And with each struggle, with each murder accomplished for Kern, Angren grew ever more powerful. Soon enough his speed increased, and at last his enemy stopped his mockeries. Step after step, Angren stalked his prey. The fallen lord of Nuceria had not cared for any art in an eternity, but the intensity he put in defeating his opponent could be considered a sublime performance of brutality and violence. At last the black blade struck and found its mark. But no blood was shed. That wasn't too surprising, but Angren had expected at least bones. But as the yellow robe opened, it was to reveal the void. The eyes of the Daemon Primarch of Kern narrowed in incomprehension. What witchery is this? The yellow hood fell, and the result was that the crown was floating above, nothing. There seemed to be shadow and mist, a cloud of black-purple power given a vaguely humanoid form. You were never here. Cold laughter resonated again. Oh no, brother. I can assure you that you are facing what is left of me. The sword moved in a mockery of a salute. Let me redo the introductions, if you'll allow. I am the King in Yellow, master of the nameless ziggurat. And as you have discovered, I am not alive. Unlike my servants, I do not even have bones to animate. The sword disappeared, replaced by the scepter. And do you know what that means? No matter how hard you try, you can't kill me. Something burned in Angren's essence, and it was not pain or hatred. It was, for the first time as far as he remembered, interest. At last, it was a murder that was going to satiate his fighting prowess for a few moments. We will see about that. We. The dead Primarch made a motion that could have been him shaking his head. There is no we, Angren of the Red Sands. This duel lasted long enough for me to activate my ritual. Enormous mechanisms materialized everywhere in the rotunda, and the growl of infernal machinery assaulted his senses. Angren unfurled his wings in all their majesty, but it was too late. Immense harpoons tore them apart, and chains bound his limbs. The Daemon Primarch of Kern roared in fury and used all his strength, but the witchery imbued in the restraints didn't break. Angren didn't stop his efforts to break free. But as he did, the heart of the Star Fort changed, and from a secret compartment underneath the room, an elongated metallic cabinet appeared, one with a spike-covered interior. And it was one big enough to imprison him. No. The purple-black sands returned, and his strength was suddenly waning. Angren had to strengthen his hatred, but even then, it was his fury against this witchery. Oh yes, I made this Iron Maiden specifically for one of you. I thought you were the most likely candidate for it. I'm unsurprised to not have been wrong. Meter after meter, Angren was dragged towards the diabolical torture device. I will escape. The Daemon Primarch swore. Oh, I know. But will you escape in time to do any good? You see, I didn't waste metal and Noctilith just for the purpose of seeing you humbled. As long as you are trapped in this Iron Maiden, your incredible hatred will fill this entire star system, plunging your fellow butchers and all your allies of circumstance into a mad frenzy. Some warlords might have the strength to fight against it. But the average mortals? They will be worse than your dear lieutenant the betrayer. I will claim your skull and send your soul to Kern. The same laughter, cold and dead, answered him. You better hurry then, Angren. For this time, I am done waiting. Let the extermination of the pests begin. War Zone of the Tyrant Star. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. Warlord Lodora Sarin, the blood rose. For a heartbeat, Lodora didn't understand what had happened. The galaxy was still the same. Her warships were still hammering the Fortress of Arrogance. And then the true horror of what had happened was revealed. Angren, the captain of the Conqueror, cursed the name. If we survive this, I am going to take your head myself, no matter how long it will take me. The Romilai Star Fort had been corrupted by the presence of the King in Yellow, and received major damage from her fleet. In return, massive cannons of bones firing abominable sorceries had destroyed 8 of her cruisers. But one thing the Fortress of Arrogance had not done so far was increase in size and mutate like it was a living organism. It was something unprecedented. It was like watching a metal object transform into a tumor of bone and flesh. It was hatred. Hate. Hatred. Hate. The blow hammered her defenses, and Lodora shouted in surprise, and it took her everything she had to resist, to push away this ocean of hatred. No. The female warlord spat, and as she did, she realized she had bitten her own tongue, as drops of blood fell upon the command deck. You are not. The Space Hulk Midnight Iron is opening fire on the Endurance. Skaven ships are beginning to ram each other. The Xiantian escorts are launching torpedoes on the 4th Squadron. Hatred. Hate. Hatred. Hate. The litany of hatred spread. And as it did, what had been one of the mightiest concentrations of fleets in the galaxy suddenly fell apart. A Space Hulk began to die, as ships of the Death Guard ravaged it with ultra-corrosive ammunition. The gargantuan hulks of the Lord of Iron retaliated by firing enormous batteries that had stayed hidden until now. Daemon engines went out of control. Bombs placed by anarchist saboteurs detonated by the hundreds. A cauldron of dying ships was born, and with every moment, it engulfed more and more flotillas. We must end this insanity, Lodora growled, and to her distress, she was not insensible to the hateful aura. We must destroy the Fortress of Arrogance, or, free Angren, whatever is easiest. As if to insult her, the star fort in question began to extend like a cancer in the heart of the Granithor system. It was a disease of bone and flesh, and every ship that was in the way was disintegrated. Demons who fought against it were instantly banished back to the warp. But the worst part emerged right after that. Black-purple lightning crackled into existence, and above the Romilai's bastion, a rift formed. It was a wound no servant of the gods had ordered. From it, a fleet came, and before Lodora could see them in a distinct manner, she knew this was the true fleet of the King in Yellow. The damaged Space Hulk closest to the Conqueror finished dying as 3 warships of the rats rammed it. Even by the standard of cataclysmic explosions, this one was apocalyptically bad, and many other ships were torn apart by the energy and sorcery involved in it. There was no time to consider the consequences. Her fleet was the first target of the King in Yellow's reinforcements, and before any orders could be given, Saint Just de Montbars, former rogue trader, nicknamed the Exterminator by his former peers, screamed on every vox frequency as many batteries looking like black-colored lances gutted his flagship and transformed it into a slaughterhouse. The fleet of the pirate princes that he commanded was decimated, and the exterminator's flagship didn't fare any better. There was no time to come to his rescue, and it was like a torch of Prometheum had been lit, transforming a capital ship into a burning hell of black flames. Everything was chaos, and the conqueror had to fight its way through both the undead ships and all those it commanded before everything was hatred and madness. Lodora gritted her teeth. As much as it shamed her to admit it, this was not something she could turn around. But there was one being who had a chance. Hecate. The blood muse was there as soon as her lips stopped moving. So the brute fell into the trap. Are you saying you would have done better? Hatred. Hate. Hatred. Hate. Yes. The Eldar replied, visibly unaffected by the blows of mental hatred raining upon them. I couldn't have done worse, at any rate. Lodora wanted to say the arrogant Xenos was wrong, but alas, she couldn't. I can't board the fortress of arrogance and save the day. She wasn't powerful enough to fight her way through several blood legions turned to full hatred mode, and even if she did, her departure would likely extinguish whatever little sanity existed aboard her fleet. But you can. I can. The crimson-haired monster agreed without any sign of joy. But if I do it, it will be the last thing I will ever do in your service. The Red Angel's hatred is formidable, but it is a ritual that can be stopped. However, I can feel the touch of the one who refuses to die. The King in Yellow is there, in the very heart of this star fort. Do what you have to. Her hands tightly clutching her command throne as the urge came to grab her spear and impale 8 bodies for the glory of Kern. But hurry. If this continues, we all die, and the King in Yellow will have his victory. Ramley's class star fort fortress of arrogance. Hecate, the blood muse. Hecate ran. The time to stroll across the battlefield and hide what she was capable of had long passed. The human warlord had been right. Unless someone destroyed the device powering the trap, there would be no escape. The King in Yellow would win. And so Hecate ran and attacked. Rarely in the arenas did the blood muse bother to use her full speed, since there was no one to admire her. When no one could truly follow you with unbelieving eyes, the value of doing it was ridiculously low. But this time, it was a matter of survival. And so Hecate became the storm of crimson death that had allowed her to become a muse in the first place. Many obstacles stood in her way. The legions of the primordial annihilator turned against each other, unable to disobey their hateful nature. Thousands of skeletons, the real guardians of the Void Fortress. Enormous tendrils of bones and flesh, erupting everywhere at any moment. It was likely that in the empire of a billion moons, many highly proficient Ildari would have died to these challenges. Hecate destroyed them all. Her hemokinesis created a million blood spears, and when the King in Yellow grew wiser, the bones of its soldiers replaced them. Yes, she was the blood muse. Yes, hemokinesis was her specialty and chief move. But she was rather capable at telekinesis too. Hecate was a weapon specialist, but no Ildari reached the rank of muse without inventing some deadly psychic combos. Well, no Ildari save one. This was a battle of frightening intensity. This was a slaughter she won. And yet as the attacks ceased and the heart gates collapsed, courtesy of her having sliced through them, Hecate knew deep inside it was merely the prelude. The real fight, the one which was going to decide her existence one way or another, was about to begin. You shouldn't have come, arrogant muse of a failed hedonistic empire. Hecate raised an eyebrow, conjuring her blood armor over her body. This time, the Ildari muse knew she was going to need it. But I did. You will die. That's a distinct possibility, yes. She conceded. You will die without accomplishing anything, the yellow-cloaked enemy declared. Even someone like you can't hope to break the chains keeping the Iron Maiden closed. The undead abomination wasn't completely wrong. The heart of the fortress was something absolutely inelegant and complex. It was a nightmare of bone and flesh, dripping blood and hatred made manifest. It was growing and growing, and the only reason there was empty space was because it was expelled outside this place, otherwise it would have been impossible to see the prison in the first place. I know. That is why I brought something special for an occasion like this one. And she revealed the scales. The object the cultists of the aspect of lies had created in their research to make sure the dead stayed permanently lifeless. But she had made a slight modification to it. While one side weighed the noctilith sands of the King in Yellow, on the other was Hemisia, taken when the vigilance of the other Kiernate cultists had wavered. You won't get away with this. Getting away. The blood muse chuckled. I intend to present it as a bargain. The scales shone, and Hecate uttered a prayer that had once been reserved to Cain's high priesthood, and to it alone. But now Cain was dead, and the name invoked at the end was not his. Kern. Wards flicked out. Suddenly, the power saturating the heart room faltered. The unimaginable hatred broke. Blazing eyes burning with the fires of an infinite amount of wars focused on her. I want to be free in soul, mind, and body, the blood muse stated. In exchange, your Red Angel gets out of its prison. No. Spikes of bones enough to make a forest of them began to bombard her. And for all her psychic might, for all her talent with bladed weapons, Hecate began to stumble against the indefatigable assault. Agreed. The chains which had enslaved her crumbled at last. Hecate used her hemokinesis, and the balance weighted on the side of the hemachia. It was as if a son of blood was born. The explosion which followed rendered her deaf and blind. Hecate let an imprecation of pain escape her lips as several bone spears impaled her. And then it was over. The mechanisms in the bone were disappearing. The torture device doubling as prison cracked, well on its way to complete disintegration. The aura of hatred was snuffed out of existence like it had never existed. The yellow-cloaked abomination gave her a murderous glare that promised endless torment. Your ruin will be whispered of in terror on every world of this galaxy, the king in yellow promised, before disappearing. Now that his chief trap had been disabled, the undead fleets were in a bad situation. The Iron Maiden was broken, and the Red Angel stormed out. I hate you. Hate. 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 Despite the severity of her wounds, Hecate found the strength to laugh. There was no emotion but hatred in those monstrous eyes when they stared at her. You are really, the Blood Muse coughed in pain, a waste of genetic engineering. As she examined the essence of this beast, it was easy to realize the truth. No matter how awful the slavery of the primordial annihilator, the greatest betrayal, in her educated opinion, was the one of the Red Angel himself. Hecate didn't know how this had happened, but the hatred-filled being had reduced his entire existence, beginning with his rampages, to the presence of the corrupted devices in his skull. Angren could have tried to remove these butcher's nails long before being enslaved by the primordial annihilator. What was the worst thing that could happen? Death. But at its heart, the monster had been consumed by a lie. Skulls? Hate. 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 The huge implement of butchery swung towards her. The primordial annihilator really wasn't losing time, but then the Blood Muse had expected nothing less. At least she would save her soul. But the weapon never struck. A very long sword she was intimately familiar with flashed in bright silver light, and the slave of Gurn was blasted away like it was a comical red animal weighing nothing. It was not the case, of course. It was just that Inaria Eldinesh was just too powerful. What a strange coincidence, the beautiful voice everyone in the galaxy had reasons to be afraid of was whispered against her left ear. I was just visiting a training world not far from here, and here I find my treacherous former apprentice. The bone spikes impaling her were removed brutally. Hecate swallowed, but not because of the pain. You could have found a better excuse. The Blood Muse closed her eyes, ignoring the wrathful roar of the brute. Have you come to end me? I don't know. The Queen of Blades jumped, and delivered a new attack that severed a limb of the red-skinned beast. I haven't made a decision yet. Hecate winced. I wouldn't presume to give you orders, but I suggest the deliberation end quickly. I am, sort of dying here. The bone spikes had done some damage to her body, but those she would have been able to regenerate anyway. However, the damage to her soul, that she couldn't heal. Gurn had respected his part of the bargain by breaking her chains, but without them, this meant the soul injuries created by Slaanesh on the day of the fall were reopening. And that, no matter how powerful you were as an Ildari, was a death sentence. I know. It is why I brought her with me. Hecate heard the song before she saw the light. Sacrifice. The ether sang with each of her footsteps. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. Sacrifice, and you will be saved. This is unexpected. Hecate confessed, as eyes filled with stars looked at her. The Queen of Blades is very persuasive, and this battle is something that drew my attention. Hate. Hate for hatred. I am the Queen of Blades, beast. The arm had already regenerated, and the walls began to cover themselves in blood and viscera. This time, Hecate knew it wasn't a trap of the King in Yellow. That was before 1,000 silver strikes tore everything to pieces, of course. She may be a murderous traitor, but she was once my apprentice. I, and only I, will decide her fate. Oh, by all the swords of Val. This was going to be. You have a choice to make. Golden fingers burned in a light that was the bane of chaos. I accept, my empress. Good. Now, this is going to hurt. And the imperial fingers plunged deep into her chest, but none of her organs were the target. The power would reach well beyond that. Hecate screamed. And the world disappeared into an inferno of light and blood. Approaches of the Tyrant Star. Battleship Natural Selection. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. We have losses, heir. The Magister seemed to lose his words in a definite manner. Militia had to admit there was a good reason for this silence. The entire war zone was a vision of disaster made flesh. Hundreds, no, thousands of macro cannons and Psyguns had been ripped from warships' hulls and were now spiraling into the void. Nurglite-altered atmospheres were now forming dirty clouds of void decay in the wrecks that had hosted them for centuries. Gigantic space hulks had been hammered into impotence, until the masses of metal and warp-altered materials listing away from them outmissed what was left of the original construct. Malfian ships had broken apart, sometimes into 2 large sections, sometimes into so many parts it would definitely take a pact with a legion of change simply to recover all the debris. Countless warships had rammed each other, and so much unstable ammunition had been used that even with this lull in the fighting, the cursed warpstone bombs and strange devices were continuing their detonations. Priceless transports and everything they held had been eviscerated. Hundreds of thousands of beings, and that was in all likelihood a generous underestimation, had died when their compartments were opened to the void, or before, when the litany of hatred had commanded everyone of insufficient will to murder everything and everyone. This was a spectacle of defeat and ruin. And the worst part in all that? It definitely could have been worse. If the Blood Eldar had not saved them. Militia did her best to keep her fear out of her expression. It was not the moment to show weakness, no matter how close they had come to losing everything. This was really the worst part. The trap of the King in Yellow had not been particularly brilliant, but it had worked. Please give me some good news. The ruler of Malfi told her sorcerer vassal. Please tell me that at least, what happened banished Angren from this system. There was a bright flash, and Militia's eyes widened. What? The Fortress of Arrogance, that corrupted Star Fort, had been once again experiencing a massive bombardment from the Kyrnate fleet, and the latter stopped immediately. It stopped, because the Void Bastion, certainly built in the days of the Great Crusade, was now neatly divided into 2 sub-fortresses, as if a gigantic sword had decided to cleave it in 2. This is not something Daemon Primarchs can do, Majestrix. This is. The vision of nightmare assaulted her senses. Dread engulfed everything. Militia saw a black-armored Eldar figure dance around the Red Angel of Kern. The para-human sorceress felt the earth-shattering power behind each blow. Majestrix, that is not. That isn't the Blood Muse, no. This was something altogether worse. The Queen of Blades honors us with her presence. And she seems to have decided to challenge Angren of the Red Sands. From anyone else, this would have definitely been extreme hubris, but Militia had heard enough whispers about Kumarak and Makraj to know better in the case of that monster. What is she doing here, Warlord? You aren't asking the correct question. The Malfian sorceress shook her head. Relay my command to what is left of our fleet. Under no circumstances is anyone to approach the Fortress of Arrogance, and wherever that Eldar monster goes, you stay as far away from as you can. This is my command, and if for some reason you disobey and manage to survive, I will personally kill you with my bare hands. Yes, Majestrix. Militia let herself fall into her command seat, wondering how things could go so monumentally wrong in such a short amount of time. By reflex, she studied the hololith, but no, the Simurgh had not moved from its near-stationary position close to the terminus EST and the debris of some Death Guard battleships. This was good, for the Endbringer intervening in the massacre would have been their end. But on the other hand, it also meant the Simurgh's purposes went beyond killing them or turning them into fanatical puppets. I know the Blood Fleet was closest, Boroskan declared as he removed his helmet to show a pale and exhausted face, and this was Angren's fault to begin with, but what in the name of the gods were the other Primarchs doing? They should have intervened, we got slaughtered. The most charitable answer I have, Militia replied in a grim voice, was that they thought that since the Conqueror and its fleet failed to control Angren, it was the war cultists' duty to solve the problem. The least charitable answer, they didn't dare fight the King in Yellow, unwilling to test if it had prepared another trap for them. That's, I understand. Majestrix, I have the numbers you wanted. We outright lost about 19% of the fleet, including the battleship Forbidden Library. The battleship's Tome of Ambition and Proper Betrayal are unable to move under their own power. One trap. A single trap, and the King in Yellow had almost destroyed them. And the rest of the fleet. Another 20 to 30% are no longer fit to do any skirmish before emergency repairs are completed. About half of the pre-war fleet can sail and fight, but all the capital warships are damaged, beginning with your flagship. Crystal Labyrinth and Cursed Ambition, the para-human sorceress swore, trying to keep her calm, and failing in the process. One more trap like this, and the natural selection will return alone to Malfi. We have taken control of the entire battle space around the Tyrant Star, the Son of Change's officer pointed out. And once the litany of hatred faded, the King in Yellow stood no chance. But the surviving ships have fled to adopt a defensive position around their home world of death, Militia hotly retorted. And even if they hadn't, that still leaves the Tyrant Star itself. Almost half of her fleet was gone or crippled, and of all fleets present, hers had not suffered the most fatalities, absolute or proportionally. Perturabo and his cybernetic abominations, for example, had lost 20 space hulks, and Psianch only knew how many millions of daemon engines with them. Victory is a very distant dream, Sons of Change, the ruler of Malfi announced sternly. The Queen of Blades was not part of the King in Yellow's plan, but her intervention at this point only limited the disaster, and the day is far from over. As if her words had been heard, there were more cosmic fires and nova-bright explosions coming from what had recently been the Fortress of Arrogance. Granithor/Comus, the Tyrant Star. The Gateway of Fools. Knight-errant Samtik Merher. At last, war had come to the Tyrant Star. It had been a long time, but Samtik remembered Prospero. The Knight-errant remembered the skies in flames. He had not forgotten how his home world had burned. Today it was the 11th Legion's turn to fight on its devastated home world. Or rather, it was the turn of their dead. There were no battle cries, and no sign of panic. The planet had been fortified and prepared. Shields were activated. Eldritch sorcery burned everywhere, its effect focused on providing air defense. And then the lance from the heavens struck. On the ground, it seemed as if 1,000 gods had hurled their spears. Samtik saw many shields in the distance collapse. Thankfully, the one he was hiding under didn't. They really don't care whether the planet survives or not, do they? In the next seconds, the orbital fire intensified, before the next level of devastation arrived. If the lances striking from orbit were the spears of the gods, then what followed were the hammers. Even from below, it was easy to recognize them for what they were, ships wrecks. Whether they once belonged to the King in Yellows or his enemies, the result was the same, they were thrown against the planet, forcing the massive guns to reveal themselves in order to diminish the damage. A murderous game of fire and counter-fire began. At some point, an admiral in orbit must have thought the defenders were weakened enough. The skies shrieked as a mass of daemon engines descended at their maximal speed to send the undead to their second graves. There were so many of them for a moment Samtik believed they were going to create a miniature eclipse. But they did not. Anti-air batteries, ranging from Titan-sized to mere chassis installed on alterations of the Hydra tanks, waited for them. Many guns which revealed themselves were destroyed, but each seemed to reap many held rakes and other winged daemon engines before dying. Time to find another hideout, I believe. The Knight-errant had all the confirmation he needed. The enemy assaulting the planet was sworn to the archenemy. Therefore any of the belligerents, as far as Samtik was concerned, was very bad news. The best outcome he could hope for was that they would wipe each other out. Alas, he didn't think he would be that lucky. For the moment, he needed to find a way to hide, and to leave the planet. Samtik considered several scenarios, and didn't arrive at any conclusion he had not arrived at before. The skeletons were enemies. The Knight-errant wasn't sure he could pilot one of their starfighters or other space-capable aircraft even if he somehow managed to steal one, and so on. The webway gate remained. Yes, it had looked like it was destroyed, but maybe the long ears had repaired it in the meantime? Or maybe it repaired itself if enough time passed. Samtik would be the first to admit he knew very little about the ancient Xenos species. But as the skies burned crimson and black, with more orbital strikes hammering the 11th Legion's redoubts, Samtik decided it might very well be his best option. Of course, returning to that place wasn't easy, not without attracting the kind of attention non-Chaos Astartes wanted to avoid. It took him a long time before he was able to retrace his steps back to the place where Inquisitor Contessa had disappeared, and Samtik stopped well short of it. He stopped, because there was a multicolored clad Xenos dancing in front of him. Rejoice, for you are saved, human. Samtik tried to draw his bolter. Something looking like a whip struck like a snake, and went to fix around his neck, beginning to strangle him. Please do not try to resist. Ha! Ha! There was a sound of thunder, and Samtik lost consciousness. When he reopened his eyes, he felt as if little time had passed, though that didn't mean anything on the world of the undead armies. Samtik saw no Eldar dancing in his field of vision, and so he stood as fast possible, trying to assess. What? No, this wasn't possible, this was. But his eyes weren't betraying him. The demigod had changed a lot since the Great Crusade, but it couldn't be an impostor. It was really him. Lord Dorn, Samtik knelt. I am yours to command. High orbit above the Tyrant Star. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. Warlord Lodorasarin, the blood rose. The last undead battleship disappeared in a phenomenal explosion, and at last, the fleets had complete orbital superiority above the Tyrant Star. Lodora didn't find any reason to rejoice. Not when the captain of the Conqueror felt the sheer power building on the planet offering itself to her gaze only too clearly. The Blood Rose was unable to tell how long this battle had raged since they entered the system. Any instrument capable to measure time was giving random answers between millions of years and microseconds, but bitter experience suggested they were way too close to the 13th fateful day. The probes have been smashed apart. Kosalax reported. What they tell, this planet is nothing but a succession of redoubts, trenches, and citadels. Don't forget the landmines, the tens of thousands of anti-air guns, and the trillions of skeletons waiting for us. The Space Marine snorted. As if anyone could forget them, Warlord. There was a short pause. The World Eater knew no fear, like all Astartes, but he wasn't Karn. Like her, he had all too good an idea of the true cost it was going to take to secure a beachhead on this planet. How do you want the warbands to proceed? There is a small planetary section where the shields have completely failed, and the splendid massacre is neutralizing the enemy there as we speak. Any other day, I would say this is where our main effort must go, Lodora began darkly, but unfortunately, we can't afford to wage an entire planetary campaign. The schemes of the King in Yellow are extremely close to coming to fruition, and if we land too far away from the enemy's greatest stronghold, we will lose all our chances of stopping that undead abomination before it is too late. Kosalax cleared his throat. I can't disagree with the reasoning, Warlord, but the greatest stronghold is massively fortified. Transformed engines hissed in fury, and the hololithic representation of a colossal ziggurat flashed into existence before them. Despite the blood-infused projections of the blood god and its servants, the mere vid cast of it cast a significant baleful aura over her command bridge. Each approach of this ziggurat is defended by 13 major defensive positions, Kosalax explained, pointing out some of the monstrous anti-warship guns and major citadels. And that's just what the enemy allowed us to see. As one could expect from a competent enemy, the entire theater is heavily shielded, both by archaeotech from the Great Crusade and witchery, to which rare Xenos tech must have been added. The servants of Tsianch have already confirmed all sorts of entropic curses are active everywhere. The skeletons and all servants of the King in Yellow have been immunized to it, but none of our troops are. And we lack the time and the specialists to develop countermeasures. Lodora did not grind her teeth in frustration, but by the brass citadel, it was not for a lack of inclination. The lack of time to stop the King in Yellow would always have been a given that they from the start had a mere 13 days to stop the 11th Primarch. But the slaughter of many elite units was solely on Angren's head. Summon the Council of Blood, Kosalax. One by one, the survivors answered. They should have been 8 of them. They were only 5 left. Lodora didn't know of Hecatae's fate since the Blood Muse had saved the battle after destroying the King in Yellow's elaborate trap. She may be alive, but the captain of the Conqueror wasn't going to bet her fleet on it. But if the Eldar's fate was uncertain, the 2 others were confirmed dead. Both Saint Just de Montbars and Warlord Ghostfire had perished with their flagships. In the latter's case, the demise had come by ramming one of the space hulks. There would have been nothing to bury if they had the time to organize funerals. Which they did not. While I can't be sure due to the temporal anomalies, I believe the 13th day of this battle has begun, the female warlord began without wasting time with salutations and other useless preamble. We have to land as close as to the great ziggurat of the King in Yellow as possible, and secure a beachhead. Commander Eclipse. Yes, Chosen. The leader of the blood caste saluted. Due to your own losses and your greater discipline, you are to serve the dual role of our strategic reserve and guarding our backs. With due respect, General Gore of the Gore Warriors grunted in displeasure. The trap with the Fortress of Arrogance was the last trick the Bag of Bones had left. That's the sort of stupid idea that almost cost us the battle. Lodora glared at him. We are not going to repeat Angren's disastrous mistake. Am I clear? One by one, they lowered their eyes, even Karn. His armor was soaked in a second layer of blood paint, and since the skeletons didn't bleed, Lodora had a dark certainty exactly which troops the betrayer had spent his time slaughtering when the litany of hatred raged. The Conqueror is going to devastate a large shielded zone where several redoubts and kill zones bar the way, Lodora announced in a voice of implacable command. Then we unleash all the legions of the blood god, demonic and mortal. The Tyrant Star. The Eternity Plains approaches of the nameless ziggurat. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Everyone had known there would be no element of surprise on the Tyrant Star. There hadn't been any in the first place from the moment they entered the system, why would there be in the lair of the beast? But there was absence of surprise, and then there was the term killing ground. The Tyrant Star was the latter. Unleash me. Make sure the chaos is complete. Antwer proclaimed, its malevolent joy evident to all. Shut up. Militia retorted. For reasons that were incredibly obvious in hindsight, the Black Blade sounded less and less sane. Calamity and disaster had struck the coalition aiming to put an end to the King in Yellow's reign, and for the demonic entity, the emotions and deaths were akin to a delicacy. Axenia, demolish this bastion. Anubian cult, we need stability on the flanks. Go. For all her best attempts to maintain some cohesion, the battlefield was pure madness. Of course, the enemy armies could bear most of the blame for that. The entire planet was a series of barracks for the King in Yellow's undead forces, and that included the tunnels under their feet. According to the cults which had reported back, there was a maze of tunnels there, and many forts had already been located, along with other nasty surprises. Fate decreed your destruction. Flamers of Tsianch were conjured by the hundreds of thousands. But such was the sheer lethality of the battlefield that they on average had only enough time to spray their alchemical fires once or twice before being banished back to the warp. Obviously, wherever a flamer exploded, the skeletons were cremated, and not getting back up anymore, but not every cultist could advance in the wake of this pyrokinesis conflagration. And even if they did, there always seemed to be one more gun, one more trap, and one more battalion of undead to stop the advance. As for screamers, which she had initially placed very high hopes on, they were proving essentially useless. The Tyrant Star was a nightmarish bastion boasting an endless number of anti-air guns, and while demons should be more resistant to them than to blades, the aerial servants of the Architect of Fate couldn't do anything as bone spikes and other lethal ammunition darkened the sky. Tsianch. For Tsianch. Death to the King in Yellow. Death to the King in Yellow. Let the galaxy burn. The attack resumed, spearheaded by millions of pink horrors. And the battlefield burned indeed. The lesser demons opened the way, and for every gun which was revealed, a punitive sorcery bombardment blinded most of your senses. The air burned, changed, and grew insanely saturated by the power of the warp. The ground where landers crashed onto began to twist in blue and pink color. Broken skeletons began to mutate. The advance gained ground. On certain worlds, that would have meant hundreds of kilometers. Here, it was closer to 200 meters, and there were countless banishments for every single meter they had claimed. But every little footstep was important. Every push allowed them to deploy more and more troops, to summon more and more legions of Tsianch onto the battlefield. We should commit the Knights of House Mandraker now. Boroskin snarled, as the Space Marines rotated out of the line to replenish their ammunition. No. Militia shook her head. I won't commit Tyrannosaurus Rex and all our most important units until we have a sufficient landing zone. The batteries of the enemy are still able to slaughter a third of the transports we send with each wave. But they could. Besides, they would be superb targets for the super heavy artillery of the enemy the moment they enter into the fray. You can't be sure of that. It is a question of firepower, Boros, and so far, outside of orbit, we aren't the ones who. Once again, the skies burned in an inferno that had nothing to do with physical laws. If the para-human sorceress had not known better, she would have said it was a comet. But as it was. Angren, Militia whispered, truly afraid. It is Angren, and he is falling. You're not serious. One of the Space Marines by her side protested. No one is strong enough to simply hurl a Daemon Primarch hundreds of thousands of kilometers away like a modified ramming asteroid. It wasn't a whisper, but it was as if the galaxy was silenced for a heartbeat, and the billions of warriors and demons had no choice but to hear her. Disappointing. The Queen of Blades spoke, wherever she was. And then Angren crashed into the Tyrant Star. The entire planet screamed as the impact and the significance of the gesture seeped into reality. It would have banished plenty of greater demons, Militia knew. Yet impossibly, Angren stood once again, nightmarish vision of carnage and despair incarnate. Hardly uninjured, one of his wings being entirely gone. Most of his brass and bronze armor was falling apart, and his red skin bled rivers of blood in their own right. The enormous black blade had been broken in half, and it was rapidly discarded for a black axe taken straight from the claws of a bloodthirster. Hate you. Blood. Hatred. Skulls. This is a mad beast. A Magister uttered, aghast. Certainly, Militia agreed. But you go to war with the armies you have, not the armies you want. Maybe they had been spying upon her, maybe it was coincidence, but the skies above her illuminated once more, and this time tens of thousands of extremely dangerous rockets were precipitated over the Tyrant Star, with hundreds of thousands of Skaven strapped to them. Where so far the warp summons landing and waging war had been essentially limited to the legions of blood and change, this was no longer the case. An ocean of plague bearers took to the battlefield on her right flank, and it was the vanguard of a vast number of Thunderhawks and Stormbirds in the disgusting decaying livery of the Death Guard. Would it have killed them to coordinate with us? This was the only imprecation the Malfian sorceress allowed herself before closing her mouth and keeping her fury in check. They want to become the masters, not the slaves. Antwer told her mockingly. Oh, and it looks like the Lord of Iron has decided to grace you with his help, a bit late, but it is the thought that counts, right? The battle raged for about 20 heartbeats before the Myrmidon androids arrived. As for the battle for Dust and the other engagements of the Granithor system, there was no actual human visibly in command of the automatons. And by automatons, Militia meant it. No matter how intense the suppressive fire coming from the King in Yellow's strongholds, the Myrmidon androids were advancing with no care for their own casualties. They had no self-preservation. They weren't showing any sign of humanity. The para-human sorceress shivered. Even if those samples hadn't a ninth of the capacities their forebearers of the Dark Age took for granted, it was bad enough. It was a tide of iron, much like the 11th Legions and its auxiliaries were a tide of bone. That the hosts sworn to Tsianch did badly need their assistance was not sufficient to quiet her unease. It was important that the King in Yellow's supremacist plan failed, yes. But the Malfian sorcerer covens weren't bleeding to replace one tyrant of bone with one of metal and cybernetics. We have mass teleportations flaring up. The space hulks are about to transfer something. The Magister didn't have to finish the sentence. The Tyrant Star shook incredibly violently, and between the brutal war zone separating the Conqueror's forces from hers, Chaos Titans began to materialize. 30 Scout Titans, so heavily modified she couldn't tell if they had been originally warhounds at the beginning or new classes. 14 warlord battle titans, some of them clearly having once served in the Legio Furines, the tiger eyes of Enceladion. 2 war master titans, with enormous warp cannons mounted on the arms that looked like a new design. They are iron within, iron without. The battlecry resonated from every direction, and what felt like the most brutal artillery bombardment in existence was directed at the undead redoubts. When it paused after 10 minutes, maybe, everything in front of the android army was just gone. There was nothing left. And then the warp screamed one more time. A last titan trampled the vanquished skeletons of the tyrant star. Unconsciously, everyone took a few steps back. This wasn't an emperor titan, of that Militia was certain. For all its mutations of beast titan, Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't that big, no matter if it adopted a bipedal station or not. It was something bigger. It was a mountain of destruction, a great tower bristling with the most enormous and devastating weapons ever invented by the Hell Lords of the Mechanicum and the Warpsmiths of the Iron Warriors. It was so tall that even the War Master Titans looked small, barely managing to reach the top of its legs with their 40 meters height. It was a weapon of pure annihilation. And it was in the hands of a Primarch that had proven beyond doubt he was the least reliable of all the fallen sons of the Emperor, yes, even compared to the one serving anarchy. The Lord of Iron is ready. You will advance. Iron within. Iron without. The 13th gate approaches the nameless ziggurat. Primarch Omegan. Perturabo's strategy had not changed since the end of the Siege of Terra. It could be described as a maximum of firepower delivered in a synchronized dance of destruction. Malal hated it. This is too orderly. Make him stop change. More anarchy. Send the Ishan saboteurs. To his complete lack of surprise, the last proposal was really popular, and Omegan had no choice but to send some lesser rats to serve the purposes of his deity. The Primarch of the Anarchy Legion felt it was a mistake, but as long as he could more or less think clearly, not attracting the attention of the various heads of Malal was his utmost priority. Even if Perturabo's way of war had been efficient so far as long as you didn't consider the fact he had let the Kiernate and Xiantian hosts bleed themselves on the Black Sands, his brother and he had never been close, and with them both having abandoned their mortal bodies, their relationship had severely degraded. Omegan could have forgotten that, if there wasn't that absurdly tall monstrosity that had been given the name of Lord of Iron. And by the way, the 20th Primarch found the name particularly stupid, because it was no longer clear if you were referring to the Primarch or the Titan. But as long as one mentioned the latter, the slave of anarchy had a very bad feeling. All these armies of Myrmidon androids, all these space hulks, all these titans, plus the millions of daemon engines committed so far, they hadn't been built after Fenris and Macrage. The warp was unpredictable, but there was some causality, even in the Eye of Terror. This was an industrial effort which must have started after Weaver destroyed Kamarak and Slaanesh died. And since the rise of anarchy and the Black Crusade had not been foreseeable at that point in time, this meant these creations of steel and cybernetics were not intended to fight against the King in Yellow, since no one knew at that point the 11th Primarch had survived. The only possible targets were the Imperium and the legions inside the Eye, and his intuition told him it was not the former. Stop these frontal assaults. Omegan ordered as another wave of Verminus warriors was incinerated by previously hidden machine guns. Stay at long range, and support the Forge Fiends. Of course, as anarchy willed it, a few vermin soldiers took it upon themselves to interpret support as disassemble the weapons of the Forge Fiends. Evidently, the Skaven realized quickly that a Forge Fiend, for all that it was a long-range engine of destruction, was also capable of mauling and annihilating the troops of anarchy at close quarters. Then a green gate was summoned into existence 10 meters away, and one of his brothers emerged from it. Omegan, Mortarion saluted. Mortarion, the currently human-headed Daemon Primarch saluted back. Have you come to join me in admiring the result of Perturabo's armored fist? Whatever else you could say about it, it was really something you didn't see every day. Over 40 titans, escorting what had certainly to be the largest war walker in existence. There were hundreds of knight-sized machines, and tens of thousands of daemon engines playing the role of mobile artillery, the most common breed being of course the Forge Fiends. Soul Grinders, Defilers and the relatively recent Decimators were operating at close quarters, crushing billions of bones to powder. More conventionally, there were tens of thousands of middle and heavy tanks. The artillery, towed and self-propelled, could not be counted by the unit, but for the brigades, such were its numbers. No. The Grim Reaper-looking Primarch answered. Too bad. It is something worth seeing once. And to think he lost a colossal number of assets when trying to storm Dust. As the Myrmidon androids revealed their true numbers, Omegan acknowledged the space hulks were more likely than not a relay point to transfer the assets needed to, not really a transport containing the units sent away from the Eye of Terror. Most of the titans couldn't have been stored inside a space hulk anyway, given how dangerous and unstable most hulks were once you got inside. Perturabo must have installed functional warp gates in each of his space hulks. The ziggurat is getting closer. It is time we break them and reach the lair of the 11th. Yes, yes. No, no. As always, Malao was of no use in determining a course of action. In the end, Omegan felt time was running out. The ritual would soon be complete. They had to storm the nameless ziggurat and destroy whatever the King in Yellow was using to power his deathly ritual. Very well, brother. Alpharius Twin drew his anarchic spear, while as always, Mortarion had his sinister silence, a power scythe so tall no one but a primarch would stand a chance of wielding it as expertly as him. We take the field. What followed was something few had witnessed since the siege of Terra, 4 primarches leading a general assault on enemy positions. Obviously, except Mortarion and him, they all stayed clear from each other inevitably in the case of Perturabo, as the Lord of Olympia had not stepped down from his titan. But there was something exhilarating about all of them throwing themselves into the melee once more. They unleashed their power, and the skeleton armies were unable to even slow them down. Bone copies of various daemon engines, super heavy bone artillery, hundreds of undead space marines, and of course more skeletons, human and xenos, than one primarch could possibly count tried to stop them. It was in vain. Angren, as always, was rampaging and likely claiming the greatest tally, but none of the other brothers were far behind. The advance, which had been progressing at a steady race, was now a slow run. Above and below the ground, incredibly contagious diseases attacked the bone constructs. Complex sorceries made sure the dead stayed dead. The titans and the mobile artillery never stopped firing, and while barrels exploded left and right, there were always more cannons to replace them. Soon enough there were no more defenses between them and the nameless ziggurat. It was a thing of dread. It was a construction that had not been imagined and built by the living. It was floating effortlessly in the air, about 20 meters above the ground, despite the fact it had to be the size of a small hive, and that there was no sign of any technology powering anti-gravity plates, or anything that could replicate it, truth be told. As for the accesses, the only way to enter, if you didn't have wings, seemed to be making use of the 13 suspended bridges which linked the Tyrant Star to this ultimate citadel. As the suspended bridges reeked of sorcery, Omegan could say without risk of being wrong these entranceways were a trap. But, as he took a step forwards, new space marines appeared, and these ones looked similar to the Mordarch he had killed before. There were only 5 of them. It looked like the losses had been significant for the enemy too. The rejoicing had to wait, for a familiar yellow-cloaked figure, one having donned a sinister crown, stepped out of a gate of bones that hadn't been there a moment ago. How nostalgic, the voice was cold, dead, and yet managed to be cruel and threatening. Mortarion, Alpharius Omegan, Perturabo, and of course Angren the so easily baited. A cohort of skeletons took position just in time, as the Red Angel charged. What followed was another massacre of bones and undead constructs, but for the sake of the conversation, everyone chose to not comment on that. Are you ready to concede defeat? Mortarion asked bluntly. It is not too late for you. Decay will claim your legion. It is not a pleasant fate, but it's better than the one you will receive if the 4 tear apart what's left of your soul. No, no. The voices of anarchy shrieked and screamed, finding the idea particularly intolerable. But their tantrums quickly ended, as the 11th Primarch answered with a disdainful sound. I will never bend the knee to the pretenders who enslaved you, brother. The scepter of skulls twirled, but after an instant, it ceased, and was once again used as a walking stick. I am the rightful master of eternity. Why would I concede defeat? The forces assembled for the final assault, Omegan replied in a reasonable tone, might provide a clue or two as to why your surrender might be preferable. The King in Yellow said a word in a language sounding like one of the Talern dialects. In the next second, a titanic ray of light of purple-black was expelled from the top of the nameless ziggurat. Immediately, new waves of the dead dug out of the arid and lifeless ground by the billions. Omegan could feel them, all the rituals which had been cast here. 13 times 13 smaller ziggurats teleport onto the battlefield, flanking the approaches of the 5 Chaos armies towards the ultimate bastion of the 11th Legion. This is the end for all of you. An enormous sarcophagus was released on the slopes of the nameless ziggurat, and before they could even think about striking it, pariah power was expelled into a battlefield-sized shockwave. The Daemon Primarches were among the greatest servants of chaos. They could resist it, though their power diminished. But the legions behind them weren't that lucky. Ruthlessly, violent, millions upon millions of demons were banished from this world, and with this warped discordance, thousands of psychers and sorcerers died screaming as their packs failed, something devoured them from the inside, or another unpleasant demise struck them. And of course on each ziggurat and new defensive position, there were thousands of space marines, the legionnaires of the 11th, prepared to unleash hell. Surrender and embrace eternity, brothers. Never, Omegan swore. Never. Mortarion replied. Never, Perturabo thundered. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Angren, for once, was not wrong. So be it. Since you don't want to serve, you will be exterminated and re-enslaved to my will once my triumph is complete. The skies turned entirely black-purple as the King in Yellow said the words. Without any warning, a tempest of black lightning struck the Lord of Iron, breaking through its void shields like they didn't exist in the first place. And the Titan began to fall. Before the nameless ziggurat, the kill zone. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Trapped. Again. The moment the ziggurats were teleported, Militia knew what was coming. They had fallen into one of the King in Yellow's traps, again. That this time there had been no alternative was little consolation. While a sort of long rectangular kill zone was created, the para-human sorceress could guess it wouldn't have mattered if, instead of a western approach, they had tried an eastern, northern, or southern one. The undead reserves were clearly prepared to counter their assault. Nothing really mattered now. Nothing but breaking free of the trap. The first idea that came to her mind was to try to storm the nameless ziggurat, the dread bastion of horror and death. She squashed that line of thought immediately. The ritual that the 11th Primarch couldn't afford to have disrupted was inside it. There was no way the enemy would be lax with its defenses. The fact that suddenly Angron, Daemon Primarch, charged the immense ziggurat and was stopped by psi-tech devices was all the confirmation she needed. If the Red Angel thought slamming his ugly mug into the enemy's defenses was a good idea, then he was certainly wrong. The lesser ziggurats. By good fortune, most of the Xiantian host was defending the right flank of the Chaos armies. Prepare all your most powerful spells, and focus your fire on a single target. We will destroy them one by one. The King in Yellow thinks he has us trapped? Let us show him he is wrong. This was a speech of defiance, and it was sorely needed, because the enemy space marines opened fire, and the sorcery wielding on the other side proceeded to slaughter countless cultists and soldiers. With the banishment of the legions of change, the mortals were left to hold the line. The mortals and the parodies of men of iron, but as the tallest titan in existence was smacked around and fell upon its own host, the reliability of the cybernetic troops, which had never been noted for its adaptability, dropped considerably. Is Perturabo dead? One magister decided to ask the idiotic question, of course. Don't be stupid. Militia answered as quickly as possible. A Daemon Primarch doesn't die so easily. Which didn't mean it couldn't be banished, and the King in Yellow had clearly sucker-punched his brother. Somehow, losing a titan of that size, well, Militia doubted it was according to plan. Ready? Fire. Fire at will. The warp roared, and etheric ray guns illuminated the darkness that had just been conjured by the enemy. Spells tore apart the illusions and the countermeasures of the undead. The Malfian armies closed ranks and took defensive positions. More demons were summoned. The tyrant star shook as after an onslaught of 1,000 sorcerers, the first lesser floating ziggurat crashed, upon a massive army of skeletons that had just stormed out of vast tunnels. Ha! How sad for them! Antwer laughed evilly. Their calamity is my satisfaction. Kill them all. Despite the joy of the demonic sword, things weren't going well at all. Militia called the ships in orbit to organize a deployment of the reserve force, but when communication was established, it was revealed reinforcement was impossible. Enormous rifts had opened, and someone had released millions of naval mines. As long as a safe lane wasn't cleared, Titan transports and the heavy macro haulers necessary to land a massive amount of troops would simply die accomplishing nothing. As for teleportation, it was impossible, the jamming of the beacons was simply too powerful. They had to bring down as many lesser ziggurats as possible, and they had to do it fast. Unfortunately, there were only two armies which had understood that, the one commanded by Lodarisarin, and hers. As far as the Myrmidon androids were concerned, the directive hadn't changed, they were to attack the nameless ziggurat straight on. The servants of the Lord of Iron at least had the excuse of being leaderless and incapable of disobedience. The rats and the worshippers of diseases didn't have it, but they nonetheless pressed on, heedless of the monstrous casualties they were taking, no matter that the power of the defenses seemed to rise, not decrease, as they pressed their attacks. Send them messengers. We need assistance bringing the flanking ziggurats, or we're all going to fail. Already the landing zones were under attack. The undead Astartes were decimating her infantry. It was likely going to take years for Malfi armed forces to recover from that, and this was if a corps of veterans survived the day in the first place. The three armies marching for the nameless ziggurat are ignoring us. Militia had thoughts about it before, but at this point, she fully acknowledged that this campaign should have been commanded by a war master of chaos, or any equivalent the gods could agree upon. There were 5 army commands, and everyone was pursuing completely different goals with incredible weapons that weren't deployed for the same reasons. That could only result in disaster, no matter the military skills of each army commander. Hell, it was clear the Kiernate army and the Daemon Primarch of Kern didn't have the same goals and priorities. So technically, there were at least 6 different factions. More demons came to reinforce them, including 3 Lords of Change. The ruler of Malfi only felt it came too late. They had downed 3 lesser ziggurats now, but that left too many, and a glance at what was happening on the left flank told her Lodarisarin had not been able to do better. They were losing ground. It wasn't a large amount of land, but with each meter they were forced to abandon, they lost dozens if not hundreds of dead behind them. And the power of undeath was growing so powerful that the Anubian cult was no longer able to keep the defunct soldiers in a lifeless state. But there was more. For all the fanatical resistance of some cults, the landing zones behind them were beginning to be overrun, the fortresses conquered a few hours ago returning to their previous owners. If the naval mines in orbit weren't cleared soon, then she would have nowhere to land her reinforcements. You can still flee, child. The words were coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. For you to shoot my retreating forces like elephants in a corridor? No thank you. She retorted derisively. Militia wasn't arrogant enough to assume herself the equal of a primarch in terms of battle experience and global strategy, but she knew that it was when an army was routed that the butcher's bill could rise to monstrous proportions. If there was a situation that was ripe for an epic massacre, it was this one. I will self-destruct all the ziggurats you have some trouble with, the old monster promised, and my servants will be banished temporarily. The para-human sorceress' eyes narrowed in mistrust. Yes, out of the goodness of your heart, I presume. Cold laughter answered, like a cruel imitation of human behavior. No. You will give me your black blade as payment. You will deliver me Antwer. This will be the price of your salvation, and the final lesson you shouldn't have tried to meddle with mysteries you had no proper understanding of. What? No. Don't give me to him, Majestrikes. I remain your most obedient servant. Oh shut up, Antwer. Militia rolled her eyes. I have heard my quota of improbable lies for today. The problem was that as far as desperate situation went, this one really began to smell badly, and it wasn't because of Nerglite cultists. They really were trapped in a cauldron of death. Half of the Daemon Primarches were not giving commands to get out of this trap, and the other half had decided that as long as they broke through in the nameless ziggurat, whatever happened to their armies was irrelevant. Unless they were granted a miracle, they were going to die here. Have you made your decision, child? In the end, it was the incredibly arrogant voice that made her decision for her. Militia freely admitted she had made some bad choices over the years, but this king in yellow was making her really, really angry. If you want to have Antwer, the chosen of Tsianch Spat, you are welcome to have it. You will just have to take it from my cold dead hands. What she said. Go destiny unwritten. Spank his old bones. Needless to say, the king in yellow wasn't exactly happy with the answer. You signed your own death warrant, foolish child. But let it not be said I am an unreasonable god. Once you will be joining your fallen in a pool of your own blood, I will indeed make sure you bow before me and deliver your weapon into my possession. That's your dream scenario. I happen to disagree. Your armies can still be vanquished. My armies are endless and eternal, the seething hatred could definitely be heard now. Had she touched a sensible point? They can't be vanquished. The ferocious roar managed the impossible, it nearly instantly stopped all the fighting. Militia gaped, and she wasn't the only one. This couldn't be true, first the Cymurk and now. And then the skies began to turn green. Many explosions rocked the orbital space above their heads. Strikes from the heaven resumed. One by one, impossibly, the lesser ziggurats began to fall, before millions of astonished eyes. The undead armies had to flee to avoid being pulverized by their own redoubts. Entire companies of enemy Astartes teleported away in catastrophic disarray before their firing platforms crashed onto the tyrant star. And belligerent screams continued, announcing the turning of the tide. Waig. Waig. Somewhere in space closed the tyrant star. Grey Knight's battle barge Fire of Dawn. Grand Master Stark. For all the best efforts of the prognosticars, there had been no prediction that the greenskins were about to involve themselves in the bloodbath of the Calyx Hell Stars. But for once, the arrival of the orcs was not something the Grand Master of the Second Brotherhood was unhappy with. There were truly few loyal souls in this system, but an abundance of traitors. Simple logic dictated the ramshackle fleet hurling itself at the various heretical formations was going to increase their enemies' losses. Last and most precious benefit, the orcs by random luck seemed to have disabled one of the King in Yellow's traps at the worst moment possible from the trap maker's perspective that is. The orcs seemed to divide themselves into two sub-fleets, Brother Captain Angkor reported after a few seconds of silence to study the situation. The loud boasts they're broadcasting on every possible frequency suggest two beasts of mid-level importance allied with each other, and now they're trying to accomplish their own objectives. The first, which seems to have stolen advanced Xenos guns somewhere, is moving to board one of the 4th Legion's modified space hulks. The Grand Master of the Grey Knights didn't show any emotion outwardly, but deep inside, he allowed himself a wince at the bad news. An orc in command of a space hulk-sized warship was not good news for the Imperium, or anyone in this galaxy at all. But his mission was not to destroy the orcs. And Stark knew that the Second Brotherhood would likely not have the strength to accomplish it anyway before running out of time. The first Orc subfleet was 40 ships strong. He, on the other hand, had just the Fire of Dawn, and the Second Brotherhood wasn't at full strength. The ruinous powers had tried their utmost to make sure the Knights of Titan would not reach this battlefield before it was over, and unfortunately, that the Blades of Victory as the Second Brotherhood was known were alone was proof the archenemy had not triggered countless uprisings and engineered mass daemon summonings in vain. The second subfleet? Stark asked. They are moving through the minefields in the typical Orcish way. Which meant, as everyone in the galaxy knew, that the Orcs were clearing the minefield by throwing their warships into it, and trusting their Xenos' luck that some might arrive alive once there were no more naval mines to detonate. It looks their warboss was offended that they didn't invite them to this battle, and the Greenskins were in a hurry to correct the situation. Many new stars were born briefly as the Orc vanguard disintegrated and thousands of naval mines blew up at once, taking at least 6 cruiser-sized Orc ships with them. Certain fleets were trying to reinforce their beleaguered forces on the Tyrant Star. By a turn of irony, most of the Chaos factions had kept their corrupted Tau factions in reserve, along with other Xenos. It wasn't good news, for it confirmed the archenemy was placing great importance on its semi-disciplined elites. But overall, the situation in orbit of the Tyrant Star was complete chaos. The King in Yellow's lieutenants were counterattacking, sending fire ships against the largest squadrons of the different heretic fleets. The Space Hulks were particularly targeted, as suddenly their colossal sizes, the random position of their batteries, and their inability to dodge anything were revealed to be incredible problems. And as much as the Grand Master was enjoying the heretics being on the receiving end of their own medicine, it was impossible to truly rejoice. What say the prognosticators? It seems the intervention of the fools did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough. The King in Yellow's plan has been delayed significantly, but it is not foiled. The Lord of the Blades of Victory knew what the brother captain was about to say before he opened his mouth. Grand Master, the intervention of the Orcs is not going to be enough. While our allies have allowed the strike team to get inside the nameless ziggurat, the main warbands of the heretics were unable to imitate them. The 2 disruptions will have offered some momentary salvation to the traitor Astartes, but they aren't going to reach the inner sanctum of the King in Yellow and end him. As long as the different shields, be they esoteric psychic or merely technological, keep the armies outside of the nameless ziggurat, the purged Primarch wins. The Grand Master examined every facet of the battlefield, trying to find a point which would invalidate what Brother Captain Angkor had laid out. But he found nothing. Very well, Stark nodded. The heretics have had their chance, it's time for the Second Brotherhood to succeed where they failed. Remove the Ether Gold and the weapons beacon from the Umbral Shroud Chamber. The Shadow Noctilith, as so many Inquisitors had nicknamed it in the last months, was the only reason the battle barge Fire of Dawn had been able to sneak into the Granithor system without anyone noticing. The Grand Master was sure this operation was going to have deep repercussions where it came to the battles waged by their chapter, especially when its use was combined with Ether Gold. There were times when they had to stay in the shadows. And there were times when a Knight of Titan had to step into the light to fulfill his oaths. The time of discretion was now over. Now the demons and all those who consorted with them had to burn. We are the Hammer. The Grand Master of the Second Brotherhood called his battle brothers to arms. In the Emperor's name, let none survive. The nameless ziggurat. The throne room. The King in Yellow. The King in Yellow was seething with rage. He had to give the order to retreat to 26 of his armies, and his plan to slaughter the Pretender's armies wholesale had utterly failed, though some measure could perhaps be recovered in time. The situation wasn't full-on desperate, but it always came back to a simple question. How? His plan had been flawless. The ziggurats had been tied to the hourglasses, and the hourglasses were in his throne room, beyond the reach of all of his enemies. How had they managed to? The being which had once been called the 11th Primarch stormed into the vast hall, and felt an immense sense of shock. It was not because he saw several hourglasses being destroyed. The moment several ziggurats fell, the king had understood some of them had been broken. It was because the scene in front of him was of utter madness. As the sands of naderite flowed out of the hourglasses, creating pockets of time anomalies in the process, a parody of a battle was fought. The participants looked like they had been specifically assembled to look like an insult to his magnificence. One was a man, using unstable metal devices that by all rights shouldn't function. His black armor would likely have given shivers to any tech-oriented specialist of any race. The second, who looked like his ally, was a bare-chested squat with an enormous orange mohawk, was wielding a large axe while making atrocious sounds that would never be called music. The third and fourth, their opponents, consisted of a white rat perched on the shoulders of one of those rat ogres that had been hurled by the tens of thousands against his defenses so many times in the last day. Die, my nemesis. The white-furred menace laughed, before throwing another grenade burning with eldritch light. Before the king could summon his powers to stop it, the projectile missed its intended target by a large margin, and ended up destroying another hourglass, making it the 10th out of the 13th he had lost by the fault of these vandals. Enough, The king in yellow shouted, with the Mortarches hurling a salvo to mark his point. You stand in my throne room. Explain yourselves, intruders. This was when the rightful master of eternity heard the clapping. Laughter echoed, somehow managing to be close and yet so very distant. But it was not the laughter of a Citan. With a series of acrobatics no human was capable of, a multicolored being moved to stand between the rat duo and their human enemies. Eldar. The king in yellow had always disliked these manipulating and perfidious Xenos, but after what the Blood Muse had done to his plans, he had really begun to experience hatred for these arrogant scions of a failed empire. Now, the king in yellow perfectly understood why so many human civilizations had had a shoot the Eldar on sight policy during the Great Crusade. Seguruk, the clown spoke with insulting reverence, presents his apologies for the poor theatrical performance. The actors are sub-par. Hey! The parody of a tech priest shouted. Their comedic skills need a lot of work, and we haven't had enough time for a year or two of repetitions, the Harlequin finished, ignoring the interruption. If someone had told him at that moment he needed to pay half of his treasury to watch his Mortarches strangle 100 clowns with their bare hands, the king in yellow would have paid it gladly. Focusing the rage he felt into his scepter, enough energy was channeled through it to kill a titan. If you have any last words to speak before I wipe you out so completely even your god won't be able to save your soul, now is the moment. Your throne is no longer empty, O king in yellow. Torches lit up, and the half of the throne room which had remained hazy and suffering the most from temporal distortions due to the naderite flow was revealed. And it allowed him to see the Eldar had spoken the truth. The king in yellow immediately recognized the challenger, of course. He had gotten older, was missing a hand, but no matter how many scars, the indomitable presence was still the same. Dorn, the lord of the nameless ziggurat hissed in a voice which could have frozen half of Makraj if given sufficient power. You are sitting on my throne. So I am, traitor. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists answered in the same stony calm he had given him millennia ago. What do you intend to do about it? The Eternity Plains approaches of the nameless ziggurat. Captain Boroskan. No Astartes who had survived the siege of Terra and the Legion Wars really believed in miracles, unless they were word-bearers. And these days, there weren't many of the sons of Lorgar left alive. Yet with this battle, they were granted two miracles. The first was all the small ziggurats crashing down inexplicably. The second was the arrival of the orcs. As their landing zone had been overrun, the orcs had crash-landed with their legendary subtlety which could be summed up as shouting and charging like a key-ornate berserker drawing multiple skeleton armies away from the Sons of Change and the other warbands, making it possible for the scribe caste among many other forces to reinforce them at a new landing zone. It was the kind of thing not even the craziest strategist would rely upon before a battle began. But it was happening. There was just a little problem. The two miracles weren't enough. Captain. There aren't enough orcs too. I noticed. Boroskan grunted as he killed 3 more skeletons and trampled several more before they could reform. Not only are the greenskins separated from our ranks by about 6 million undead, they don't have enough firepower to shatter the hosts of the King in Yellow. Arguably, the former was a very good thing, because if the orcs were able to reach them, they would also fight against the Sons of Change and the Coalition's armies, this was a certainty. But the latter wasn't. The orcs were loud and battle-happy, but so far, the only thing that looked more or less capable of making a difference was their night-sized squiggiths. The beasts, for some reason that escaped him totally, were eager to celebrate with a feast of bones, whether they were still living or not was of no importance. But the orcs themselves? No matter how ferocious they were, the greenskins had to attack the redoubts that had just been lost by the 5 main warbands. It was a question of numbers, and the orcs didn't have them. They were arriving in an incredibly dispersed fashion from orbit. Sometimes it was a full warship which crashed in the distance. Sometimes it was an asteroid that the Xenos had somehow towed there before releasing it in the upper atmosphere. Against living human defenders, this would have been devastating. The skies were on fire, the communications were suffering severe degradation. Against an enemy that had fortified the Tyrant Star like the undead commanders did, this was simple suicide, and an invitation to join the skeletons' ranks. If you didn't land or crash anywhere near the positions where the anti-air batteries had been taken out, you might as well take your bolter and kill yourself, it would be an easier and less painful death. Outside the zones they controlled, and there were less and less of them, the skeletons were everywhere and killed everything that had a pulse. A fighting retreat? The enemy space marines are missing now, but we could begin moving towards the nameless ziggurat. Out of the question, Boros shook his head before crushing the skull of yet another skeleton and charging into the masses of enemies once more, killing as many as he could. As long as the shields of that damn bastion aren't lowered, a retreat there just means we'll slowly get cornered. But we are once more at risk of being flanked. Yes, but we at least have a landing zone from which to deploy reinforcements and evacuate critical personnel. Unlike a few minutes ago, there was no risk of complete encirclement, yet. The Sons of Change would not be eradicated today. By the damned walls of Terra. This isn't what we were promised. The gods. The gods help us, Boros interrupted before the idiot said something that would see them all transformed into chaos spawn. You aren't blind surely? They have allowed legions of their servants to be summoned here. The problem was not that the gods didn't help. The problem was that it wasn't enough. If we had 10,000 more Astartes here, we would be able to crush them. Boros sometimes pitied the younger generation. Some really had no idea what kind of training, logistical efforts, and facilities the recruitment of 10,000 Astartes required. Why not wish for a few legions while you're at it? The Astartes captain asked derisively, just as trails of fire illuminated the sky. By the eye. Those are drop pods. Yes. But that raised the question, where were those Astartes coming from? Aside from the ships of Typhus, disabled in the middle of the void battle, there were no more Astartes in reserve in any of the 5 fleets. At best, there were small detachments on the flagships and a few of the battleships. The space hulks may have more androids on board, though given the hundreds of thousands that had been lost so far, Boros wasn't going to bet on it. So where were these Astartes? The sons of the anathema. The demons shrieked. The sons of the anathema come. For the first time since this battle began, the light dawned on the tyrant star. The dark skies and all the sorcery broke, and with each drop pod opening, standards and weapons of radiant gold were revealed. There were merely dozens of grey-plated Astartes wielding them, but they went on the attack nonetheless. And suddenly, for the first time of the Battle of the Tyrant Star, the undead ranks broke without fighting. We are the hammer. For the Emperor. There was a titanic shockwave of light, and skeletons and demons were disintegrated. Get away from them! Boros shouted, as suddenly he saw several fallen space marines mere hundreds of meters away beginning to burn in golden flames. These are loyalist Astartes, and it looks it has to be that cursed Ethergold warlord militia warned us about. The Destiny Unwritten had tried to be reassuring when she had informed them of this issue, saying that the stocks of the Imperium were fortunately so far incredibly limited, and the transmutational change stone would be an adequate counter. It looked like she had been wrong, because each of the 80+ Astartes here were protected by many Ethergold relics, many having been shaped as heraldry shields, the Book and Swords emblem, or some purification seals. There weren't many of them, but they burned the skeletons by the tens of thousands, and the further they expanded their control zone, the more the demons and cultists were burning. There was no choice but to order a fighting withdrawal this time. Boros didn't want to test if the Malfian sorcerer's protections were going to protect him against that. Did you notice, Captain? Notice what? Boros growled at the insolent magister who had spoken. The beating these monsters are delivering to the skeletons and everything that is in their kill zone. No. I mean, yes, but not that. I saw it from my screamer. It looks like 12 of them are preparing what looks like a ritual summoning circle. That is ridiculous. Boros replied automatically. The dogs of the false emperor don't have any forces to summon from the warp. They aren't worshipping demons, last time I checked. When planets burned for the crime of some citizens telling their not beloved clergy that there were other gods more worthy of worship than the god emperor, it wasn't exactly surprising. No, but they have Ethergold, and they are really doing something. We have to stop them. In case you haven't properly examined the situation, we can't even. The golden inferno spread. Between 2 broken ziggurats, the intensity of the light became blinding. If the demons had shrieked before, the sounds they made now were of utter despair. It comes. The hosts of the 4 screamed in fear. It comes. The sleeper has awakened. The anathema has awakened destruction. And it came. Its arrival decreased the light's intensity somewhat, and they could look in its direction again. It was easily the size of a primarch, and it flew over the battlefield on mighty wings. It was an angel. It was cloaked in a halo of light, and when it passed over the grey-clad Astartes, they threw him an enormous sword of Ethergold, which instantly began to burn like it was a miniature sun. It was not human. Boros knew it instantly. He didn't know what it was, but it wasn't an echo of Sanguinius, a living saint like Weaver was supposed to be, or something elevated from the ashes of mankind. It was a living weapon. It was death burning in the Emperor's flames. The angel turned to face the nameless ziggurat. There was no battlecry. There was no grand challenge. There was no speech and no explanation. The Ethergold aura of the sword multiplied tenfold in intensity as the angel wielded it with both hands, and then all of it was expelled towards the ultimate citadel of the King in Yellow. It was apocalypse of golden flames. And when it struck, there was a terrifying shriek. The shields of the nameless ziggurat, shields and sorcery which had kept 4 daemon primarches and thousands upon thousands of sorcerers at bay, those shields were taken down, and as they fell, the angel struck again. The top of the ziggurat was blasted apart, and clouds of purple-black sand were instantly dispersed into the air. And of course, slowly but surely, the floating hive-sized construct began to descend onto the battlefield. It was a controlled arrival, but it couldn't be part of the plan, not with the suspended bridges busy burning in golden flames. There was another golden explosion, and the angel disappeared in a tornado of flames and light. And the space marines who had made it possible, they began to withdraw. They moved strangely at first. Boros would later realize that they had done their best to recover every tiny shard of Noctilith they could from the battlefield, but quickly they teleported out their drop pods, before disappearing themselves. The angel, terrifying presence of light and destruction, didn't reappear. For a couple of seconds, silence reigned on the battlefield. No one was quite sure what to feel about this unprecedented intervention. But soon enough, all eyes turned back to the nameless ziggurat. No matter how it had been done, the fact remained that the ultimate citadel was at last vulnerable. Death to the king in yellow. The gods will it. Death to the false king. The nameless ziggurat. The throne room. Leet. What do you intend to do about it? Leet couldn't honestly say, he had never been so terrified. The thing in front of them couldn't be human. It was simply madness incarnate, with just a yellow cloak to hide the horror. His powers told him to flee, and if an exit appeared on the wall right now, Leet would use it without hesitation. But there was no opening to run away. The only way to leave this throne room was the official entrance, and the dark horror barred the way. I will kill you, Rogel, and I believe I am going to take a significant amount of pleasure in doing so. The king in yellow's words were an angry whisper, as if his previous outburst had forced him to decrease the output of his rage. More torches. Rid me of these clowns. The first purple-black blast hit the rat abomination, throwing the white-furred rodent against an intact hourglass, and since he had prepared an evil spell, the big artifact shattered instantly. 11 down, only 2 left. Leet had already thrown himself behind a pillar in the meantime, but immediately, the undead stopped firing. Risking a glance to satisfy his curiosity, Leet saw it was because all the 5 big skeletons had been returned to the state of lifeless pile of bones. And the other heavily scarred Primarch was pointing his scimitar at the back of the yellow-cloaked horror. Jagatai, the king in yellow hissed, what an unpleasant surprise. As always, your sense of hospitality is a catastrophe, the Primarch of the White Scars replied. What happened to the sacred responsibilities of the host where accredited ambassadors are concerned? I will send your head to the Golden Throne. Ouch, the brotherly affection was inexistent. The next seconds were sheer chaos. Leet thought the horror tried something, and then it seemed as if time itself froze. Or went crazy. Or... Leet didn't really know what happened. Maybe this sand was really dangerous so close to the Primarches. The Tinker was dragged to the left side of the throne by a space marine, where he joined Borak, more space marines, and the Eldar clown who had introduced himself as the laughing bard of the Bone Saga. Yet, the alien buffoon thought they were in the middle of the greatest joke ever. What happened? And if his voice was trembling, yes, it was totally justified. The grand ritual was interrupted, the Primarch of the Imperial Fists answered from the throne. From the corner of his eyes, Leet saw flashes of a golden citadel smashing apart demonic assaults for all eternity. And the shields of the nameless ziggurat are down. Well done, manling, Borak complimented a son of the Emperor. I wasn't involved in this operation. Indeed. No matter the damage, the horror returned, scepter in its yellow gauntlets, crown of dread upon its hood. You were merely the bait. But since the paladins of Malkador are out of my reach, I think you will be the ones to pay the price, Rogel, Jagatai. Strangely, the white-furred rat was nowhere to be seen. Maybe the rodent had been able to use the incident to flee? If it did, this bipedal enemy was maybe the being having the greatest sense of self-preservation instincts in the room. Those are threatening words. The Primarch of the White Scars remarked. But they may need some corrections. I hear them coming. I hear the whines of this dead world shriek and grow silent as they advance. And no one can stop them from storming your defenses now. The words proved, remarkably prophetic. It didn't take 10 seconds before the large gate exploded and countless bits of debris rained down from the ceiling. A cloud of dust and black sand obscured everything for a brief moment. When it ceased to be, Leet wished the gate had stayed closed. The thing which advanced, it strangely resembled one of those hellbrutes that the traitors used as their dreadnoughts. But this one was far, far bigger, and no dreadnought or hellbrute had these awful-looking cannons mounted on the arms. By all the deities of video games in existence, those weren't mounted on the arms, they were the arms. The yellow-cloaked horror sighed. Perturabo. The Purged. And Leet realized with horror that the metallic skull wasn't an emblem or any sign of allegiance, it was the face of the monster. Skynet could go back to the drawing board, this creature was worse than the most horrible Terminator in existence. Would it be too much to hope you have not led the others here? What do you think? They arrived one by one. Each time one did, reality seemed to shriek and his power urged him to disappear, to do something that would teleport him far, far away from this throne room. Even minor glances seemed too much, even with the medallions of ether gold they all wore. Mortarian. If you wanted a movie with a Grim Reaper, this guy was to be hired for the job. The stench of disease and death, it was not something you could get used to. Omegan. This one was, part rat, part monster. And he changed into things that, it just didn't make sense. It seemed the worst, there were places tails and organs shouldn't be, that was, until the ceiling broke, and a demon crashed in. Of all the monsters, this one was really looking the demonic part like none of the others were. Red wings, though one was still in the process of regenerating red skin, an armor that looked like it had been forged in hell, and the rest of the demonic panoply. In its right claw was what looked like the biggest axe in existence. And last and least Angren. The horror finished. What a tender family reunion. Wait. They were, oh damn it, that wasn't even funny. I suppose no one else is coming. Many enemies chose that moment to rush by the destroyed entrance, naturally. No more additional brothers, at least, Mortarion replied. I think Gilliman, Korux, and Russ have other things to do than to participate to this little, family reunion. Let's finish this, the monster of metal declared. Ah, Lord or Iron, are you sure you don't want to share your shame with dear Rogel? No. The metallic growl proved that the provocation had hit its target. I will deal with him after you. You die first. But brother, I am the king in yellow. The yellow cloak opened, but Lead had already closed his eyes. I am already dead. I cannot be killed. There was an instant of silence, followed by powerful screams. But you can't claim the same, brothers. Warlord Lodarisarin, the blood rose. It had been a while since she had seen so many primarchs in a single hall. That was the first thought that crossed Lodara's mind when she stormed into the throne room. The second was that the place had to be warded and modified somehow to contain that much power. A large amount of space was one thing, but there was only so much you could do when the power of the gods was involved. But you can't claim the same, brothers. They came from the monumental breach Angren had created. They were large, though the Blood Rose had seen some larger specimen skulls at Olaner. They were the classical greenskins, eager for battle. MOAR. The brute in crude power armor leading them shouted, his excitement clear. Well, at least someone was having the time of his life. MOAR Daka. MOAR Waaiak. The king in yellow's retaliation was immediate. Purple-black sorcery saturated the air, and a spell of utter destruction hit the orc warboss. In a flash, the greenskin leader was transformed into a smoking corpse. Predictably, the orcs took it as a challenge. Waaiak. They charged. They charged, and in the throne room, save the two mortal primarchs, more or less everyone tried to kill the king in yellow. There were chainswords, chinaxes, bolters, and so many weapons that it would take a few days to properly describe all their technical specifications. It was an onslaught of military and warp power that would have reduced a division to ashes within a minute. And it did absolutely nothing to the enemy they had hunted down in his lair. I cannot be killed. We can't be either, Mortarion retorted, trying to use silence to tear him apart from behind. Tell that to Lorgar. Blood for the blood god. Kill. Maim. Burn. It was total war, and there was no quarter. There never had been in this holocaust. The rats which had reached the throne room in time were ground to dust in mere seconds. Space Marines were broken like they were basic conscripts. The orcs were slaughtered one by one, screaming their battle lust to everyone who had ears to hear. It was a battle where the fighters began to alter the very fabric of reality around them. The throne room was changing. It was taking into it a more gothic air, with the pillars being made of skulls. Walls were bleeding. Statues began to be summoned into existence, representing each of the major participants. The battle temporarily paused when 3 more Space Marines of the Anarchy Legion perished. Not because the main champions cared about their demises, but that everyone needed to reevaluate their strategy. Because if the orcs had been mercilessly slaughtered, none of the primarchs looked any worse for wear, though in the case of Dorn and the Khan, it was because they and their companions hadn't bothered joining the fight. In fact, most didn't have any sign of visible wound from the ordeal. The problem was, that applied to the king in yellow too. You have tried your best. The yellow-cloaked abomination said. This is over. More forces are on their way, Lodara snapped back, and while we haven't been able to deliver the killing blow, you have failed to vanquish us in turn. The yellow hood was slightly inclined after listening to her words. No. You did your best to deliver the killing blow. I, however, was waiting for my ally to take the field. The world convulsed in madness. A song of sheer lunacy and malevolence began to resound. There was a black-purple explosion, and suddenly, the king in yellow was no longer alone, but flanked by 2 beings. The first was easy to recognize. The Cymurg had been sighted both in the Calyx Hellstars and this very system before. The false angel showed a distinct smug expression on her face, one that gave Lodara the urge to charge and ram her spear between her eyes. But the other. Pain. Pain. Sheer agony coursed in her veins. It was suffering, unending suffering. Lodara screamed. Fortunately, her god intervened, and his influence pushed back the attack. The blood rose stood, and was able to properly study the creator of this torment. It looked like a giant praying mantis, one of green color, but with Eldar traits. What have you done? Mortarion seated. Oh? You don't appreciate your weapon in action, brother. This was definitely a jab at the Death Lord, no mistake. Should I reveal to them the truth of what you intended? He is. Dear Mortarion, the irony was so thick everyone could taste it, took one of the shards of the goddess Isha his pretender had confiscated, and tried to turn it into the new queen of decay and pain. I suppose her final transformation would have been fueled by all your demises and mine when he smelled an opportunity. I was in pain, and the voice sounded like an Eldar, damn it, but I know what I must do now. The hybrid of praying mantis and Xenos gave them an innocent smile. The galaxy must learn how to suffer. No. Mortarion growled. Telekinetically, the Cymurg threw an empty helmet at his feet. This belonged to your lieutenant, I believe. Or is it your favorite betrayer? I tend to forget his title. Typhus, the Daemon Primarch of the Death Guard corrected darkly, and you did not kill him. He's one of the slaves you call Daemon Princes now. As far as I am concerned, that is sufficient. He's removed from this game, and maybe many others. I don't think the slaver pretender who holds your leash is going to be very happy with this massive failure. Mortarion struck so fast it was a streak of pus and swamp-colored light. But no matter how fast the attack, the praying mantis hybrid was faster. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the 14th Legion was immobilized, by the two massive blade arms of the praying mantis impaling him. The age of Primarches is at an end, the king in yellow gloated. Meet your bane, Mortarion. She will be my true 13th Mortarch. Behold Drakera, the queen of vengeance and suffering. Mortarion seemed to suddenly burn in an aura of decay and Lodera rushed behind a pillar, and not a moment too soon. The terrifying explosion propelled a colossal amount of poison and toxic things, and it was a good thing her helmet could be void-sealed in an instant. When it ended, there was a terrifying crater where Mortarion had been, and the green carapace of the praying mantis hybrid was cracked in several parts. Recognizing you as a true opponent, but taking a banishment to seal the cycle of enmity rather than facing true death, the king in yellow commented coldly, clever, Mortarion. Clever. Drakera. The thing that had been an Eldar goddess long ago, made a curtsy, accented with her murderous blade, which were covered in the slime of decay, and it didn't seem to hurt her at all. Master, I am your eternal servant. And if these words did not make you shiver, this was because you had no self-preservation instincts. The Death Lord is no longer an immediate problem, but there remains. This was the time 9 sorcery rays erupted from every direction, and at long last the Xiantian force revealed itself. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. For her ambush, Militia had been unwilling to take any chances. Not with the Cymurg revealed as an ally of the King in Yellow. Because of course that scheming bitch had allied itself with the side that wanted to turn the galaxy into a realm of undeath. This was why all her Majestrix golems and harbingers, carefully kept in reserve for this very moment, struck with overwhelming force. Most of the transmutational change stone she had left on her, multiple spells invented by the Anubian cult, and all the power 9 sorcerers of the scribe cult could unleash were hurled at once. The Daemon Primarches were paralyzed by pain, whether they realized it or not, but she wasn't. The Cymurg and the praying mantis Drakera were hammered by hundreds more spells, pushing them away from the king in yellow, and Militia ran. 9 new spells, and then 3 more to unbalance her enemy. The king in yellow conjured an entropic death curse, but this time the para-human sorceress let her true power tank the attack, and then Militia struck, Antwer giving her the kind of power few brutes on her home world would have been able to boast. It was a strike fueled by all the hatred she had accumulated for this being, as so many of her cults and warbands were destroyed. The yellow cloak was severed, and while there was only void, Militia felt Antwer thrust into the void, and the king in yellow gasped. Yes. Antwer laughed. No more eternity for you, 11th son. Something looking like purple-black blood began to seep out of the darkness. The king in yellow mumbled something unintelligible. What are you saying? Are these your final words? Antwer mocked him as she did her utmost to push the demonic blade deeper, and damn, it was hard. What was this darkness based upon? Adamantium? I said. For the first time, there was definitely something sounding like pain in the undead voice. Do you really believe that the decay pretender is the only one I can turn potential servants against? Militia barely saw the sorcery attack coming. If she wasn't a para-human who could endure such an attack thanks to her powers, she would have died there and then. As it was, the sheer power still sent her flying, away from Antwer. And no. Militia conjured a sorcery blade and parried the next strike, fortunately, because the claws would have torn out her throat had she not. Axenia. The Malfian ruler whispered. The former executrix had not changed, but she now wore a bone collar around her neck. I will admit she has proved extremely reluctant to accept my wisdom, the king in yellow admitted, but in due time, she will accept who her rightful master is. Militia would have loved to decapitate him for those words, but Axinia was unleashed, and the para-human sorceress had to fight a duel for her very life. There was nothing she could do as the king in yellow removed Antwer from its incorporeal void. As for the others, the two loyalist primarchs didn't make a move, useless bastards. The Simurgh was telekinetically hammering Angren, leading him on a merry chase. Omegan and his army of rats had to fight against the recovering praying mantis, and the latter was killing dozens of rats with each of her strikes. The only daemon primarch willing and able to act was Perturabo, and the Lord of Iron advanced, firing countless guns and bladed projectiles, justifying the storm of iron tactics he had employed in the past. For a brief moment, Militia dared to hope. Maybe, just maybe, the Lord of the Iron Warriors could disarm the purged primarch, and give her another chance. Axinia was incredibly dangerous, but her dead eyes revealed clearly she wasn't putting everything into the blast. And as the blood rose diverted the entropic sorcery away from the primarch of the Iron Warriors, this hope increased. Obey. This was the end of all things. This was death, the end and the beginning. It was a blow that could have downed titans and gods. Perturabo took it without any shield to protect himself. The super dreadnought-shaped body collided with the cold floor of the throne room, creating a miniature earthquake and enough rumbles to imitate a thundering avalanche. Lodarisarin, while not directly targeted, was too close. She was blown away by the sheer power of the attack. And then it was their turn. Militia saw it coming in slow motion, and all she could do was conjure a shield and pray. It wasn't enough. Antwer, in her hands, had magnified many of her powers and abilities. In the King in Yellows, it was something on a level unimaginable to even the greatest warlords. They rammed the walls, were hammered like dolls thrown by a spoiled child's tantrum. You will obey. We won't. Any human traits Omegan might have held once, the Primarch of the Anarchy Legion had lost them now. It was a gigantic rat now. It was a daemon Primarch in all its chaotic glory. It was the avatar of anarchy. Red-lit eyes were glaring in hatred, and the maw was filled with so many rows of fangs Militia had no wish to be close to them. I'm really beginning to understand why our father wished to usher you in as the fourth power. Her hopes had been crushed, but Militia couldn't help but laugh. They may not been able to prevent the monster from claiming a throne, but it was clear his ability to force the other gods to submit had been utterly broken in this battle. But as you wish, beast. If you don't kneel, you will be eliminated. Antwer delivered another terrible blow, and the daemon Primarch's rat body was decapitated, banishing him back to the warp, certainly for a very long time. There were more terrible sorcery attacks, and just like that, the battle was over. All her harbingers were dead. All her golems were pulverized and torn to shreds. Angren was pinned down against the wall by Dracora, impaled by her blades. Karn the betrayer, she saw no trace of him save his broken axe and a pool of blood, perhaps Typhus' fate had been his as well? Lodarisarin, the captain of the Conqueror, was barely conscious, and bleeding from multiple wounds, some of them quite bad. As for Perturabo, he wasn't conscious anymore. Just exactly how bad had this blow been for his enhanced demonic essence? Much as the very assessment made her despair, Militia knew she was likely the one who had the most strength left of all the fighters committed to the battle, and it wasn't enough. Oh no, it wasn't enough. For as the para-human sorceress stood on shaky legs, Axinia and the Simurgh floated in her direction. Given the smug smile of the Endbringer, Militia was certain this bitch had played a role in how easily the King in Yellow was able to circumvent every failsafe she had placed in the enchantments molding Axinia. What did you say before, child? Ah, yes. I believe it was something about prying the blade of calamity from your cold dead hands. Of all the ways to die, Militia had a feeling this was not going to be one of the painless ones. The heartbeats seemed to slow down to an eternity, and the destiny unwritten prepared for one desperate attack, which was certainly going to be her last. And then the sounds of battle in the distance, which had always been raging since they stormed the nameless ziggurat, they ceased entirely. The throne room seemed to pause in time. Light footsteps were heard. And after a couple of seconds, a familiar golden woman in angelic armor entered the throne room. Militia recognized her, of course. Some of the etheric signature was slightly different than what it had been on the Imga monolith, but there was no way it could be anyone else. This was not the living weapon unleashed by the grandchildren of the anathema against the ziggurat's shields. This was not the false angelic appearance of the Simurgh. It was the angel of sacrifice. It was the destroyer of Kamarak and savior of Makraj. Light seemed to burn within her like a beacon of hope. And beyond the veil, a far distant beacon and winged angels came to support her. Weaver, the King in Yellow hissed, and though the hatred was manifest, there was something there, the shadow of fear. Have you decided to break the rules of your ascension from the very beginning? The power you gained on the vengeful spirit has consequences for you. Get out of my ziggurat, and never return. Neither of the two blades were drawn. And with the golden helmet hiding her face, there was no way to see what kind of expression the insect mistress had on her face. Yet Militia felt that if she could see beyond the aura might and the golden aura, she would see a smug grin, as smug as the Simurgh had been before her arrival. I am the Empress of the Ildari Empire, yep, definitely a smug grin, I go where I want, when I want. And if you are displeased by it, you are free to file a complaint with the one I take orders from. You may have heard it of him, Bonebag. He sits upon the golden throne. I am sure he will study your petition with all the seriousness it deserves. Militia laughed hysterically, and she wasn't the only one. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert, the angel of sacrifice. You indeed have the arrogance of the species. Taylor didn't bother hiding her snort. Should I remind you of your words, King in Yellow? The large amount of fabric torn apart was considerable, and the wound the demonic blade had inflicted on him was still bleeding the essence of the void. It was something about eternity if I remember correctly. The glare she received in return was certainly very impressive, yet he didn't attack. That was the problem, wasn't it? The undying traitor Primarch wanted to avoid having her as a sworn enemy, while she had her own reasons to do the same. And in this place, in the very heart of a conflagration which had killed billions, the eyes of the ruinous powers were upon them. Their actions mattered. What happened here would have repercussions for millennia to come. You call the pretenders parasites, but you arrived very late to the battlefield, Weaver. You are a jackal of war, tearing apart the survivors when they are weak. Oh, that one was amusing. None of you needed any encouragement when it came to slaughter. You and the other abominations butchered each other as evil entities laughed and the stars ran red with blood. The Imperium hadn't even needed to give them a nudge or two. If the protections of the nameless ziggurat hadn't been that impenetrable to heretics worshipping the ruinous powers, the Grey Knights might not even have needed to intervene. Banishing that thought, the angel of sacrifice turned to face one of the two para-humans present in the room. Militia. Weaver. The Calyx warlord looked, well, she was not looking too bad, actually. Her pharaonic blue-gold armor was certainly going to end as a total loss, but it had done its job, though the enchanted power armor had melted or been entirely dissolved in many sections, it had undoubtedly saved her life and spared her from major injuries. As the floor covered in corpses proved, this was sometimes all could one hope to achieve. The Emperor sent me here today in the hope you would be willing to reconsider some of your life choices, if you know what I mean. The answer was short, quick, and to the point. No. The Queen of the Swarm wanted to say it was the parasites whispering promises of glory and power in her ears. But it was not the case here. In such a cursed seat of power, the ruinous powers could give power, threaten, and do many other abominable actions, but they could not corrupt like they did where warp storms raged. You realize, the Lady General Militant continued slowly, that this offer won't be made again. At least I personally won't make any new offers. I can't speak for other agents. I know, I thank you for that, and my answer remains the same. I am not going to shackle myself to the Carrion Lord on the Golden Throne. Militia removed the ruin of a helmet from her head. I respect your choice. But in the end, you are going to lose. We are going to struggle, the black-haired para-human corrected. The fates of this galaxy and the Imperium have yet to be written. We know what is coming for us. And we will be ready to welcome it, blades in hands and enough military power to light a funeral pyre for all our enemies. Impressive words, the former glory girl nodded. But my answer remains no. Taylor Hebert shrugged. She had tried, and in the end, this had been a command relayed by the custodes, not something she pursued of her own volition. As the angel of sacrifice, she had been able to watch some of the atrocities and abominations Militia had created on the path of glory. It had really made her relativize her anger for Shadow Stalker. Sophia Hess had never committed that sort of butchery, in this life or another, for all her stupid predator mindset at Brockton. Duly noted. The Lady General Militant didn't add that the next time they would meet, it would be as enemies. Not only it would be cliché, it was unnecessary. Taylor was sure the other para-human could feel it like she did. You truly have not come to fight me. The Lord of the Nameless Ziggurat seemed genuinely surprised, though all hilarity could wait, as three massive abominations flanked him. While they had been talking, the King in Yellow had imprisoned Angren of the Red Sands in a sort of eldritch prison. He had built it from the debris of one of the hourglasses. Nothing can escape your vigilance, truly. The winged para-human smiled. I came here to this system to recruit a member for my new honor guard. The Eldar are getting insistent I get one, you see. You aren't, no. You came to recruit the Blood Muse. The stupefaction of the parasite was really something amusing, she wasn't going to lie. To be honest, whether the recruitment is successful or not remains to be seen. The interviews are conducted by the Queen of Blades, and you know how much a perfectionist that, well, she's the Queen of Blades. Taylor exhaled. In that case, you have done enough damage. Remove your odious presence from my ziggurat. Yes. About that. There's a last point to discuss. Taylor looked further away, towards a certain throne. Lord Dorn, I'm glad to see you back. The pleasure is mine, Lady Weaver. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists replied with his usual courtesy, which was as usual that of a warrior to another. I presume my father has a message for me. Indeed. The message is, you were right, it did more harm than good. The Gene-sire of the 7th Legion left the ugly throne behind, and began to descend the throne's stairs. To his right was the Primarch of the White Scars, and if Rogaldorn had suffered many, many scars from the torturers of Kumarak, it was nothing compared to what had been done to the Khan. Taylor could only hope some new medicinal inventions would be able to erase some of the horrifying wounds, because it was horrible, and it certainly had to feel incredibly painful, Primarch or not. The two Primarches advanced, and the King in Yellow raised another piece of damnation shaped into a sword. Minor consolation, this one looked far less powerful than the end of empires wielded by the despoiler. I vanquished them, one by one, and there were 4 of them. The yellow-cloaked spectre of undeath seethed with malice. Do you really think that your 2 cripples can beat me? I am the master of eternity. No, Taylor interrupted his monologue before it hurt her ears. You are tyranny. Your rituals have been broken, and honestly, the lies you gave to the ruinous powers betray the truth, as always. You are ruin shaped in the form of bones, trying to destroy everything mankind ever built. Yes, Rogaldorn approved. And I am tired of listening to your arrogant proclamations of superiority, Nagish. There was a long moment of silence. And then the abominations of the warp laughed. It was a trillion sounds of damnation, evil for the sake of evil, and suddenly, their baleful influence began to tear apart the planet from the outside. Taylor felt it. Whatever the outcome, the Tyrant Star wasn't going to last long now. Not when the Primarch of the Imperial Fists had provided the 4 such an opening. No. No. For the first time the King in Yellow, no, Nagish, really sounded aghast and flat-footed. Only Father knew. The power he used for his Edict of Obliteration was colossal, Rogaldorn explained, he needed someone to protect him when it was done. And I am his Praetorian. I always was, and I guard his secrets. Slowly but surely, bones began to materialize where there had been only nothingness before. There was a name. There was vulnerability. Taylor turned her head to her left, and watched the black-haired champion of Kern struggle to stand as her wounds slowly closed. It seemed that her intervention had been sufficient, judging by the evidence. I will be waiting outside. The Lady General wanted to ram her sword into the throat of this abomination, but it wouldn't be prudent. Besides, it wasn't like she was really needed. The 2 Daemon Primarches and the other Chaos Champions remaining were restored to their fighting proficiency as Nagish's hold upon reality slipped from his grasp. Don't take too long. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. The veil shattered. Until now, only a small number of legions had been able to enter the Granithor system. The King in Yellow had been too strong, the retaliation too devastating to risk. But now, the dam was broken. The 4 had nothing to restrain their hand, and they weren't known for being timid beings. The battle had been slaughter on a catastrophic scale so far. Now it escalated beyond that. All the armies of the King in Yellow were now in action, billions upon billions of skeletons kept in reserve for the final battle, and now the legions of change, war, decay and anarchy submerged them in a clash that shook the Calyx Hellstars to their foundations. And in the heart, the last 2 mortal Primarches charged their former brother, who was paralyzed, as bone after bone, the darkness was transformed into a familiar form of bone. The King of Skeletons was becoming a skeleton himself, it seemed. But Dorn and the Khan didn't have the time to exploit this weakness. As always when something bad was possible, you could count upon the Simurgh. The infuriating bitch was still here, and she intercepted their strikes, then with devastating telekinetic blasts, forced them on the defensive. It was only a delay, though. Perturabo had risen again, and a warhammer that wouldn't have been out of place wielded by a Night Walker was swung. Iron within. Iron without. But once again, the weapon didn't meet its target. The green blade of a certain praying mantis monster blocked it. One does not attack the king before his servants. Drakera chided the Lord of Iron. You are truly a repulsive creature, Xenos. Perturabo growled, a sound of cogs and dark engines, I will break you. The entity which should have been the greatest weapon of decay laughed. Then what are you waiting for? Militia focused, and then she uttered a word of command. A collar of bone broke, and Axenia teleported in front of her, free. Free of. The para-human sorceress swallowed. The Simurgh had not just overturned her protections before the King in Yellow placed the collar. She had broken all the bindings, restrictions and power draining there ever was. Axenia was completely free. And before her eyes, the appearance of the executrix which had assimilated so much demonic energy into her soul changed, turning into a platinum-haired woman with shining blue eyes. It was not difficult to guess who Axenia had decided to model herself after. She and Militia could almost have passed as twins now. If you are my imagination turning against me, I must defeat you as an equal, and for the first time, the delusional woman was, almost reasonable in tone and mentality. What do you say? Blood for the blood god. I will claim your skull Nagish. The champions of Kern had regenerated enough to fight once more, and the Lord of the Red Sands and the Blood Rose attacked the King in Yellow, which alas had sufficiently recovered enough to wield Antwer against them. I say, Militia replied, turning away from the scene, that sounds fair. We have gained a lot of power in the Calyx Hellstars. It's time to see if I can defeat you or not. They saluted each other, and then attacked. It was a ferocious duel of strength and sorcery. It was a deadly game of strikes and counter-strikes, where reflexes and instinct counted above all. And it was over before they truly could wonder how long they had been fighting. Militia felt pain flare in her chest, and looked at the etheric blue blade which had stabbed her chest, far away from any vital organs. The same couldn't be said about hers, it had impaled the heart of Axenia before emerging from her back. Why? The Destiny Unwritten asked. You chose to miss. I. For the first time, the other woman, her own reflection, was hesitant. You empowered me. You allowed me to control many things save myself. You were already my equal, the partner I wanted to have. A thin smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. And honestly, you will need an ally among the court of change. I will master myself, and make sure you remain there to test me. The blades disappeared. But Axenia didn't fall. Instead, she began to float. And as she levitated, her aura grew out of control. Axenia was more akin to an infernal sun of blue gold, a sun of pure warp energy. Her armor and everything she might have ever donned, it was torn apart. For a brief moment, Militia contemplated her own reflection, pale and naked, flawless, vulnerable. And then Axenia changed. Her back tore open, and gigantic blue feathered wings unfurled. Her feet were consumed in blue-pink flames, before emerging anew as dangerous avian talons. In a mutation akin to the Navigator's, a third eye opened on the forehead, one which, once it opened, burned with the madness of the Sea of Souls. The skin, much like her own, had been pearly white in this battle, now it became a rich blue and everywhere the shade grew permanent, golden glyphs proclaiming the glory of Psianch and change were branded upon her essence. Horns grew from her platinum hair, though they remained short and feminine, if such a thing could be said about horns. There was a ripple in the ether, a scream came out of the warp. And it ended. Pharaonic-themed armor was summoned into existence, but the true work had already been done. A new Daemon Princess of Psianch was born. I see why you were so insistent calling yourself Destiny Unwritten. The three-eyed feathered apparition used her wings as chaos and war raged around them. Don't worry, I will watch over you. Her wounds, the energy expended by the duel, the distortions caused by all the primarches, it was too much. Militia felt her last forces abandon her, and as she closed her eyes, her last vision was one of a crimson spear flying towards an hourglass. Primarch Rogel Dorn. When he had decided upon this course of action, Rogel wouldn't deny there had been some pride involved. Nagish had been the first traitor, and before his treason was firmly established, Rogel had not seen it coming. Much like he had not been able to realize Horus' arrogance would lead him to treachery and rebellion against the Imperium. Horus was long dead, but Nagish wasn't. Thus when he had heard the purged Primarch had survived in some form, the Primarch of the Imperial Fists had been determined to correct this problem, especially as according to several sources, he had a powerful weapon to deal the 11th a terrible blow. The problem was that the blow, while massive, had not been enough to kill him. And as this cursed winged creature bombarded them with feathers that were properly insane given the multitude of properties they possessed, Rogel was merely a witness as the entire throne room was in chaos. The traitors, both of bone, metal, or the demonic, constantly received reinforcements. Most of them instantly died, reduced to bloody fragments by the rage of Angren or the sorcery of Nagish. Two whirlwinds of pure death were slamming into each other. One was a crimson storm of ferocity and hot-headed rage. The other was a cold blizzard of purple-black darkness. Cursed blades clashed, and wherever the different black blades collided with each other, the Skaven, the orcs, and the demons died. It reminded him of the desperate battles across the vengeful spirit, and that assault had been a nightmare by itself. Change. For the changer of ways. Bow to your fate. Iron within. Iron without. Suffer. This galaxy will know my vengeance. Everything must suffer. Many players had already died or disappeared, and in this instant, it was the turn of Perturabo and the praying mantis Xenos Abomination. Both of their armors were cracked. Both were bleeding, the Lord of Olympia's carcass leaking oil and metallic lubricants where blood should have been. The black warhammer, carved with hateful glyphs, smashed into the thorax of the mantis at the same time the green blades broke through the already weakened metal. There was a moment where the two opponents stared at each other with glares promising nothing but destruction and pain, and then the grey-green explosion wiped out both of them, banishing them from the throne room. Jagatai, I think. Where is the Simurgh? Rogel opened his mouth, and gaped, because his brother was right. For 30 seconds, they had lost sight with the creature. The last feather bombardment had been indirect, and they had not had their eyes upon it, and now the Simurgh was gone. We can. Boom. Oh damn it, what now? The Primarch of the White Scars growled in a very annoyed tone. The what now, apparently, was part of the ceiling getting pulverized. In all seriousness, Rogel feared that if the warp receded, this throne room was going to have the entire ziggurat collapse upon it, because it simply wasn't possible for something to be stable after the damage wrecking it. Brute things. A new Skaven landed upon a pile of bones that hadn't been here seconds before. I, the glorious arch-warlord Scracket Barb Buster, have destroyed secret ritual room of vermin in yellow. Glory to me. Glory to Melal. Praise. These would be the last words of the bipedal rat, for it had landed too close to Angren. In a second, the huge rodent was transformed into a shapeless mass of meat, with just the tail being left intact to testify the whole thing hadn't been a hallucination. The whole affair seemed to make Nagish very, very angry, it had to be said. I understand now why the deceiver was so proud to tell me there were things I hadn't accounted for. The yellow cloak fell to the ground, and the tall skeleton the purged Primarch had become was now revealed in all its dark majesty. A crown was still on his head, but it was now purple-black, and it seemed to spread an even greater aura of dread than before. In the hand that was not wielding the black blade, there was a book where sands swirled before being hurled as sorcery attacks. The rats have destroyed all my hourglasses. Of the true Mortarches that were to kneel and recognize my greatness, only one did, and she has been temporarily banished. One might think, Jagatai pointed out, that your infallible plans were not so infallible, in the end. Yes. The word was hissed between parrying two assaults from Angren, but don't think this is over. You have denied me eternity, but as our father's agent of sacrifice remarked accurately, there is still tyranny. This is not over. I am Nagish. And if I am to lose today, I can still ensure all of you are defeated with me. The ziggurat trembled, and with a power that shouldn't have been within the means of a Primarch, Nagish's black blade found the throat of Angren. Run! Rogel ordered as a crimson spear slammed into the last giant hourglass and more chaos erupted in the throne room. The Space Marines and all the improbable allies that they had journeyed with didn't need any encouragement. They ran, and didn't look back. Warlord Lodorasarin, the blood rose. Her body hurt. Somehow, that was a good thing. As long as there was pain, it meant that she wasn't dead. For now. But as her spear shattered the last hourglass, Lodora knew that if she didn't do something quickly, her survival was going to come to an end very soon. Nagish, formerly the king in yellow and now the king of bones, had perforated Angren's throat with Antwer, and now the blood rose could feel an improvised draining ritual begin. The monster's ambitions had been crippled, but his plans had required the sacrifice of a Daemon Primarch in the first place, almost certainly Perturabo. And now that the original ambition to become a god was impossible to reach, Nagish was shifting its goal to a lesser victory. He wanted to become a Daemon Primarch. It wasn't a perfect description of this gambit, of course. The master of the nameless ziggurat, which was not nameless any longer, Lodora felt the name of the location echo here too. He wouldn't be a servant of any of the four. It would be more akin to be a Daemon Prince of Chaos undivided, yet not answering to any power. By the ancestral bones of the 11th Legion I command, the tall Primarch skeleton began, you will be defeated, in the name of tyranny. Her body hurt, but Lodora forced herself to step towards the two Primarches. Every move was dolorous, and if the abomination that was Drakara were still here, Lodora was sure she would have been defeated in a second. But there was no one else, as everything disappeared into a maelstrom of blood and darkness. There were just three beings fighting as the warp sundered everything, and the ziggurat Nagashizar was being destroyed both from the inside and the outside. Angren was fighting back, but it was clear his brother enemy Nagish had caught him exactly where he wanted, again. Some part of Lodora burned in fury, urged her to challenge this king of usurpers. It felt like the hatred of Angren, the unreasonable things that had led them straight into disasters more than once. But every step grew more difficult. Challenging a Primarch right now was going to end in her death, without achieving anything. Ritual or not, Nagish remained far too powerful to be beaten. But there had to be a solution. Lodora had seen the glances the Angel of Sacrifice had given to Militia and herself before leaving. They had to mean something, otherwise the Emperor's favorite would not have. There was a solution. Lodora felt her heart beat faster, because she realized at last what Kern had in mind. Hemisia, the Noctilith had more than one use. And it wasn't stealing if it was taken by force. Nagish couldn't drain Angren if she drained him first. I am the captain of the Conqueror, she began. Patience, insignificant thing, Nagish turned his long and cruel head in her direction. I will deal with you once I have finished with dear Angren here. You will do nothing of the sort, Lodora grimaced as more pain assaulted her body, because it does not matter whose blood flows, as long as it does. With all the strength remaining in her wounded body, the blood rose through her spear. One final time, she hit exactly where she wanted, the demonic part where the butcher's nails were embedded into Angren's skull. The Daemon Primarch roared in fury, and his enemy laughed. What a betrayal! Thank you for making my task easier, foolish child. Ignoring him, Lodora removed her gauntlets, cut her own hands on the spikes of her crimson armor, and then not bothering taking a deep breath, the female warlord held her Hemashia crystal with them. No one runs from the conqueror, Lodora had to fight for each word to come out, and that applies to you too, Angren. The shipmistress of the 12th Legion had expected a difficult fight, but once she willed the draining to begin, it was like a single tidal wave striking her in a single second. Suddenly, the pain disappeared. In an instant, her body began to mend and regenerate from the grievous wounds she had taken in the last hours. There was fury, rage, and hatred, but Lodora captured them, burned them, and placed her under control. An aura of blood and war began to burn around her, and Lodora smiled. Angren's demonic essence trashed and collided with the debris, but the draining continued. No, Nagish, Lodora spoke, and she knew at this moment her voice was echoing through the domain of the gods, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have realized what needed to be done. She summoned her spear back to her left hand, while keeping the Hemashia in her right. You are killing Angren, you realize? And in killing him, you are burning your own humanity in the process. Yes, the Blood Rose agreed, and I find it liberating. Now Nagish, I believe you have something my master desires. She grinned. Your skull. Lodora attacked. She attacked, and her spear found its mark. This time, it wasn't the void itself that began to bleed from the chest of her enemy, but some ugly yellow fluid, and though there was no sound of pain, Lodora knew it was a wound that would never fade away. This time, having seen what others had done, it was clarity itself in her mind to establish a new strategy to duel this enduring enemy. But one hourglass was summoned into existence by the Lord of Undeath, and the bastard tried to explode it in her face with Antwer. Lodora conjured a wave of blood. She was taking inspiration from Hekatai here to make sure it didn't cause more problems, before striking again, and meeting nothing. I will admit, I was not expecting that. The stillness and the dreadful presence which had always accompanied the king in yellow were gone. Nagish was gone. Angren crashed down, broken and empty thing, empty of power. Antwer was lying on the broken black marble, abandoned. Lodora knew better than to hope the 11th Primarch was dead. Something as dangerous wasn't going to die in such an anticlimactic fashion. No, the Lord of Nagashizar had realized he wouldn't be able to accomplish any of his goals or succeed in anything, and so he fled. Certainly using the bone roads that were intended to be a poor copy of the webway. But he was gone, and with him gone, there was no one left to command the armies of skeletons and other bone constructs. In an infinitesimal amount of time, Lodora was granted many visions, and they confirmed that after incredible fanatical resistance, the 11th Legion and its auxiliaries had either gone missing or fallen apart. The battle was over. My master, Lodora felt his burning eyes fell upon her, as the veil was nearly inexistent. Her body was burning with something she couldn't properly describe. It is done. Nagish has fled like the coward he is. His plans are in tatters. He will never be able to claim eternity again. The red eyes pierced through her, and she felt satisfaction. Yes, there was satisfaction and a savage joy which increased the fire that began to burn her from the inside. What is your command? The wave of pain washed through her body. Lodora threw her head back and shrieked. She could feel her head tearing like it was paper. Between black strands of hair, small nubs grew through the slits in her scalp. Lodora felt the weight of them as blood dripped into her eyes. Second after second, the female warlord could feel them extend, pushing further and further. She couldn't see them, but she felt them weighing her down. Lodora tried to reach for the horn on her left side, but paused. Her nails were now black, and no longer short as she kept them. Nor was it the only thing noticeable. Her armor and all her protections had burned away, and her skin, which had been so pale before, was now turning deep pinkish hues. Then the pain exploded again, and Lodora screamed once more. She heard a billion demonic whispers at once. She heard the wars. The Blood Rose felt the bloodbaths and carnage spreading across the galaxy, and countless prayers, in words, and bloody deeds. Quadrillion of souls and more were singing the praise of Kern, no matter what they really believed. Lodora shrieked as a pool of blood surrounded her. She plunged her hands into it, but it only increased the pain. She could feel bones growing in her back, below her shoulder blades. The Conqueror's mistress could feel them attaching themselves to her back muscles and spine. The pain reached new levels of intensity. And then her skin split on the sides of her back. Lodora couldn't see it, but she could feel little talons work their way out of her body. They were little, but they grew. The talons were growing, before moving aside to leave the place for the bone and muscle to follow the talons. Soon enough, black leathery skin unrolled from the long and thin bones growing centimeter by centimeter. Everything expanded. Everything was pain. There was growth. There was torment. But her fledgling wings were born. And they expanded until on either side of her, each wing was laying in clumps of blood and skin with a wingspan of about 3 meters. Lodora could feel everything. She could feel the air and the blood on the new leathery skin as the wings dried, despite the blood pouring upon them. The blood rose could feel the new bones and muscles. These were not vestigial appendages. She was truly a winged being now. But the pain was too much. She tried to speak, begging for the transformation to stop. No, please, please not. The fire burned hotter in her chest. Her chest was burning. Her arms were twitching, along with her new claws. You couldn't call what her hands had become anything else. Her pale lips darkened into a deep black as muscles tore and rebuilt themselves over and over. Loder writhed in pain, and her tongue shredded itself, as her teeth were changing too. No, no longer teeth. There were thin, razor fangs which were in the process of expelling her former dentition. The coppery taste was enjoyable for the blink of an eye, until her pelvis broke before snapping back in place. Then the blood rose screamed again. But her transformation was far from over. A hairless tail erupted from the base of her spine, and it soon grew longer and longer, its tip expanding into a wet shape. Lodera could feel it, much like the wings. It was a new part of her. Her chest began to grow too. While her breasts grew, this was only incidental, as more and more muscles and power was built within it. Her skin was now a light shade of red, and the sensation of burning was getting ever more intolerable. Her legs grew. As a military officer and a warlord, Lodera had always been muscled, but the sheer power coursing in her legs would have been unimaginable to her before. The air was soaked in blood, and she found it pleasant. The conqueror's mistress looked past the changes transforming her legs before wincing as all nerves anywhere near her feet flared in awful pain, then died. As one more scream escaped her dark lips, Lodera watched her toad melding together. It was a slow progress, but one by one, they stuck together until her feet were nothing but masses of flesh. The solace rapidly dried out, turning black and rough. Bone connected through her skin, and then spread out, ensuring that each of her feet was now taking the shape of a hoof. The rest of her limb was lengthened, pulling up and back until her lower leg looked like that of a bloodletter. And the fires inside her at last began to grow less painful and more enjoyable. It is done. Let me see you. Lodera felt many things wash away from her. Her ability to fear was gone, and it took her by surprise at first, but it felt good as it felt when many of her inhibitions were discarded. And without the pain clouding her thoughts, the blood rose understood. The fire had been a natural consequence of assimilating the power of a daemon primarch. Her body, no matter how much it had been augmented, was not ready for it. Lodera understood more things as her master and God rewarded her. The anathema had forged Weaver into a new kind of being, and she was Kern's answer to this challenge. Lodera would not be a rival to the angel of sacrifice. That role had been taken by Kabandha, but she would be her peer. She would be the second Nephilim queen to be born. As rivers of blood flowed all around her, Lodera considered herself. Her growth had been spectacular. She was easily 2 meters tall now, possibly more because of the shape of her lower legs. Her skin had now turned a deep crimson red, on par with the shade of a bloodletter. She spread her wings, and while the outside was black leather, the inside was the same red as her body. She made a step forwards, surrounded by blood and piles of stone. Slowly. At first, her legs felt shaky, but this moment passed quickly. The blood rose felt powerful. As she studied herself in the growing blood pool, she could see her eyes had turned black and irisless. They were akin to abyssal pits now. Her ears were long and pointed now, like an Eldar. Lodera appreciated the irony. Only her hair could not have been said to have changed much, it was a bit longer now, a black and elegant mane around her horns. Lodera opened her mouth, and a smile of fangs was shown in the pool serving as her mirror, but her smile faded fast. There was still something wrong, and it wasn't her naked body or the fact she didn't have a weapon in her claws. It was like something she needed to admit. It was something that was not hers, something. You are Valkia. You are my red angel, my blood rose, and my gore queen. And Lodera Siren ceased to exist. Yes, my master. Past and future dissolved. Valkia listened to the screams of a galaxy at war. The new red angel heard the prayers of those who worshipped her. She saw what was coming, and the terrible wars it would trigger. She was who she was always meant to be. Valkia stepped beyond the woman she had once been, and became something greater. And she was eternal. Granithar system. Ruins of eternity. Warlord militia, the destiny unwritten. The good news was that she hadn't been unconscious for long. And her former lieutenant had protected her, as she had promised. There was more good news in that the king in yellow wasn't going to turn her into his personal footrest or something equally ignoble. The bad news, the level of destruction was extremely difficult to assess. The planet they had fought on so much had perished, that was for sure. The ruined ziggurat was floating in the heart of an enormous mass of miniature asteroids which had been corrupted by the warp, and by a certain god in particular. In case you had any doubt which god, it was raining blood, and there were mountains of skulls all over the place. Given the abundance of red gems everywhere, the undead Noctilith had certainly been transformed into Hemishia. It wouldn't have been bad news, if militia wasn't granted more visions and long-distance views of how few warships and evacuating troops remained. The king, no, Nagish had fled, and the galaxy wouldn't fall under the eternal tyranny of the King in Yellow today. But there was so much destruction and so many losses, ending with a series of broken worlds, that you couldn't call it a victory. Most of these conclusions, by the way, were done to temporarily divert her thoughts away from the topic of the busty red-skinned Nephilim queen emerging from the bloodbath. Militia, the new Red Angel saluted her as skin-tight black armor covered her crimson red skin, with red glyphs adding a more key ornate theme to it. Her voice was powerful, yet remained feminine. Valkia, the destiny unwritten replied. After trying to engineer the birth of a Nephilim queen for so long, the para-human sorceress felt some jealousy that two had achieved it before her, and that her main effort, Axenia, had resulted in an immensely powerful daemon princess, but a daemon princess nonetheless. I won the battle, in the name of my god. No protest escaped her lips. After all, unless you were blind, you couldn't miss the blood and the skulls, or the thunderous shadows of the eternal battlefields raging in the distance. The Calyx Hellstars are mine. Militia saw and felt the enormous weight of the proclamation ripple through the warp. The Xiantian warlord also immediately knew this wasn't going to be a realm as big as it could have been when she made her plans so many years ago. But it was going to be something important, protected by a warp storm and many tons of Hemishia, and it would all be under the nominal rule of Kern. Since you aren't the type to gloat for the sake of it, Militia didn't stare at the black pits that were the Gore Queen's eyes. Please state your conditions. Valkia smiled, and as her black lips parted, they revealed fangs that were thin and sharp as razors. Of all the great warlords who participated in this battle, you are the one who really worked by my side to destroy Nagish. The name was uttered like a curse, and to be fair, it was one. Out of respect for this and the long rivalry we had, I offer the choice to you and your god. You can bend the knee, or you can leave, taking the planets of your Malfian crown with you. If you decide on the latter, I will make sure no one interferes. Before this second battle of the Tyrant Star, she supposed, Militia would have scoffed and treated it as a joke. Here and now? The proposal was made by a Nephilim queen who had taken many powers, including but likely not limited to some Slaaneshi essence, most of a Daemon Primarch's raw power, and other things that she had no wish to study. The new Red Angel had a red tail, black-red wings, long black hair, and lost most of her humanity. Unfortunately, it seemed Kern had grown smarter, and not removed her strategic skills and her intelligence. As most of the cults and the elite military forces in the Calyx Hellstars were gone, the question was thus simple: did they have something to stop a greater servant of Kern who stood above the exalted bloodthirsters as far as the hierarchy of the blood god was concerned? And the answer was no. Transmutational change stone would slow down the speed of the defeat, but it would only be a delay. Militia could feel Valkia's power. There was no one left to fight her, except Weaver naturally, but the para-human sorceress kind of doubted the other Nephilim queen, though she was called a living saint by the Imperium, was going to answer her calls and sell her services to the highest bidder. I will take my planets out of the Calyx Hellstars, Militia replied. Kneeling was out of the question, the very thought gave her the urge to vomit, and honestly, it would always be a vassalage filled with dangers. Key ornate forces were going to have overwhelming firepower on their side here, which meant any wrong move would result in a legion of world eaters storming Malfi. The destiny unwritten didn't know where Xianch would send her next, but the Calyx Hellstars were a lost cause, for now. Good. I give you 8 days. Militia snorted. How kind of her. Anything else? Now that I think about it, yes. Valkia turned around and went to grab a sword lying abandoned, and to her surprise, it was the black bait of Antwer. But it wasn't as much a surprise compared to the monumental shock she felt when the red-skinned Nephilim queen threw her the blade of calamity, hilt first. Your performance is lamentable, the sword insulted her immediately, proving that alas, it wasn't a fake artifact. Do you have any ideas of the torment I endured at the hands of the King in Yellow? Oh, shut up, Militia suddenly felt all exhaustion dropping on her shoulders. Her attention returned to Valkia. Why? It is likely Nagish will make new plans, rebuild his armies, and try to give himself new abilities before striking a powerful blow once more. The Gore Queen explained. And in terms of sheer power, there are few weapons stronger and more useful for his tyrannical methods than the Black Blade of Antwer. If I keep it, he may not come. But if you are the owner... Damn, this Red Angel was extremely dangerous. And assuredly, the gift was poisoned, in more ways than one. He may very well move against me, the destiny unwritten finished the sentence. And you will be able to track him, before hunting him down. Precisely, the black lips twitched. I am his bane, after all. Just this one time, Militia was almost tempted to pity Nagish. Of all the champions and warlords that this battle had seen clash, the former king of the Tyrant Star had really chosen one of the most painful and difficult options as a rival. Farewell, Valkia. She turned away. Farewell, Militia. I hope, for your sake, that one day you will find your destiny. Ultima Segmentum. Samarkand Quadrant. Nix Sector. Nix System. Arena of Blades. Adjutant Colonel Bologna. Bologna jumped in joy as at last, the Eldar cruiser's hatch opened, revealing. Web Mistress. Welcome back to your humble arena. Her humble arena. Something very dangerous purred next to her, and the adjutant colonel felt her legs grew a bit weak, but Bologna wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid. The key to the new palace quarter, with the super luxury bedrooms, baths, showers, and other priceless living accommodations. The adjutant spider hastily added before throwing the aforementioned object at the Queen of Blades, who had somehow teleported behind her, bypassing her vigilance. We have also added a new catalog which allows the performer to order clothes and goods from a list of 100,000 objects, and refreshments are on the house. The long-eared Endbringer looked at her with a bored expression. Fine. You avoid the spar for now, Arachnid. And she walked away. Bologna felt plenty of relief, and she was ecstatic as the web mistress began to pet her. I am so glad you came home safe and healthy, web mistress. So am I, Bologna, I see you've done excellent work. Thank you, web mistress. Having far more eyes than a human, even closing some in pleasure, the adjutant colonel couldn't miss that there were several more people leaving the Eldar ship. Should I open more prestigious quarters? I see, but, Leet and Borak are back? Can I sound the alert? I want to see the Adeptus Mechanicus pass into elite warning mode. Now, Bologna, it is not funny to mock our duo. They have lived through extremely dangerous adventures. Really? Yes. Well, if the webmistress said so, and the images Bologna was telepathically given supported it entirely. Besides, Leet and Borak won't stay here. They will return to Nyx. Missy will make sure they have a palace to relax in until I return. There will always be time after that to find them new missions to exploit their unique talents. Yes, unique talents to spread mayhem and trigger explosive situations, but they had killed a Vandire, and that excused a lot of things. You don't intend to stay, webmistress. Unfortunately, Bologna, I must return to the Enterprise. I have political and military conferences to attend on Makraj, and I can't skip those. But once those are done, I will return here, and, barring unforeseen problems, I intend to stay several years and give my focus to the Nyx sector. Those are news that will rejoice the hearts of the swarm and everyone living on Nyx, webmistress. The Eldar warship departed quickly enough after some of the crew had left various containers, and the humans, led by the Leet Borak duo, were moving towards one of the ships that the arena's personnel used to ferry goods from the Nyxian planets to the arena. As a result, there was only the webmistress, Bologna, and a Xenos wearing a red-hooded cloak hiding everything. Who is the other visitor? The red hood fell, revealing another long ear, but this one was golden-skinned. And immediately, Bologna felt it. It had been hidden so far, but this Eldar had touched ether gold, a lot of ether gold, in addition to the webmistress touch, of course. The eyes were strange. They were crimson on the edge, but golden for the rest. As the cloak opened, revealing that the Eldar was near naked, Bologna could see that the rest of the body was golden too. In fact, aside from the nails, the vivid crimson blood hair, the eyes, and the lips, everything was gold, leading her to an inescapable conclusion. You made her into one of your servants, webmistress. It's a bit more complicated than that. Yes. The long-ear replied with a dangerous smile. When in doubt, always listen to the voice of reason, and the voice of reason was the webmistress. Who cleared her throat. The Queen of Blades will fight her for as long as she wishes here. If she survives, well, we will see. Until Inaria Eldinesh departs, this new guest is to be given her private quarters. Don't go for the sums we agreed upon for the Queen's quarters, but the living space provided must be of high quality. Of course. They had a reputation to uphold, both inside and outside the arena. A&D. Oh, what is the name of this honored guest? The webmistress turned her head in the crimson gold long ear, curious. I am Leandra, the crimson lips moved in a musical tone. Leandra of Kaelder. Somewhere deep in the halo stars. Far away from the IND cluster. A few minutes after the end of the second battle of the Tyrant Star. The graveyard of 1,000 false gods. Once they had time to properly debate the events that had led to the defeat of the King in Yellow and the destruction of the Tyrant Star between themselves, many Lord Inquisitors would unanimously agree to send an expedition to the Maharashtra system. After learning the heretics had found a terrifyingly powerful demonic sword and a noctilith cocoon that had transformative capabilities able to change a god-level entity, an urgent answer was needed. An inquisitorial fleet would leave a secret shipyard somewhere in Segmentum Obscurus and reach the same system so many heretics had decided to visit. The hulls of the fleet in question would have a significant number of exterminatus weapons, of course. They would find a system scoured of life. While the planet Maharashtra was exactly where it should be, the acolytes assigned to the auspexes would report to their masters with some confusion that the planet was an airless ball of rock. The devices the Inquisition had bought from the Mechanicu's tools that had cost a number of favors most citizens would go livid if they were ever informed of them were clear. If there had ever been life upon it, it had died out millions of years ago. And yet, when an inquisitorial task force descended upon Maharashtra, they would find Astartes power armors, along some legionnaire war machines. But all these husks looked like they had been waiting there for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, as tech priests would claim when working upon these relics, it was the anti-Hrud protections of certain iron warrior equipment which had ensured they could be recovered in such a serviceable state. In time, the Inquisition fleet departed with more questions than when they had arrived. One thing was sure, they hadn't found the graveyard of 1,000 false gods. And for good reason. The very moment the Angel of Destruction was unleashed against Nagashizar, the graveyard was no longer in the Maharashtra system. The immense temples, the tropical forests surrounding the cursed city, all of it for a moment ceased to exist. By the time it reappeared, the King in Yellow's true name had been revealed, and the armies of Undeath had lost the battle. It was far away from the IND cluster, deep inside the halo stars, where its return would be felt. In a system that had never been colonized or even explored by humanity, an ice-covered telluric planet began to be overridden. It had been an aster of different heavy metals, but didn't have any trace of life upon it. The temperatures were far too cold, the planet way too far away from its sun. Which was why if an explorator ship had been able to witness what happened, they would have likely not believed their own eyes, and in the process, likely gone utterly mad too. For this entire star system was remodeled, on a scale that was difficult to believe. The planet chosen had to support the graveyard needed to be closer to the sun to support life, and so it was moved closer to the sun, no matter if 2 other planets were pulverized and many other actions breaking the cosmic order of this star and its planets needed to occur to make it happen. When the completely transformed system acquired some semblance of stability, the graveyard and its jungles were there on the planet in question, as if they had been there for tens of thousands of human years. There was extremely lethal fauna and flora, like in the Maharashtra system. But there was a major difference. Unlike last time, the temples were spread out all over the world. They were part of the jungle. This wasn't a mistake. For in the city that wasn't a city, walls were restored. Sky-reaching buildings looking like they had been imagined with what humans would call an Aztec theme appeared. There was a malign intelligence at work here, and it had energy to spare. Ignorant of it, the different armies which had fought inside the graveyard had done something the Emperor of mankind and many civilizations had done their best to avoid, they had fed it. Every Astartes, mutant, Xenos, and worse who perished within the bounds of this cursed city had their soul devoured. There was, to date, no known exception to this rule. And yes, it was truly a graveyard for 1,000 dying gods of the Immaterium. The archives written by every major civilization of importance on the subject were absolutely right about that. In time, if the current gods and goddesses perished, maybe the graveyard would welcome entities whose name were known to the champions of the Imperium and of Chaos. It had existed for millions of years, it existed in this era, and unless the Emperor managed to leave the Golden Throne in the future, it would likely exist until the arrival of the great Tyranid fleets, for only the Emperor really had the power to extinguish it forever. Alas for all sane civilizations, the first time the Master of Mankind had encountered it, he had not been ready to annihilate it. Specific tools and assets had been in terribly short supply, and there was, as always, the threat of chaos waiting behind the scenes. And so the graveyard survived, sealed, weakened, but not forgotten. One of its purposes was indeed to welcome the unborn and dying gods, in their last-ditch attempts to delay their final end. But it was not the primary purpose of this malevolent thing. At the center of the city, a black storm coalesced. If the inquisitorial fleet had been present in orbit, they would have been in the process of giving firing orders for exterminatus, arguing that something horrible was revealing itself. They would have been absolutely right. For when the darkness stopped its work, it revealed a temple of black stone. It may have looked, at first glance, like an Aztec temple, but the glyphs carved upon it were not and had never been included in any human language. But the real madness was at the top of the edifice. There, a dark gate was waiting. At the summit of such a temple, it should open on nothing but empty air, and yet it didn't. It could be opened from both sides. Fortunately for the sake of this galaxy, the gate was closed. The first side had been sealed by the Emperor himself. The second side was securely shut by inquisitors dabbling in fusions of archaeotech and sorceress lore. Naturally, the malign entity was absolutely not satisfied with this state of affairs. Various species had given it a name many times, but the most appropriate, translated into a billion tongues, was best avoided spoken anywhere near it. It was the echoing vault. It was eternal. And it wanted to be opened. Chapter 61, Tyranny 12-4 Ashes of Victory. Chapter 61. Tyranny 12.4. Ashes of Victory. Congratulations, Weaver, you won this campaign. You played a key role in the elimination of Lorgar. The survivors of the 17th Legion's armada perished by your command. In the ruins of the Xeno city, it was your blade which ended the Master of Shadow's existence. It was your prompt intervention which ensured the chosen of Xianch would not be able to claim enough transmutational change stone to do more than secure her primary power base. I could continue like this for a long time, but the conquests wait for no one. So let's end it here and now. You broke the king in yellow without bothering to raise your sword once. A part of me, the slivers which remain of my mortal self, hate you for that. You watched us bleed and be destroyed, Weaver. By supporting the rise of anarchy, you and the anathema guaranteed the second battle of the Tyrant Star would be inefficient, cataclysmic, and a loss for every side which committed a fleet to this butchery. But I am mortal no longer. The slaughter you were ready to let us carry out in order to achieve your strategic goals, it was impressive. It was war. Glorious, limitless war. And with a few stones of your own, you changed the course of the battle. You broke the ambitions and the might of the king in yellow. And you didn't strike when it was within your ability to kill me. I knew it before, and I am certain of it now as I am knee-deep in the ashes. You won, and with your victories, you gave us the ashes of your triumphs. Again, I give you my congratulations. You will have what you sought in the first place. For a few years, you have earned a lull in the eternal war. However, don't think this is a prelude to the absurdity you call peace. By killing Lorgar and his legion of blind fools, you removed a major weakness from the gods' order of battle. By breaking the former status quo, you convinced my master to let me forge a legion which has the potential to drown thousands of worlds in an ocean of blood. We may yet erect more mountains of skulls than the 12th Primarch would ever have built. I am now the Red Angel, Weaver. And I know that for all your efforts to avoid it, war is coming again. The bloodthirsters have smelled it. The Angel's Bane is preparing for it. You feel it coming too, I think. Not a skirmish, not a vibrant but short inferno like the one you caused when you set Kamarak aflame. It won't be a failed campaign of extermination like the owners of the Imga monolith tried. It won't be a ridiculous and predictable assault made by the 17th Legion. The key players won't be content to stay idle and play the role of spectators. This time, entire stellar systems will be ravaged. Star forts will fall. Cities will be sacked and plundered. Armies will perish. Legions will assemble before the storm of darkness. This is why I will raise a blood host unlike any which have come before within my new kingdom of the Calyx Hell Stars. This is why you are going to assemble a new crusade fleet, one worthy of the Great Crusade itself. For we both know what is coming, Weaver. The galaxy is going to burn. You won this campaign, Golden Angel. But a campaign is not the war. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Holy Terra. The Imperial Palace. The Forgotten Library. Thought for the day, drink deep of victory, and remember the fallen. 0.965.311 M35. Primarch Magnus the Red. For a few seconds, Magnus lamented at the exact sequence of events which had led him to this moment. At the same time, he had a mission. And this horrible rodent was an obstacle. You will not have these shelves to sharpen your teeth on, horrible rodent. Return to whatever dimension you came from. The atemporal beaver that the custodes had nicknamed for its curious resemblance to the animal of old Earth sniffed loudly, and then teleported out of existence. Magnus breathed a sigh of relief. No battle with the atemporal beaver today. It was a relief, because this psychic anomaly was incredibly quick, in addition to having an urge to gnaw at the shelves and all wooden parts of his father's library. Forcing it to teleport away when it didn't want to was the kind of ridiculous quest that took hours to complete. And no, Magnus didn't know how the atemporal beaver was managing to enter and leave the library. Teleportation, psychic or purely technological, did not work here. There were custodes guarding the only entrance. Of course, this was not the only strange happening in the library. On no less than 4 occasions, Magnus had been able to surprise an adjutant spider of Weaver tidying up some shelves and reorganizing some book collections. And this despite the minor problem that all the arachnids present on Terra had long left to return to their mistress' side. The number of anomalies running around in the library had in fact led him to the theory that, one way or another, these animal presences were echoes of the companions the living saints his father had or would imbue with his power at some point. If the theory was correct, the flow of time in this domain of knowledge had been seriously altered, to not use the word damaged. It also meant his task to tidy up the entire library was doomed to failure. But it would take more than a theory to stop him. He was Magnus the Red of Prospero. He was. An enormous pile of books, about 5 meters tall, chose this moment to try to kill him. Only a Primarch's reflexes prevented him from being buried under a mountain of books, again. Magnus. Magnus. Where are you? I'm here, Lemon. 2 more unstable piles chose this moment to thunderously crash. Magnus sighed. Had he mentioned that his father was an avid reader, but a horrible library user who never returned the books to where he had taken them from? Well, the 15th Primarch mentioned it now. The reconquest of the Imperial Library goes well, I see, his brother guffawed when he arrived to see what the carnage was about. Oh shut up, Lemon, the crimson-skinned Primarch rolled his only eye. I felt it took me a year or two to clean up the mess you left on the eastern wings where the gene alchemy books were hidden. Magnus, that was 3 days ago. It didn't sound like a joke, it wasn't a joke. Really? Really? Magnus grew maced. This would support my theory this library is in a time anomaly or has been the target of some sorcery which resulted in it being plagued by time anomalies. An interesting theory, Lemon replied, before shrugging and taking it as an unfortunate fact of life. Often, Magnus didn't know if he should be frustrated or relieved by his brother's ability to let go of his curiosity. But that isn't what I came here for. First, I've heard news of your sons. The total lack of smile or any positive emotions were a good hint that if there was good news, it was going to be outnumbered by the bad. Ozak. As the first messages from father suggested, your first captain sacrificed himself to make sure 10,000 of your sons could escape. The greater abominations of your former slave master are busy torturing him so they can re-enslave the 15th Legion's survivors. Knowing Ozak, Magnus wasn't surprised. His exiled son had done exactly what he himself had done millennia ago. If they can escape the Eye of Terror, they have a chance. Yes. Lemon grunted in approval. And the problem is that that vile mass of malefic Aram knows that too. Now that the devastating war of the Calyx Hellstars is over, the majority of the surviving Malfian sorcerers have been committed to hunting them down. Something called the Mirror Cage has apparently been cast. Magnus scowled angrily. He had been more than familiar with that cursed ritual, it was really something bad. If they are determined and skilled enough, they may be able to escape. But it was going to be a harrowing race against Psianch and all the hosts sent in pursuit. Yes. And that's why Inquisitors in the Kadayan sector report an increase of agitators proclaiming some red-armored and blue-armored traitors will be the next assault wave against the Imperium. Damn you, Psianch. Thank you for the unpleasant news. I will just have to hope the patrols the escapees meet don't fire without first giving them the chance to surrender. Any other problems I should be aware of? I am going to leave, Magnus. This at least pushed a chuckle past his lips. Punishment time is over for you. Lemon growled, an amusing sight as always when he was grumpy like this. No. It's just that the Captain General feels I have to return in time for the Macridge conference which will take place there. Will take place there? Isn't it already over? I was under the impression it had to take place as fast as the warp vagaries and delegations' arrivals allowed. Or do you intend to arrive fashionably late? If everything had gone according to plan, I would have arrived late, his brother admitted. Negotiating everything for the repairs of my son's naval assets and then the military requirements of transforming each great company into a chapter took more time than I thought, and I had to oversee each of the squadrons leaving for Macridge. In addition to that, I had to be very vocal about some things in what used to be the Fenris sector. It was a big mess, and some of it predated the last war. Ah. Lemon must have really hated all of it, like he hated reading a pile of administration books. Yes, ah. Fortunately for me, Weaver was delayed too. Some imbecile governor decided that after everything that had happened, it was the right time to rebel, and since he controlled a key system in the eastern fringe, someone skilled had to teach him the error of his ways. As she was close, the Imperial Guard sent our good mistress of spiders. The stupidity of these Imperial nobles is truly astounding. Magnus shook his head, before again observing the book-covered floor in front of him. It was going to take him hours to remove the result of 3 piles collapse, that was for sure. His gaze went further away. Piles after piles of books were waiting for him, a chaotic mess that no sane librarian would have tolerated for long. There were books everywhere. And since there were several levels offering themselves to his vision from this observation point, Magnus had an excellent view on different sections, which had to contain tens of thousands of books and other works into which human authors had distilled their wisdom and knowledge. All of it was priceless. Most of them weren't unique, but they on average could be described as incredibly rare. And they were piled up in a library like it was a bazaar of no importance. Had Magnus mentioned his father was a horrible librarian? What is the name of the planet, for the sake of my curiosity? HR4, his brother answered. Hive world, important population, an industrial center, not far from the Imperium's borders in the region. Never heard of it before today, Magnus honestly admitted. But I almost pity the rebels. They really don't have a clue about the blade that will shortly sever their fingers. Ultima segmentum. Goraio sector. HR system. HR4. Hive Inchin. Holy Basilica of Martyrs. 4.967.311 M35. Lord Inquisitor Terran Berlin Chimera. When Berlin landed, the rebellion was already over. The Lord Inquisitor Terran couldn't say he was surprised. If the shocked expressions of the PDF soldiers now being escorted towards prisoner camps were any indication, the majority of HR4's rebels couldn't say the same. Our acolytes report Supreme Marshal Kim surrendered with close to 40 million men when the Scorpions broke through his command bastion, Katharina Greyfax told him, her distaste obvious when she uttered the name of the treacherous PDF commander. though many of his men had already begun throwing their arms down when the spiders encircled his elite armored battalions. And Governor Pak? Dead. He apparently decided to take his own life before the Space Marines reached him. Good. Berlin replied impassively. I would have preferred the traitor be executed in public, but the speed with which this rebellion was crushed and the purge of treacherous elements is an adequate substitute. And in the end, the traitor governor was dead. Lady Weaver had shown in a clear and non-ambiguous manner that breaking your oaths to His Most Holy Majesty carried fatal consequences for all who tried. I almost can't believe she destroyed this entire rebellion in a single Terran month, the younger Inquisitor whispered. Technically, by the standard of the Terran calendar, she did it in 26 days, Berlin allowed himself this small touch of humor before frowning, but I understand what you implied with your words. HR-4 was so vital in the sectors of the Eastern Fringe because it was rare, a true hive world which provided both the manpower and the equipment for several sectors. It was a key industrial planet, one which provided civilian and military parts for an uncountable number of imperial souls. It had a population of over 350 billion, or so the latest census of the Administratum claimed. From what he had seen, the Lord Inquisitor was more inclined to think the real number was around 400 billion. It was an ugly world, no doubt about it. The skies were filled with acidic smoke, and the hundreds of hives were visible from orbit, separated by the desert that many centuries of endless exploitation had created. The rebellion had added battle scars to the problem, of course. A world like HR-4, with the sheer number of defenses it was able to maintain, the endless amount of manpower at its disposal, and the gigantic hive fortresses themselves, could hold on for centuries if you couldn't starve it out. And even if you did starve it, what awaited you was still large amounts of ferocious fighting. The rebellion of such an important world ending in weeks bordered on the miraculous, which to be fair, was exactly what had happened. As their footsteps led them to the entrance of the basilica, the flow of captured soldiers faded before vanishing entirely, replaced soon by the more familiar sight of red power armors and silver banners. The Templar Sororitas were patrolling, escorting tank-sized spiders, unless it was the opposite, and the giant arachnids escorted the female warriors of the ecclesiarchy. But if it isn't the Lord Inquisitor? One of the eight-legged insects immediately rushed forwards. I presume you want to meet the web mistress. I do. The next minutes were spent confirming Katharina and him were indeed who they claimed to be, being politely escorted from checkpoint to checkpoint inside the basilica. While at first it was the Templar Sororitas who did the screening, the troops slowly began to include more and more guardsmen, with many armors and banners belonging to regiments of the Nyx sector. A few minutes later, it was their turn to be scarcer on the ground, though the Fey guardsmen remained, but now they were accompanied by Space Marines. It took 15 more minutes and an adventure through a maze of narrow corridors, but Berlin Chimera soon arrived at one of the vast halls of the basilica. The Lord Inquisitor could immediately say he didn't like the decoration. It was obscenely outrageous, decadent, and gaudy. Everything looked like the decorators had decided to add more and more wealth until they deemed that it could be some artwork. Disgusting, Katharina said out loud. I am in the mood to raise the basilica, personally. It is an insult to the God Emperor, an amused voice agreed. The living saint was waiting for them, seated on a rather monastic wooden bench. As the neighboring objects were covered in precious metals, incredibly expensive neo-leather and all sorts of luxury items, finding this one must have been difficult. There were many spiders and Space Marines around her, though an honor guard of guardsmen and sisters leaned against the walls, ready to intervene should she give the order. Raising the basilica? Really? The black-haired agent of the God Emperor huffed. Governor Pak was so humble most of the statues supposed to represent the God Emperor have his face on them. These statues are supposed to represent the God Emperor. Katharina Greyfax exclaimed, aghast. I thought they were gargoyles. The victor of Makridge coughed violently, as did several Space Marines. Other people cleared their throats loudly, by a strange coincidence. Anyway, the rebellion is over, what is left is to find the last supporters of the defunct governor. A new governor will be named soon, and HR-4 will once again be a loyal and prosperous world of the Imperium. You are the planetary commander in charge of crushing the rebellion, Berlin Chimera commented. Since you performed your duties in such an excellent fashion, I see no reason to change anything you have decided so far. Thank you for the vote of confidence, the living saint smiled. Of course, since you've made this no doubt long journey to meet me again, I don't think you came here just to say well done. I didn't, Berlin admitted easily. It is about our mutual friends who played a decisive role in a recent critical affair. They reported success, but so far, they are really tight-lipped on the details. And the post-battle report has yet to be written. I understand. Gamaliel, Gavriel, you stay. Everyone else, leave us. The hall of the basilica emptied rather quickly, all things considered. Berlin knew that on Terra, this celerity would have never happened. The military forces of Weaver were efficient, and dedicated to their lady, one could easily see the protectiveness in their eyes. Once the golden doors closed, the star-eyed angel didn't waste any time. We were extremely lucky the King in Yellow's plans were discovered too soon, forcing that hellish bag of bones to bet everything on a single cataclysmic battle. Cataclysmic was truly accurate. The Inquisition had seen what was left of the Granither system. It was nothing more than ruined planet after ruined planet, and debris cloud after debris cloud. Berlin would love to say it was a graveyard, but all the corpses had been burned, ground to dust, or cast away by sorcery. We were. Yet the danger is not completely over. And other threats have been created by this battle. Yes. I would have preferred for there to be no Red Angel at all, or if not that, for the traitor Primarch to keep the title. But you didn't kill her. On that, the Grey Knights had not been tight-lipped. They had also told him it was necessary, but had stopped short of a true explanation. Someone had to destroy the ambitions of the King in Yellow, the golden-armored servant of the God Emperor declared with her eyes closed, and it couldn't be me. It couldn't be any loyal Primarch, or anyone with a loyal soul. The risks were too great. Our friends on Titan were very clear about that. That left two outcomes: either I let a second Red Angel rise, or it was her rival the Sorceress who emerged the great victor. The latter option was judged to be far worse than the former. There were a few seconds of silence, and then the ruler of the Nyx sector began to calmly give a retelling of the Exterminatus-level battle which had decided the fate of the Calyx Hell Stars. It was a tale of horrors and abominations. It was a tale of evil against evil, with the Imperium giving only nudges here and there to make sure the King in Yellow didn't achieve his unholy ambitions. It was a warning that the ruinous powers, disunited and weakened for now, still represented the greatest moral and spiritual threat when it came to the Imperium's survival. They will return. Yes. They are chest-deep in the ashes of their so-called victory, with the Calyx Hellstars only a fraction of the kingdom they hoped to conquer, and most of the survivors had to retreat to the Eye of Terror in catastrophic hurry and disorder to save their skins. But they've learned. They will return. And this time, they won't do it the stupid way like the traitor 17th did. Agreed. How soon do you intend to return to Macrage? Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Macrage. Magna Macrage Civitas. The Latium Plaza. 2.200.312 M35. Chapter Master Eanid Thiel. The tales about Macrage regularly praise its beauty. They don't mention the cold, though. Eanid smiled at the words of High Marshal Barbarossa. Our winters, as some of my predecessors said, are excellent to forge the heart and courage of a true ultramarine. No true space marine will disagree, the chapter master of the Black Templars assured him. Though I think a few of her Celestial Highness spiders and insects might. This time, the ultramarine veteran had to control himself to not laugh. The adjutant spiders and the various insect species present in Magna Macrage Civitas had answered the call, of course, but they had come with a lot of blankets, furs, and winter clothes they had somehow managed to make. One could say a lot of things about Weaver's servants, but they were quite resourceful. A resourcefulness which apparently applied to their willingness to avoid the cold too. Their highest and biggest emissary of the swarm, Lisa, had gone even further and ordered the arachnid auxiliaries to transport her to Laphise, and her insistence had been crowned with success. No military force can be eager to fight in every weather condition this galaxy can throw at us, Heinrich Barbarossa stated philosophically. And I will admit, without our power armors, the waiting period would likely not be pleasant for us either. Her Celestial Highness campaign of HR4 unfortunately made sure the Bacta conference will take place in the middle of winter. It's not as bad as it could have been, since we are welcoming only a warrior or two per chapter, save a few exceptions, Eanid reminded to the Son of Dorn. The Black Templars, of course, were among those, as there had to be around 400 of their Astartes present. They had just finished an orc purge, tracking the remnants of the greenskins which had survived Stalingrad, annihilating their shipyards and their secondary bases. And it gave Lord Russ the time to return. Heinrich Barbarossa grumbled. Eanid smiled again. There had been more and more ships of the wolves arriving around Artium, no, Nova Fenricia, he was going to have to get into the habit. There were hundreds of Astartes who could boast descending from the Great Wolf, and unfortunately, the Black Templars were not exactly looking at them with a pleased eye. The customs and ways of life of the Sons of Russ weren't exactly anathema to the religious credo of Sigismund's swords, but the cultural clash was definitely significant. And Her Celestial Highness didn't say why she requested so many of us to be present today. The High Marshal asked for the 10th time. No, Eanid replied patiently. She didn't say. Eanid, however, could make an educated guess. While all the chapters the Lady of Nyx was aware of had received an invitation to attend the Bacta conference, the Imperial Fists had received a private request to attend in company numbers, and so had the White Scars. And there had been certain events at Kamarak. But he wasn't going to spoil the surprise, assuming he had guessed correctly. The next minutes were spent in relative silence, before at last, the roars of aerial engines were heard. Unsurprisingly, several Thunderhawks and Guardlanders disgorged first a consequent honor guard, which went to stand side by side with the hundreds of Astartes already present. The second wave included the red-clad Sororitas, with some jumping from hundreds of meters up and activating their jump packs to finish the descent. After that, there were many enormous beetles, all of them presenting a shade of blue-white. They certainly were a new asset to deploy in winter conditions. And finally, the core of the Dawnbreaker Guard landed, and the light of the Emperor shone again on Macrage. Out of the golden-painted Thunderhawk the paint and all the decorations looked brand new. Ian had noted Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert, Lady of the Nyx Sector, Destroyer of Kamarak, Savior of Macrage, and many other titles that would take a full day to recite, walked out and breathed in the freezing air of the Ultramarines' home world. The sound made when hundreds of Space Marines struck their fists in salute felt like it resonated over and over from the streets of Macrage Magnus Avitas to the highest peaks of their mountain world. And then after a couple of steps, Lady Weaver sidestepped to the right and paused. Ian had stopped breathing, all the while he listened to murmurs of surprise. And then one of the other Thunderhawks which had landed opened, and a giant stepped out. The Ultramarine Chapter Master recognized him, of course. There were far more scars on his face than there had been the last time, and a lot more flesh looked like it had been recently healed, but the presence was unmistakably the same. For the Khan and the Emperor. The white scars had been caught by surprise, but only for a moment. Now they were raising their fists and roared their battle cry. The enthusiasm was contagious. Soon enough most of the Space Marines here were proclaiming their joy, striking their fists against their armor, or outright taking mugs filled with some alcoholic beverage offered by the adjutant spiders, in the case of the Sons of Rus. Jagatai Khan, returned from the dead, tried to speak, but no matter how healed he had been, his voice was evidently a bit too weak, and the ruckus the Space Marines and all the troops were making on the Latium Plaza was simply too much for anyone to be heard. I admit, High Marshal Barbarossa shouted next to him to be heard, that the request was well deserved. The words of Sigismund's spiritual successor died in his mouth, for another giant came out of the same Thunderhawk. But this one wasn't in white armor painted according to the traditions of Kogaris and respecting the traditions of the steppes. It was not a flowing sensation making you believe the owner was going to ride the winds themselves. No, the new Primarch was magnificent and indomitable golden armor, standing like a rock, or a wall. He was like a fortress, an elemental force which would not get out of the way if a hurricane slammed into him. Dorn lives. The Imperial Fist stopped gaping first, while the Black Templars were still in shock and most of the 7th Legion's successors were still trying to shake themselves out of their stupor. Dorn lives. The Sons of Fukin were perhaps going to be a bit miffed their battle cry had been so shamelessly copied. Ian had turned his head. Nah, they were already beginning to party with the rest of the Astartes companies assembled here. For a surprise, it's a surprise. Ian had gave a sardonic grin to the living saint as the discipline of the parade broke down, the Sons of Jagatai and Dorn unable to stand in line for a single second longer. My most recent message did say I would not come to this conference empty-handed. The mischievousness was definitely not the fruit of his imagination here and now. And besides, everyone tries the game of let's surprise Weaver. I thought I could turn the tables, just for today. I have to say, you did. Ian had cleared his throat. I hope you have brought a lot of supplies, because I think the celebration parties are going to last a long time tonight. I did, though I will say you are very optimistic, thinking certain Astartes will stop feasting and partying in less than 24 hours. It was an incredible accurate statement, and the future would confirm it. Fortress of Hera. Library of Ptolemy. 2.209.312 M35. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. I was told the wolfish sons of my brother were horribly disappointed your spiders filled their mugs with a non-alcoholic beverage. Taylor decided an innocent expression was the best gamble before Gilliman's gaze. A gaze which had gained some strength since they had last seen each other. Obviously, there hadn't been time to test the same medicines her hospitalers and magi biologists had tested on the Khan on him, but the Lord of the Ultramarines was looking far better than he had when she left Macrage the last time. This had resulted in him being only in his power armor today. It was still a little weird, for the library around them was an oasis of calm and peace, isolated from the outside galaxy, with no chance of hearing the multiple fireworks being launched or the other celebrations happening. But it was also a reminder this galaxy was indeed a violent one. My spiders thought, with my express approval, that the hot chocolate we recently began to brew would be perfect for the freezing conditions we're enjoying on Macrage. And where did you find this delicacy? It was part of a batch of plants that were supposed to be all giving medicinal supplies, but with the quirk that outside of the world, said plants couldn't be cultivated without turning toxic for human consumption. Taylor shrugged. In the case of the cocoa plant, which gives us chocolate in the end, I think the nobles were simply too selfish to share with others what they ate and drank every day. I see. Robert Gilliman nodded. But when Russ. Loud footsteps echoed, as if an army of giants was on the march in the library, which was somewhat accurate, when you thought about it. One by one, the Primarches arrived and took their seats around the round table which had been there for countless centuries. Taylor knew diplomacy wasn't her strong point, but given the large missing intervals, she could easily guess this table had been meant for 20 Primarch-sized seats once upon a time. There were only 12 of them today, and 3 were several meters away from the table, all draped in austere shrouds of black. Sanguinius, Hanzo Hattori, and Ferrus Manus had perished, and unless the Emperor was somehow able to resurrect them, they would never set foot upon Macrogen soil ever again. There was another large seat set aside, one which was almost disappearing under the columns of books placed upon it. This felt like a joke at the expense of the Thousand Sons Primarch, and the insect mistress decided, wisely in her opinion, not to comment on it. Her own seat around the table was a new addition, obviously. A bit higher, and she would have to use her wings, and it wasn't a joke. Fine, it was a joke. Guilliman hadn't created a table and chairs that high. The result, ultimately, was a table where the chair to her immediate right was empty, as the salamander's seat remained unoccupied and would stay that way today. And to Guilliman's left, the same was true for the seating arrangement which had been reserved for Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels. It was Jagatai Khan who opened the meeting. As always, Taylor did her best not to stare. No matter how many scars she had removed with the new medicines, it always felt astounding the 5th Primarch had managed to survive the tortures of the Drukari in the murder arenas of the Webway. Hanzo stayed loyal, and I went to pay him my respects. May his memory be preserved for all the sacrifices he and his sons made. One by one, the Primarches and Taylor repeated the words, followed by the Space Marines chosen to be their security detail here. But while our brother stayed loyal and true, only being forgotten due to the abominable consequences of his defeat, the same can't be said about someone else. Nagash is back. The name was uttered like a curse, and to be fair, it was perfectly justified. There wasn't any power behind it. The veil between the realities didn't shiver. There were no dark omens to make the ground shake. And yet, the name tasted like poison. Taylor cleared her throat. He's going to be a problem in the years to come. The Lady of Nyx admitted honestly. But we can't exactly hunt him down and slay him like he deserves. Unless I am misreading the situation badly, the King in Yellow abandoned the demonic sword he had stolen and many other prizes before fleeing so he could not be tracked by conventional or sorceress means. There are other ways, Lemon Russ bared his teeth, to hunt someone. And Taylor didn't want to learn of them, for her peace of mind if nothing else. Perhaps, the golden-winged Lady General Militant conceded. But I am very wary about the idea of cornering someone that managed to bleed and cripple between 70 and 80% of the forces the ruinous powers arrayed against him. Yes, he lost the vast majority of his forces in the process. But most of them were built to be expendable, like his cursed battalions of skeletons. Those he will rebuild easily. The galaxy, alas, had hardly a shortage of ancient battlefields from which millions of skeletons could be collected. I agree with Lady Weaver there, Corvus Corax had arrived during the party, when exactly, she couldn't say. Today he had chosen to attend in a very simple black toga with the silver raven of the Raven Guard as its sole ornamentation. The traitor has fled somewhere he will feel safe to plot and regain his strength. Cornering him there could lead to a great victory, but more likely it will result in the forces committed trapped and killed, before being raised to be enslaved in death when they refused to obey him when alive. And let's not forget that while many of his Space Marines were permanently dealt with, some of his lieutenants were dispersed, not eliminated. The theoretical is still that we will have to face the King in Yellow once more, Guilliman declared at last, before looking at her. Unless the other traitors will do us a favor and rid us of him while we watch the spectacle. Taylor shook her head regretfully. I would love to believe they can, and the 4 ruinous powers and their slaves certainly have the motivation. Alas, I don't believe it prudent to base any plan on their ability to actually pull it off. I must note that the traitors needed our indirect assistance several times to prevent the rise of the King in Yellow as an ungodly abomination of eternity. They could have failed. Wisdom advises we prepare for the worst, that they will fail to stop the undead lord, or that they won't bother, if Nagash's next plan doesn't threaten chaos directly. Then I will lead the extermination force the next time, Lemon Russ growled. He managed to trick me once, I will make sure he won't walk out of our second battle. I advise you, Rogel Dorn spoke, his tone akin to a block of granite being granted sentience, to not make the mistake of thinking Nagash will be the same opponent as before. While he is not Magnus, his sorcery and vicious schemes make him incredibly redoubtable. I will bring the anathema Psychono with me, brother. I am eager to separate his skeletal head from the rest of his bones, I am not going to do it in a stupid way. Good. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists said bluntly. Or not so good, given the old and new enemies we're now facing, Jagatai Khan of Kogaris commented with a slight smile. The Tyranids. The Necrons. It seems we were really optimistic at the triumph of Olaner saying we would not fight against anything more dangerous than the Rengden and the Orcs. We were extremely lucky, Dorn told them, as always in a no-nonsense tone. If the Necron dynasties had risen up in large numbers while the legions were busy with the Orcs, be it during the last years of the 30th millennium or the War of the Beast, the Imperium would have lost extremely badly. You are right, Corax agreed. And let's not speak of what the all-devouring Tyranids could have done while we were distracted by Horus' treachery or some other conflict. The eastern fringe would have fallen, Robert Guillemon declared bluntly, and then they would have launched their attacks deep inside Ultima Segmentum, opening a war on 1,000 fronts. Assuming the Great Devourer didn't try to bypass all their major strongholds and rush towards Terra for a decisive battle, of course, Taylor winced internally. Still, it was better to not overestimate the enemy. So far the Tyranids didn't show macro-strategy skills on a galactic scale, or a capability to make traps involving thousands of fleets dispersed across 100,000 light-years. This is why I defend the idea we must remove the poisons that are slowly but surely killing the Imperium from the inside. Taylor began to explain her point of view. My new economic advisor gave me a long and detailed financial analysis of the Imperium in general terms, and the reality is that Terra is bleeding us dry. It is a black hole in terms of food, military firepower, and so many things I can't possibly count them in a single meeting. At the same time, the Imperium has to guard the frontiers of the Eye of Terror, the Maelstrom, and maintain its vigilance on other quarantine zones. No matter how many battles of Macrage we win, we're slowly reaching the limits of the Imperium's logistical abilities when it comes to waging war against greater threats. And what kind of military operation would you have in mind, if the means were available? Korix asked her politely. The Maelstrom, the stars-filled-eyed para-human replied. I want to close the Maelstrom, and erase the threat it represents to the trade and military logistical lines of the Imperium forever. Fortress of Hera. Temple of Correction. 2.212.312 M35. Sergeant Gavriel Forcas. If one wanted to see a sign of how high his lady had risen, Gavriel knew there would have not been a better indicator than 1,000 space marines standing and applauding as the Lady of Nyx made her grand entrance. Obviously, this was not 1,000 chapters cheering and announcing their support. While the sergeant of the Dawnbreaker Guard didn't have a full account, there had to be around 400 of them represented in the Temple of Correction. Thank you, swords and shields of the Adeptus Astartes. Today, their lady had not come in power armor, but in a long winter robe of red and gold. For this summit, it seemed to embellish her smile and presence even more than it already was. There were a few greetings, salutations, and introductions, and then the Shield of Angels went directly on the offensive. While the first Bacta conference, organized directly under my aegis at Nyx, ended in a satisfying manner, I would be lying if I said there weren't potential sources of trouble waiting in the shadows. A lot of transhuman warriors suddenly did their best to not look in the direction of the Ultramarines and Space Wolves who occupied a good part of the assembly. Yet we are all servants of the Emperor, Lady Weaver continued, and the consolidation of the Imperium is far too important to lose it in petty grudges. As such, I am officially voicing my support to make Macrage one of the Bacta depots of the Imperium. There was no loud sigh of relief, but there was a lot of applause and plenty of smiles. But as Gavriel knew, this was far from the entire proposal. Don't misunderstand me, the mistress of the adjutant spiders said calmly, with the High Lords giving their support to the weapon depot which will be based here, and the importance of a system now hosting 2 chapters of the first founding, Macrage is destined to be the anchor of all military efforts in this part of the eastern fringe. And in case there is any doubt about what I'm warning you about, yes, I am convinced the Tyranids will make another attempt to devour this system. This, naturally, was a strong incentive to return all the Space Marines to a more serious mood. After a few seconds of silence, an Imperial Fist Astartes stood. The principle is sound. But one depot is nonetheless going to result in a dispersion of the logistics. The dispersal is, unfortunately, inevitable, their lady agreed quickly. But it is necessary. And it won't be one depot, but 2. This time, there were definitely whispers of surprise. An Imperial map was summoned into existence, and one by one the stellar location of the current depots appeared. As I said before, the first Bacta conference proved satisfying in many regards. But as compromises added to compromises, several flaws on the strategic level have become evident. For readily apparent reasons, Mordecai 7 and Talus 4 have been forced to supply their stocks to the chapters operating against the traitor Marines and the rest of the heretics unleashed from the Eye of Terror's pits. It is exactly what the Emperor and I expected from them. But it leaves Segmentum Pacificus, recently reunited to the Imperium, with a lot of problems. This must change. And this is why I propose the Adeptus Astartes homeworld of Sanctum, fiefdom of the noble White Templars, be granted the honor and duty of guarding a new Bacta depot. Naturally, Thomas, the White Templars' battle brother serving in the Dawnbreaker Guard, was the first to cheer, followed by nearly all Imperial Fists and Black Templars. Actually, looking at all the Sons of Dorn, Gavriel wondered with amusement if his lady wasn't trying to make the Sons of Dorn as loyal to her as the Sons of Sanguinius and Fukin. After several minutes of improvised celebrations, it was the turn of the Dark Angel representative, as was proper, to damper a bit the enthusiasm. I have no objection to Sanctum playing this role, the captain of the Unforgiven spoke. The Formidire system is a crucial bastion which is connected to half a dozen major warp routes allowing Crusade-level expeditionary forces to rapidly deploy into the depths of Segmentum Pacificus. However, I question how the stocks will be allocated. As the recent Black Crusade proved, the existing stocks were absolutely vital to return our battle brothers to their fully operational status. A completely rational question, the golden-winged insect mistress nodded, not even giving a glance to Guillemot and the other primarches watching the spectacle from their seats behind her. And one which will be answered by two measures. The first is going to be the increase of the Bacta production. Several interesting measures have been proposed to me, and they will be implemented once I return to the next sector. Obviously, the production increase will not happen in a single day, but I believe that within a decade, not only will the pre-Black Crusade levels have been restored, the Imperial Bacta depots will be able to count on more Bacta doses to sustain the pace of Astartes operations. But the percentage granted to the depots won't change. While one couldn't say the tone was anxious, the grim face of the representative of the Death Watch was betraying a certain nervousness. It won't change. As an exceptional gesture, and in exchange for several favors that the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Adeptus Astartes will be oath-bound to, Nyx will decrease its part from 20% to 12%. The noble chapter masters of Nocturne and Kogaris have also agreed to decrease their stocks of Bacta to 6 and 7 respectively. And they were all going to receive a bounty of weapons, raw resources, schematics, and other valuable things in return. Gavriel Nubail had proposed to decrease its part too, but given how far the home of the Blood Angels was from the other depots, it simply wasn't wise to decrease the strategic Bacta reserves of the Blood. This measure will free 10% of the Bacta production for these two new depots. The strategic importance of these locations being fairly equal, I suggest Macrage and Sanctum being granted 5% each. This naturally resulted in more applause and cheering. The party, which had already been lasting several days so far, was showing all signs of resuming here and now. I will also during the next several days discuss the opportunity for all apothecaries of each depot to be trained in the handling of new medical substances I intend to introduce. As the first tests have been successfully concluded, per the agreement of Primarch Jagatai Khan. The fifth Primarch made a gesture towards the astounding number of wounds which had been fading away with every day. We will supervise more tests with the blessings of the Archmagi Biologists of the Adeptus Mechanicus and Lord Guillemot of Ultramar. At this point, it was a good thing the Temple of Correction was built very solidly, because a minor earthquake rumbled as an overwhelming majority of Space Marines manifested their joy. Assassin Elena Kerrigan. The ambience was rather festive when Elena arrived and began to move on the peripheries of the large groups of transhumans listening to the speech of an Imperial Fist about something that sounded like a doctrine of stronghold fortification. Of course, the Angel of Shadows wasn't fooled. There were over 1,000 Space Marines in the fortress of Hera, and more waited outside, manning the rebuilt fortifications and the anti-orbital defenses, supported by millions of men and women. For all the celebrations and the good humor, the agent of the Officio Assassin Orm was sure that if an alert came, the crystal glasses would instantly be cast aside and the lethal fury of the Adeptus Astartes would turn on the suicidal enemy who dared challenge them in the heart of Macrage. That didn't count the 12 massive adjutant spiders. The giant arachnids were all pretending to discuss the merits of hot chocolate, tea, and other drinks, but Elena saw their 8 eyes and the radiance flowing from them to their mistress. Anyone that didn't belong here would be stopped by them, or by the many insects waiting out of sight behind the marble pillars and reinforced arches. Elena prepared herself as she took the empty seat to Weaver's left. One could only hope. So, nice tattoos, Elena. The shadow-wielding parahuman rolled her eyes in exasperation. This is war paint, not tattoos. She retorted defensively. And they weren't my idea in the first place. So you say. I was forced to prove myself in a series of challenges to the population of Kush. The contests were about proving my worthiness to defend Kush, and when I changed to this appearance, which was to say, dark-skinned and dark-haired to have better camouflage in the dark jungles of Kush, they painted my body with this white paint. I didn't think much of it at first, but the next time I changed my appearance, the paint didn't fade away. It must have some psychic component, because it isn't going away even if you try to remove it with soap, water, or anything else I tried. And of course, Taylor Bear giggled. Stop laughing. Naturally, the other servant of the Emperor didn't make a pause in her giggling. Were a few clowns present at any point, just out of curiosity? Yes, Elena grumbled before shaking her head. Wait, do you think? It certainly has all the characteristics of one of their jokes, yes. The golden-winged parahuman made a sound of gloating that gave Elena the urge to punch her before giving her an expression of amusement. When you leave, I will ask Artemis to escort you. She will lead you to the Enterprise. I have a few things that should make the paint fade away. In case it isn't a joke and the local population expects you to return with white war paint applied, my adjutant will make a copy of the, not tattoos so you can reapply them quickly. Thanks, the simple word made her grit her teeth, but she wasn't going to walk around with that, it would make stand out in crowds, and that was something an assassin had to avoid at all costs. You're welcome. Of course, a baby frostlion having been covered in umbral shroud chose this moment to jump on Weaver's lap. The goal was absolutely to obtain food and caresses, and it was successful, though the big spiders hissed and grumbled at the sight. How did things go with Aranoke? The umbral shroud veil is in place. Elena reported formally before shifting to a more ironic tone. And it has been done without the Imperium being involved, by the way. Some old Psi automatons will do the mining and send it to an abandoned world where the Mechanics will wait for the deliveries. I was a bit too optimistic. There was definitely a twinge of embarrassment in the Angel of Sacrifice's voice. Or rather, I underestimated how much Anvilus wanted to exploit these worlds. I had to give them, I had to exchange a few precious things to keep them happy. Still, the Chromark WILDYR system is protected by Umbral Shroud, and we get the Noctilith we want from the Nighthawk Moon. This is the optimal outcome, no matter how long the negotiations I had to endure. Elena didn't argue against that, and she didn't want to say she would have done better. For all her attempts to learn the Eldar language, she didn't have even the basics down so far. Plus they were the Eldar, which could pass as your best friends one moment, and then a second later talk to you like you were their mortal enemy. The projects? The Angel of Shadows inquired. Dragon is in charge of them, the other living saint shrugged. From what her latest messages reported, things are going well, especially since some Raven Guard tech marines arrived to support her tech priest artisans. The power armor for your Umbra sororities is the most advanced project, of course. For the rest, we're very much at the preliminary stages. Of course, as much as she wanted to order brand new gunships, a brand new void ship for herself, and everything with undetectable stealth to make sure the enemy never saw her coming. Elena knew the weapons and assets weren't ready, and wouldn't be ready for years to come. It took years to build the smallest warp-capable warships, and most of them were of relatively simple designs compared to what the Officio Assassinorum had commissioned the Nixian shipyards to build. And the Ecclesiarchy? Elena asked hopefully. Sorry, for that one you're on your own. Suddenly, the golden-winged para-human was very, very interested in caressing the feline on her lap. Coward, the assassin grumbled. I wouldn't want to deprive you of the joy of negotiating with the Synod and its cardinals. If the smile was more vulpine, the ex-vigilante would have wondered if Tattletale, that antagonizing bitch, had not reincarnated into her friend's body to infuriate the entire galaxy, and herself. Coward, she repeated. And more seriously, the Ecclesiarch has to meet with you. We living saints are extremely different from each other. Our respective roles are, politically and militarily, very much opposed. And astropathic messages are poor substitutes to meeting someone in person. I don't like it, but I understand. Good. Now stand and smile, I have to formally introduce you to the Primarches. Elena Kerrigan, Angel of Shadows, killer of word-bearers and various traitor marines, groaned loudly. Can't I stay in the shadows? No. The little mewling feline was given back to his large mother who was waiting patiently in front of the adjutant spiders. Weaver must have felt her deep reluctance, because she decided to add more carrot. And I will introduce you to the representatives of the Obsidian Jaguars after that. They are a chapter descended from the sons of Gilliman, but you will like them, I think. Nova Fenrisha, formerly Artium. The Fang. Hall of the Great Wolf. 2.221.312 M35. Wolf Lord Olaf Dire Bear. The feast had been both joyous and sorrowful. Joyous, because all the sons of Fenris who had not yet gone to the halls of the Alfethor were gathered here, before their father. Sorrowful, for soon one great company would leave them forever. But it would not be said the Vilka Fenrika shied away from throwing a proper farewell feast. MJD barrels had been opened by the hundreds. Honey and many sugary goods had been bought by the tons to transform the soft Macrogen wine into something properly drinkable. A lot of groxes and other prey animals had been acquired, prepared with traditional Fenrisian cooking, and then roasted before arriving on everyone's tables. For several hours, the sons of Rus didn't think too much about the end of the feast, and more about savoring the present, with the spirit of Fenris and their Primarch fondly watching over them. But the hours passed too swiftly, and soon the fires dimmed. The barrels were totally emptied, and the bellies were so filled even the biggest eaters of the Vilka Fenrika stopped savoring lest they be told to run 1,000 kilometers in the snow to lose some weight. And the Lord of Wolves rose. Dragonite. Come forwards. Don't force me to drag you here before everyone like a stubborn pup. Wolf Lord Eric Dragonite immediately abandoned his conversation with his brothers and rushed to his father's side under cheers and bombastic hurrahs. His great company followed in good order. Nat, Olaf was kidding. It was an undisciplined column, with the blood claws reminded to take their place behind the long fangs by vigorous blows to their heads. Judging by his grin, their father was not going to train them hard to correct this. The pups and the long fangs had no idea what they had been chosen for. We stand ready to depart for Hishria, father. Keep that stupid smile off your face, young pup. Lemon Russ growled. The greatest merit I found to choose you was that your great company had near 1,000 sons of mine. It was sudden and unpredictable, it was like they were facing a mountain of death, the blade of frost and primal winter. They were standing in front of the Emperor's hunter, and he wasn't pleased with them. Thanks to Lady Weaver, the Imperium graciously accepted to let us resettle Hishria with the brave families of Midgardia and the refugees of the now dissolved Fenris sector. The heiress to Sanguinius also used her administrative miracles to transform most of the bounties earned at Cadia into the resources we need. You will not endanger this stable and secure situation, antagonize the governor of the system, or refuse to defend your future in Herjar. Are my words too difficult to understand? No, Jarl. I understand. Good, Lemon Russ growled, and the aura of death and danger decreased, his anger visibly, not forgotten, but almost expended, for now. I will be ruthlessly fair. By the time this conference and all the political shenanigans are over here, I will visit Hishria and make sure you follow my recommendations. Don't make me regret choosing you, my son. Yes, my Jarl, father. The son of the Alfather looked at the entire hall with an emotion Olaf wasn't able to decipher. Then he returned to staring at Dragoneye. And of course, don't try to build your chapter to legion numbers. I've heard enough complaints from the bureaucrats for a lifetime. 1,000 blood claws, grey hunters, and long fangs. 500 specialists, rune priests, iron priests, and wolf priests plus all the others I am not going to list there. Yes, father. Take your mutts out of there, and prepare your Axii masters to ride like the sky chariots of our legends. Lemon Russ howled. Let's hunt together one last time. For Russ and the Alfather. And all the sons of Fenris howled, followed by the thunderous acclaim of all the Fenricians who would see them sally out of the fang. By the time the sun would set again over Asaheim, 1 battle barge, 3 strike cruisers, 2 Nova-class frigates, an entire squadron of Hunter-class destroyers, along with the 984 members of the 10th Great Company had left Nova Fenricia behind them. The bards would sing of it in their sagas. It was the day the great saga of the Winter Sharks of Hishria began. Macrage System. Battleship Enterprise. 2.224.312 M35. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. Taylor didn't have the seer abilities of the Emperor, and she was glad for it, to be honest. Every time she had met a Dark Angel Space Marine lately though, the Lady General Militant had thought it was a good thing to not have precognitive powers, just to avoid knowing how big a disaster the Sons of the Lion had been busy creating for themselves while the Imperium wasn't watching them. Alas, saying it out loud would certainly be a bit undiplomatic. And it took her a good minute to prepare a question that wouldn't sound like an accusation. You told me there was some good news. Something about discovering how the Night Lords were able to infiltrate the rock. Yes, Lady Weaver, the captain, who had presented himself as Master Imamia, answered. It appears the traitors somehow were able to infiltrate the construction workers' teams when the rock was transformed into a proper void fortress, and commission a tunnel that would show on no maps. Then they placed a blasphemous Xenos artifact near the exit, one which would mentally compel even a member of the Adeptus Astartes to believe that this corridor's section had already been cleared. And to make sure our technological instruments wouldn't find the problem, they used a relay of auger befouling systems that provoked temporary glitches in our defensive system. That was definitely interesting. It wasn't the kind of thing the Night Lords were famed for. Assuming these piratical Astartes had the will to use artifacts like those, they assuredly didn't have the means. The Alpha Legion was involved in this operation from the very beginning, it seems. That is the opinion of the Supreme Grand Master too, Lady Weaver. What a pity we weren't able to capture the important officers. Isley and Pierre together may have been able to extract some extremely vital information from them, but since so many had been eaten by tyrannids or reduced to bloody paste, all that remained was hypotheticals and guesses. But at least you have closed this avenue of infiltration. I don't think they would be so naive as to come back to repeat their crime, but it's better to remove that weapon from their hands. Yes, the Dark Angel officer agreed. If they want to attack the rock again, we will be glad to welcome them with all the batteries at our disposal. You didn't need to be a general to know that the welcome was going to be explosive, and deal with the traitors in a very permanent fashion. If they are so stupid as to try, I will request you send me the vids of their annihilation. Taylor frowned. But it doesn't solve the main problem. No, Imamia acknowledged. Luther is gone, and we don't have a single idea of where he could have fled to. The same is true for myself, the insect mistress replied honestly. Truthfully, with the databases and other sources of information available to my forces, we really believed Savator had been the only one of your prisoners to successfully escape. There were no Space Marines of the Great Crusade era aboard the ships involved in the Cataclysm save those who had already been there for centuries or millennia. It's always possible he was aboard the heavy battleship of the Dark Mechanicum or the Alpha Legion vessel, but those hulls were too far away from the rock to receive a Thunderhawk in so little time, and you would have noticed teleportation flares. And now Luther, the very knight who had been the Lion's adoptive father, was free. Unlike the Night Lords, the Imperium didn't even have a vague clue on how to start investigating his disappearance. It's always possible, Master Imamia began slowly, as if he found his own words unconvincing, that one of the ships which stayed in the Fenris system managed to rescue him before making a desperate warp jump. Most of said ships were reported annihilated, some by the guns of your chapter, Taylor reminded him politely. That's why I am thinking there is a far worse possibility. One which would unfortunately work very well with this traitor's apparent ability to trick anyone into believing he's saying the truth, while staying alive for so long, stasis field or no stasis field. And this possibility is: Luther of Caliban is, in all likelihood, a powerful sorcerer, sworn to one or more of the ruinous powers of chaos. The Lady of Nyx declared. One powerful enough to escape through the warp or some other malefic method. You may be right, Lady Weaver. But if that is true, then he might be in any segmentum by now. And no battle brother of the Dark Angels has any idea about his ambitions. According to the stories Gavriel had told her, the ambition 4 millennia ago had clearly been to build his own legion. But the Dark Angels had been scattered across space and time, reuniting them was certainly going to be the next best thing to impossible. And ambitions changed. People changed. It was entirely possible the ambitions of Luther would change in accordance with the loss of his power base. Nonetheless, having such a high-ranking traitor unleashed across the galaxy was not a good thing at all. Macrage. Magna Macrage Civitas. Secundus Hall. 2.227.312 M35. General Nikolai Rokossovsky. For the life of him, Nikolai didn't understand why everyone was so bothered by the Makrajan cold. On Vostroya, this would have been considered lukewarm, and anyone who covered him or herself in furs would have been laughed at for weeks. Unfortunately, the Vostroyans were largely outnumbered, and though some Makrajan citizens and military personnel shared his amusement, it was maybe not a good idea to laugh too loudly. Not when one of the souls miffed by the Makrajan winter was Her Celestial Highness Lady Taylor Hebert, Lady General Militant of the Imperial Guard. Congratulations on your superb encirclement at HR4, Your Celestial Highness. The Vostroyan general began as a column of spiders made noises of relief as they entered the hall of Scipio and began to remove a small mountain of furred clothes from their large bodies. The reports I've read make for impressive reading. It helped that the opponent had not read the Tactica Imperialis and practically invited me to do an encirclement of his forces. The mistress of the aforementioned spiders huffed. I'm not going to complain, it made it considerably easier to end this campaign. But I'm sure that if you had been there in command instead of me, you could have achieved the same. Possibly, Nikolai agreed, before making a significant addendum to the assessment. In all likelihood, however, I would have needed a lot more time to arrange the conditions by which said encirclement became possible. It was the panic that spread through the PDF troops of HR4 after they encountered the first Scorpiads and Baelite Scorpions which had created the first decisive rout. Optimistically, elite guard regiments could have created the same effect, but not in so little time. On one hand it was good news for this campaign, but it is also bad news using a long-term perspective. A concerned expression appeared on the Lady General Militant's face. Just imagine what a Tyranid invasion would have done to the defenses of HR4 if it had been said Xenos instead of my swarm. Nikolai grimaced. That was a scenario that he would prefer not to imagine, by the God Emperor and all his saints. But let's not discuss dark possibilities for now. I was told the Primarch of the Ultramarines gave you some homework while I was away. Yes, Lady General. Nikolai smiled, glad to be back in his field of expertise. As one can expect from the Auxilia's performance when the word-bearers attacked, the Lord of Macrage was unimpressed by their exploits, or rather how few of them there were for the absurdly high casualties they suffered. Therefore on his recommendations, we conducted several real-life grand maneuvers and major exercises. And the outcome? The Vostroyan general shrugged. Pretty much what I expected. Any regiment of the Auxilia which had not fought on a true battlefield with its current batch of officers and enlisted personnel had regressed to the level of PDF troopers. In no particular order, I would say the officers were scandalously passive, completely underestimated modern artillery's lethality, and are in dire need to learn what a parade uniform is and the differences between it and a proper BDU, just to begin with. The stars-filled eyed showed no sign of surprise. Continue. Chapter Master Valens and his officers supervised the maneuvers for several military districts, but the auxilia regiments chosen for this honor were often the same. While in the districts the sons of Guilliman weren't watching, the great yearly maneuvers were utterly unrealistic. The war games on hololithic boards were so rigid they had no practical value. Most of the officers consequently never developed the tactical thinking the Guard considers to be absolutely necessary. The warrant officers left their regiments for more competent formations, and of course most of the sub-PAR training they did was done with understrength companies, rarely mustering the reserves except in times of emergencies. Needless to say, this had made sure the traitor Astartes were able to inflict devastating casualties upon the Ultramar Auxilia. A Chaos Marine was already a formidable opponent, but when the enemy in front of him had on average a couple of weeks of inadequate training per year, it couldn't have been worse than the events which destroyed most of the Pharsalis Auxilia regiments. Well, Her Celestial Highness commented after a few seconds of silence, at least the Guard regiments we trained do not have those kinds of problems. The not anymore went unsaid. We're certainly not at the point stay on the road, no matter what happens is heard, Nikolai agreed with a smile, before sobering up. That is not to say I have not found flaws. There was a certain amount of arrogance I had to stamp out, especially for the forces which fought here. Fortunately, the events on Artium against the Tyranids were a big help deflating some heads. That's all. Not quite, there's sometimes an unacceptable amount of aggressiveness, from your swarm to the Nixian guardsmen, and from the Sororitas to the other special detachments. While I agree with the principle that under the correct conditions, proper offensive mindsets and some bloodshed will spare more blood later, it requires perfectly organized combat operations and a good idea of what you're facing. And sometimes, in the fires of battle, some of our officers tend to forget that, and because they lead from the front, they tend to suffer completely unacceptable casualties. We have to encourage the offensive spirit, though. Too often, an army that doesn't have the mental strength to go on anything but the defensive is rarely going to hold for long. Agreed. Nikolai answered. But further training will have to make some of our stubborn men and women understand that elite infantry and cavalry is a precious resource, and attacking at the correct moment is important. We will also have to retrain some people, because last time I checked, bayonet combat is a last resort for close quarters, and we don't need to use it every time an officer wants to try out his new chainsword. Yes, that we must absolutely discourage. Anything else? That's it for the bad points. As for the good news, the overwhelming majority of the regiments we committed showed initiative, rarely panicked more than a few seconds despite facing elite Xenos armies, and the officers used the terrain and the resources allocated to them with maximal efficiency. The war games with your adjutant spiders and the space marines of the Nix sector proved an excellent investment. While many regiments had never seen fire before, they were quite often capable of inflicting devastating casualties to an enemy possessing far more experience and tactical knowledge than them. The golden-winged lady general gave a thin smile. I'm almost hearing the but coming. But, Nikolai obliged her, we badly need some new equipment if we're trying to decrease the killed in actions numbers we took against the Necrons, the Tyranids, and the Heretics. For sure, these are just the preliminary recommendations. You have earned my trust, General. Speak frankly. We need to better protect our reconnaissance regiments and all the scouts we have, the Vostroyan began bluntly. The Sentinel is just a death trap against the Necrons, the Tyranids, and other serious enemies. Too many times good soldiers did everything right and yet still got slaughtered all the same, bringing back the information we needed at a cost that they shouldn't have paid. The Salamander scout vehicle has proven better in that it can scout and run away, but it is way too loud and too easily detected. Nikolai took a deep breath. We need to give better armors and weapons to the guard infantry in general. The morale stayed high from Volga to Makraj, but too often the men had to use the more weapons of the armored vehicles alongside them because what they had couldn't put down a Necron for good. A new model of grenade, for example, would be a must-have for future campaigns. The men also need better communications. The enemy too often was able to jam them or cause vox distortions that caused major issues. On the bright side, we correctly identified that self-propelled artillery is the future for our batteries. No matter how fast you are able to take a cannon towed by a truck from point A to point B, the static guns are way too vulnerable to counter battery fire unless they're protected by shields or some amount of heavy armor. That's encouraging, given what I've heard about the new archers, though I must note no one seems to find grace in my naming conventions. Different cultures, different names for the favorite weapons, Your Celestial Highness. Nikolai admired his superior, but he wasn't going to tell her out loud, and in presence of a dozen adjutant spiders, that often her name choices were poorly inspired. But having reviewed the main battles of Operation Stalingrad, I am sure of one thing above all. And that thing is, we need drones for our regiments. Thousands of drones, and preferably far more than that. Nikolai received an ironic smile immediately. You're not the only one to think so. Really? You might have missed the announcement, but Archmagos Lankovar arrived this morning. Under my authority, he made the first exhaustive inspection on the Tau military manufactorums. Makraj. Fortress of Hera. Library of Ptolemy. 2.230.312 M35. Primarch Robot Giliman. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar, Robot admitted, was a typical member of the Nixian Mechanikus on two key points. His loyalty to Lady Weaver was absolute, and he was instinctively annoyed by Call's presence. Still, the high-ranked tech priest was enough of a professional to answer when Call asked a question, unlike some magi and archmagi the Primarch had met since his return. Yes, we gained the knowledge how to create this alloy from the Tau. Obviously, mankind had already discovered and classified it in the past as type IR 101011111001. But the secrets of the alloy and the STC itself describing the process to create it were lost long ago under troubling circumstances. It was only by the Omniscible we were able to notice the strong similarities between type IR 101011111001 and the alloy used to build the battlesuit 158-02 Crisis Iridium. And the process does not involve any particularly problematic or proscribed metallurgy operations. Lady Weaver asked neutrally, but the 13th Primarch was sure she already knew the answer. The Lady of Nyx wasn't going to gamble in front of an audience of hundreds of tech priests and potentially cause one of her followers to be accused of tech heresy. heresy. It was a word which always left him ill at ease, a reminder how much the Imperium and the Mechanicum, the Adeptus Mechanicus had changed since the Great Crusade. No, chosen of the Omnissiah. The metallurgy and the chemical processes can largely be carried out with the existing infrastructure of Nyx. The main problem with verifying the TOS words came from the high quantities of pure iridium and rare resources involved in the project. But as the Nyx Power Armor project is of utmost priority, I deemed the acquisition process to be more than justified. It was, and you did well to take the initiatives you did, Archmagos. The insect mistress approved, taking a data slate handed by one of her spiders. Does anyone have other questions? No one did, and thus Robert cleared his throat. I think no one does, so let's turn the next subject of importance, drones. In the aftermath of the battle, it had really been a lesser concern, but then some tech priests and guardsmen had begun to play with what they called long-range extended servo owls and a few of the heavily modified Xenos toys that had been borrowed from the Blueskin Xenos, and this time, it gained the utmost attention. The tactical benefits of introducing drones into our order of battle are obvious, Lord Primarch, Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar began laconically, and once you make sure not to include an abominable intelligence like these reckless Xenos did, building a drone is rather simple. When it comes down to it, a drone is just a servo-skull or a servo-owl used for military purposes, but with more range, cogitation capacity, and of course more information-gathering technology. All the processes to create one are well known to the Mechanicus. The chief obstacles to a drone being used have always been the logistical support needed to keep the drones in the air on a long campaign, the repair and maintenance needs in high-intensity operations, and doctrinally, the concept of sending machines ahead to spare more flesh dying on the battlefield. Robert didn't need to be an Archmagos to know which of the points had made sure that in the dimension the Tau had come from, the Mechanicus had blocked them from reaching the guard regiments in significant numbers. The commands to pilot such a drone? Belisarius Call asked, not hiding his excitement. There have been several enthusiastic attempts which are currently being investigated. Lankovar's voice trailed off, and Weaver coughed a single name, Leet. But for the tactical drones that would be deployed much like those of the Xenos, the first approved patterns will be at worst months away. The proper safety measures have been taken. The proper safety measures have been taken, chosen of the Omnissiah, Lankovar assured his benefactor and mistress. I myself personally delivered the draconic fire-extinguishing foam, the helmets, and the other equipment the Tau seemed to have disregarded completely in their mad insistence their greater good would protect them. There was some fierce grumbling from different Nyxian tech priests wondering how the Blueskin Xenos had managed not to blow themselves up for so long. I am very impressed, the 13th Primarch admitted out loud. Congratulations, Lady Weaver, you seem to have gained a rich reward of technological bounty, though of course all of it will need to be properly analyzed and monitored before it can be completely reverse-engineered to its full potential. Thank you, Lord Primarch. Yes, Guilliman was impressed, and while he wasn't really worried per se, there was the not too comforting feeling that even with Call and thousands of other gifted tech priests obeying his commands, Nyx was soon going to be 1 or 2 generations ahead when it came to operational battlefield technology. Would you be willing to consider a technology transfer? It would depend on the price and what the exchange of technology would look like, Lord Primarch. Yes, in hindsight, it was not a surprising answer, at least it was better than what he would have gotten from Mechanicus-only sources. In the last year, Robert Guilliman had learned the hard way how secretive and uncooperative many Magi and Archmagi could be. And the Primarch of the Ultramarines winced internally, because both his personal funds and Macrage's treasury were not in a good state these days. Assuming the price would be dealt in one way or another, he added diplomatically. Assuming that, Weaver glanced at her spiders, who clearly gave her some information via telepathy, the answer will be yes, there are only so many projects Nyx can develop and allocate funds to at any given time. What would you use said technology transfer for? An APC program, Guilliman replied without hesitation. I don't know how much your own officers insisted on it, but my son's after-battle reports convinced me we must protect our well-trained infantry, and to do that, the solution is simple, better personal armors, and better armored vehicles. The production of rhinos is too low to my liking. It will be increased, and many thousands of them will find their way to the Macrage depot, after the holes in my son's chapter arsenals have been filled. Please continue, Lord Primarch. The rhino, alas, is only a stopgap measure. With him no longer strapped to various medical monitoring devices, Robert could use some measure of his charisma and leave his seat, and oh did he exploit it. The merciless battles fought in the Eastern Fringe and elsewhere proved that without ion shielding, the survival of a particular military unit very much relies on luck. I dislike that. The Mechanicus audience agreed with him, he could see that. They all believed in the law of probabilities, not luck, but it made no difference on the battlefield in the end. It is my opinion that the future of the APC for Astartes, as a consequence, needs a significant increase of its capacities, with ion shields, of course, but also an anti-gravity capability to move. The Lady General militant in front of him stayed still and silent for about 10 seconds, before turning her head and nodding once at Dismirius Lankovar. And the old rhinos? If the program is successful, that's potentially tens of thousands of rhinos that the Adeptus Astartes won't need anymore. If the program is successful, Robert promised, I will urge my father to repeal the millennia-old edict allowing only the Adeptus Astartes to use the rhino assault transport. Though in many ways, the edict had always been ignored by the ecclesiarchy, courtesy of it not existing at the time and thus not being included in the list of organizations which were forbidden from deploying it. Many sisters of the Order of the Silver Rose had fought with red-painted rhinos at Makridge and Artium. That would be a powerful move, one which would earn you the support of the Imperial Guard. The Lady of Nyx didn't mince her words. I suppose Archmagos Call will be the chief coordinator of the project. He will. Many tech priests were, not exactly enthusiastic, to say the least. There will be a Martian and an Ixian overseer to this project, the Lady General Militant faced Call, and her voice made clear this was non-negotiable. And you have a deadline of 20 years to present a prototype with the resources and the technology transfers which will be required for the program. Do you have a name for the program, Archmagos? I do, Lady Weaver. I intend to name it Project Gaius. Seeing the expression of the young woman soften, Call's choice had been good. When he tried, the Archmagos was surprisingly good at gaining support when and where he wanted. As for the conditions of the transfer mentioned earlier, one of my economic advisors is mere days away. I think we can wait until she arrives to open the negotiations on that subject. Fortress of Hera. Library of Ptolemy. 2.245.312 M35. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. I will make you pay for that, Your Celestial Highness. Vengeance will be mine. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, Lady Vice Queen. The innocent tone didn't fool Marianne. Besides, the Lady General Militant had not even bothered trying to lie convincingly this time. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're so unhappy. I can assure you there are people who are waiting months to have an audience with the Primarch these days, and they don't get one in private. And you did make sure it would happen the moment I landed just to see the expression on my face, Marianne replied without anger. Here I thought you appreciated my body. Her lover kept her eyes directly towards the entrance guarded by two ultramarines. There was, however, a large smile on her face. I appreciate both your body and your intelligence, Marianne. And I wouldn't have done it if I thought you couldn't handle it. Or if my adjutant spiders hadn't assured me you were overprepared. Marianne huffed. Of course the dedicated arachnids had warned her telepathically. Vengeance will mine nonetheless. I'm shaking in fear. The living saint answered drily as they entered the library. Instantly, being admitted into such a beautiful monument to books and written documents of mankind forced a respectful silence. The Library of Ptolemy had been built in a simple but beautiful Makridgian style, with long and wide avenues, distinct marble statues and high Gothic numbers to orient yourself, while above you and on the walls, there was a profusion of mosaics. It was a combination of the old and the new. Ancient rolls of vellum were protected by brand new stasis fields which must have been replaced this year. It was, in many ways, a memento of the Imperium that was, of a time when the human species was reunited rapidly and the master of mankind walked among his subjects. And as if thinking it had summoned him, the Primarch appeared at the end of an alley, flanked by two ultramarines carrying large pile of books. The Astartes were smiling in resignation, that much was obvious. All Lady General Militant Weaver, Lady Vice Queen Gutenberg. The Primarch's expression looked like he had been lost in his studies, but his blue eyes proved this was a dangerous false impression. The Emperor's son was a dangerous negotiator. Good, it would be boring otherwise. Leave us. The Space Marines bowed, and left, maybe with some relief, for while the books wouldn't be heavy for someone with transhuman strength, studies on the other hand may be a chore the Space Marines were glad to avoid. They took each a seat around a desk that had to be a copy of a Terran creation she had seen in the Imperial Palace once. It took, quite a few seconds to adapt. Even staying motionless, the Primarch was the kind of magnificent presence which made you feel so small and tiny. Fortunately, while the sensation was different from a living saint's, it had its similarities, and Marianne Gutenberg adapted. The courtesies were murmured, and the real business could begin. I'm sure you're wondering why I agreed to Lady Weaver's request to bring you here so quickly, Lady Gutenberg. No, the speaker for the Chartists' captain's daughter replied truthfully. She had been told bluntness would be appreciated, and all her instincts were screaming at her to not play games with Guilliman. Makridge is in a bad state economically, and you probably can't pay the entire bill for ensuring it is rebuilt and regains the technological and military superiority it took for granted in the last millennia. There was a flash of, not surprise, but it was difficult to describe it. Indeed. The avenging son admitted. I'm not going to pretend the situation is catastrophic, because it isn't, and exaggerating would serve no purpose. Thanks to Lady Weaver's aunts and other auxiliaries, the work to remove the word-bearer's destruction will be fully completed by the end of the decade. But the ability to project military power and rebuild the logistical system I feel will be necessary for future military operations. That is an entirely different matter. It requires a significant amount of resources, and these resources aren't there. I rule over 13 systems, not 500, and I was told that politically, rebuilding my old kingdom would not be appreciated by the high lords of Terra. Judging by the direction of the stare and the amused expression, it was a certain insect mistress who had warned him. Marianne's respect for Taylor grew further. Saying that to a primarch required courage, no matter how many accomplishments you already had under your belt. I let my brother's wolves have their Nova Fenricia, Guillemon continued with a shadow of, not anger, but perhaps sorrow? Unfortunately, the world of Shiloh is far too young to play the same role, assuming it will eventually become a hive world in the future. And of course, the Inquisition has ordered the Illyrium district is to stay permanently empty for 1,000 years. I agree with their decision, but it was a significant blow, combined with the destruction of Pharsalis. The Primarch could have continued for a long time, but evidently he wanted to test her. You also lost most of your shipbuilding capacity at Artium and Macrage, with only Mort and Dar remaining intact. Laphise made sure some of the old families are dealing with considerable problems of their own, and of course, the pilgrimage's importance did not abysmally collapse, but you still lost a large percentage of the income associated with it. When your capital was in ruins anyway, you could hardly in good conscience let religious men and women rush into a war zone. Yes, those are indeed the practical facts Macrage and I are forced to deal with. The avenging sun watched her like a bird of prey, or something incredibly inquisitive, and it was hard not to shiver. And so I am searching for creative solutions. I presume conventional creative solutions are not an option. The Vice Queen inquired after clearing her throat. Since I don't think you need House Gutenberg or anyone from the Chartist captains to demand loans and other financial expediencies. Correct, Guillemon replied with a nod. Obviously, I could do it, but if another war comes to the gates of Macrage in the near future, I will have saved the present of the Ultramarines only to bankrupt their future. Yes, no wonder the Emperor's son didn't want to go down that road unless there was no alternative. Well, unconventional solutions it was. Thankfully, she had come prepared. I see. Since one of the problems is linked with Macrage, attractiveness from a segmentum's perspective, I believe there is a solution, one which would be playing to Macrage's strengths, and would likely involve less religious issues than the one involved with the shrine of a dead Primarch. And this solution is? The Primarch asked with evident amusement at her choice of words. You allow House Gutenberg and House Weaver to finance the creation of a modern winter sports resort on Macrage. This time, Marianne knew, she had definitely managed to surprise the Primarch. A winter sports resort, I admit it is quite a novel idea that didn't occur to me. But it would solve quite a few of your problems. Marianne insisted. Let's be honest, Macrage is covered in mountains, and the climate is cold. No matter how much money you invest into it, it will be difficult to turn Macrage into an agri-world. If you want to preserve the beauty of the world, heavy industry is out of the question if it's not in orbit. And economically, plenty of worlds have that anyway. But visiting the home of the Ultramarines and being able to spend money in a winter resort for entertainment and health reasons? This is an idea with a strong economic potential. Clearly, as parties involved in the project, Marianne and her golden-winged partner would also earn a lot of money in the process, which was always useful and would give them influence in the Macragian system without being rudely obvious about it. I suppose you have at least thought about a potential location. If Guillemon had made a decision, he hid it well. The district of Alpe Sequinia, the Vice Queen replied. The main mountains are covered in snow year-round, though obviously when the climate is at its worst the upper mountains are extremely dangerous. But one only needs to invest in a transport access straight from Macrage City, and the average aircar will be able to reach the theoretical station in 3 hours. Plus the creation of a major bridge, the Primarch amended, but he was now thoughtful. Yes, the idea has merits. The beauty of Macrage would have to be preserved, however. I wouldn't allow the great mountains to be sculpted or any of the ridiculous things I'm aware the ecclesiarchy and secular planetary governor do on too many words. You are the Lord of Macrage, Marianne replied with all the courtesy she had. The avenging son chuckled. So I am. I suppose you have other surprising ideas to propose. Yes, of course. One of them involves the insects of Her Celestial Highness here. You see. Battleship Enterprise. 2.247.312 M35. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. You think then Robert Guillemon will accept the winter sports resort proposal? I'm almost certain he will, yes. Marianne gave her an amused glance as she dealt with all the bureaucratic duties which seemed to pile up despite her best efforts and the adjutant spiders assigned to them. Let's face it, everything that includes ceding some of the Lord of Macrage's privileges to organizations tied to the Adeptus Ministorum, like a fortress of the Templar Sororitas on Laphise, was never going to be accepted this year. Taylor considered the Vice Queen's point, and then shrugged. You're certainly right about that. As for the other proposals, well, the idea of letting my ants colonize Thulium would certainly deliver a lot of medical supplies and resources, but it would be an unacceptable loss of sovereignty. Even with your adjutant spiders sworn to obey his orders in your absence. Taylor gave the daughter of House Gutenberg a sarcastic smile. There's a difference between obeying someone's orders and having someone's undying loyalty, Lady Gutenberg. I suppose that is true. But yes, I think he will go ahead with the idea of a winter sports resort. He needs the resources, and unlike all other proposals it is a purely economic exchange, with no military clauses involved. And once the 50 years are over, the government of Mackridge will own it, though our share in the business will remain, meaning considerable benefits all year long. Marianne gave her a large smile. I will, of course, give you a detailed plan of the winter sports resort I have in mind. This felt like the beginning of one of those let's surprise her celestial highness things. But since the Lady of Nyx admitted she hadn't the faintest idea what tourists would like to have in a winter sports resort beside the incredibly obvious, well, I delegate this particularly important plan to you, if you're so willing to tackle it. Taylor paused. And I note you didn't ask the Space Wolves to host this grand plan of a winter sports resort. Of course not, Marianne shook her head. While the Angel of Shadows appears to have tamed the Frost Lions, the rest of the Artium that was is now filled with incredible lethal fauna, big and small. Unless your main goal is to eliminate the people visiting the winter sports resort, I don't think Nova Fenricia will ever be a place you want to visit for pilgrimages or holiday reasons. For a couple of seconds, Taylor contemplated the idea of sending some annoying highborn there to teach them lessons in the guise of a winter holiday. Regretfully, she swiftly abandoned it. The political consequences weren't worth the amusement, no matter how tempting it was to throw a Vandyre or two to a Fenrician wolf to suffer a tragic accident. Besides, they don't really need it. They got part of the bounty of Most Wanted 64, Drekarth the Sightless. Sure, the 4 planets they got are all ice death worlds which will be used to settle their successors. They got 1 orbital defense grid instead of 2 luxury stations, but Adept Harpagon released a cash reward of about 190 trillion throne gelts. They also got some lesser traders like Apostle Kor Daradon, so once you add up all the bounties, the Sons of Rus got largely enough to compensate their losses and make the breakup of their legion a clean process. It is going to take some time, because Mars can't build battle barges in a day and creating space marines is a time-consuming process, but they will be able to do it on their own terms. Although naturally, the Primarch of the Space Wolves owed her a big favor, because she had accelerated the bounty reward process considerably for him. If she hadn't, the Wolves would still be busy waiting for the first throne gelt 100 years from now. This is really a profitable business you've set up here. The Vice Queen of Zolingen whistled in appreciation. I think the missing word here is dangerous. The Queen of the Swarm snarked. I'm told certain bounties were claimed by your adjutants while you were millions of kilometers away. True, the Lady General Militant admitted, but that's why I made them formally part of my command staff, as they're directly acting per my will, it stands to reason I am their commanding officer. And there were limits even to that. As the internal fighting between the traitor factions was intense, I certainly got no reward when the heretics slaughtered each other. Which was certainly a pity, because Kor Faeron's bounty had been bloody enormous, as befitted his title of 13th Most Wanted. It would have also settled the problem of discreetly transferring several assets to the Ultramarines. But Lorgar had killed Kor Faeron in front of many witnesses, and the Adeptus Almeidas was not going to reward her for being in the same system when it happened. And Taylor finished dealing with her last bureaucratic duties before looking up. And I got the reward for the vile one, 5 quadrillion throne gelts. Of course, since I didn't do it personally, a good part will be spread across the entire order of battle of Operation Stalingrad, but as its commanding officer, I'm entitled to a significant percentage, and most of it will be invested in Mechaniku's creations, rare resources, and everything I need for Nyx and the sector around it. The only thing she had yet to find a solution for was the sector overlordship. Taylor certainly didn't need it, 1 sector was already enough work, thank you very much. Obviously, the Assassin Orm got a lot of bounties, partially or totally, as well. Perister, Muthake, Ikotas, the Angel of Shadows had really been a busy bee during the Battle of Mackridge. But Ancient Rylaner got the bounty for Lucius the Eternal, meaning the White Thunderbolts will be able to request a lot of resources for their expansion. And of course for Operation Stalingrad as a whole, Lisa's bombardment killed Yaralek, and the trench fighting outside Mackridge City killed Vorjuk Kral. That's trillions of throne gelts I'm going to place in the pension fund of my guard regiments. A pension fund which had not finished delivering significant amounts of money to Fei, Wuhan, and every world which had troops involved in Operation Caribbean. Well, at least, this time, the number of troops to be rewarded was far larger, and spread across many famous guard recruitment centers of the Imperium. The Vostroyans had certainly been ecstatic about the amount of money they would be able to send home. If everyone is getting so much money, why did the Ultramarines seem so concerned about dwindling resources? That's the problem, the everyone does not include the Ultramarines. Most of the bounties were earned by Operation Stalingrad's forces, acting on behest of the Imperium. It naturally doesn't involve the Space Wolves and the Ultramarines. If the Sons of Guilliman had been able to kill a big bounty by themselves, well, Guilliman kind of did, but Lorgar's bounty was cancelled around the 32nd millennium, when the Inquisition was sure he was an unholy abomination impossible to kill. Taylor shrugged. Guillemot and his sons got some throne gelts and resources from the bounty rewards, don't get me wrong. But nowhere near the amounts they really needed to rebuild and launch a modernization program at the same time. Unlike you. Unlike me. Taylor huffed. Don't get me wrong, I would not have a big problem funding Macridge's rebirth, but, politics. Politics, the High Lady's daughter agreed. Giving so much when the Ultramarines did nothing to deserve it before Operation Stalingrad came to Macridge would be seen as a sign of weakness. Yes. Whereas the creation of a winter sports resort which will earn a lot of throne gelts in exchange for a technological transfer will be seen as good trade opportunities. I feel there's more to that. The insect mistress grunted. I did not lie to you or anyone when I said that Nyx doesn't have the billions of tech priests it needs to work on all the military and civilian programs the Imperium needs. In fact, I'm not sure Mars has all the artisans and other specialized archmagi and magi that Dragon would require in an ideal galaxy. Some things have to be delegated, and Call, for all his radical ideas, is certainly competent enough to successfully complete a program of that complexity. His chief problem is that he tends to never finish a project as long as he's not satisfied. Thus the deadline you gave him. Thus the deadline I gave him, the female para-human confirmed, before sending away the last data slate in a cloud of beetles and sighing in relief. There. Done. I'm free for a few hours. Do you have something in mind to visit on the world below? No, but I'm sure we can arrange something, the blonde-haired beauty purred while moving around her desk. And on the other side of the door, Gamaliel knocked. Your Dawnbreaker guard has a gift to knock at the worst possible moment, Marianne complained. For once, they can't be blamed. An emissary with long ears and a sense of humor I don't find funny chose this moment to arrive unannounced. Somewhere in the eastern fringe. Craft World E. Yandon. 8.250.312 M35. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. Unlike what had been promised, when she stepped out of the webway gate, Taylor saw no one to welcome her. This may be a trap, web mistress. Artemis immediately declared as she followed on her heels. I doubt it, Taylor was using her Ildari Empress persona now, and she wasn't able to see or hear anything that might indicate a trap. No, it just feels empty. Majestic, but empty. The hall she and her two adjutant spiders had arrived in was clearly a nexus for webway gates. It was also monumentally tall, with the pillars and everything supporting it sculpted to resemble trees, in a splendor even the members of the blood interested in the art would struggle to reproduce. It was radiant and filled with flowery Ildari runes. There were many real trees seemingly randomly placed in the different alleys, though when taken as a whole, they formed a pleasant floral sigil. At least we are in the right craft world, web mistress, Solaria commented at her side. The rune of E. Yandon is everywhere. But so much empty space. This isn't like Nyx, I will admit. It isn't like Macridge, or Bale. And the less said about Kamarak and the dark pits of the monsters purged by the armies of the Imperium, the better. It feels more like the world of Aranok I recently visited. But ancient, and empty. On that world, everything had been bird songs, Eldar songs, dances, and, well, there had been life everywhere. What she could see of E. Yandon was beautiful, absolutely. But it was also devoid of any living presence. Yes, the craft world was immense, but not a sound of life was unusual. Where to, web mistress? Since no webway gate is activating to show us the way to our real destination. I think I'm hearing something like water in the distance, and there are large golden stairs in that direction. Let's go see where they lead. Yes, web mistress. We're going to explore the lair of the long ears. You realize, Artemis, that for today, I am one of these long ears, right? That is not the same thing, web mistress. They walked away from the webway gates, and the impression confirmed itself. E. Yandon was ancient, really ancient. Thanks to her improved vision, Taylor could also see it had been repaired several times. It would have been impossible to distinguish for a mortal eye, but the psychic materials employed in the tree-like pillars, walls, and everything that was the craft world had clearly received several cycles of repairs and redecoration. Half a dozen times in different eras, though it was only a guess of hers. After several minutes, they were able to hear sounds of life again. First, there was indeed the unmistakable sound of crystal-clear water flowing. Then there were birds calling their companions. Insects, big and small, began to answer her call, giving her extended vision, though the queen of the swarm decided to let them work on their daily activities. Soon enough Taylor entered a vast structure which made her Nyxian palaces look ridiculously small, and it was apparently a mere gateway to an immense plaza, or perhaps not a plaza, for it was half submerged in water, as a river looked like it had its riverbed here. It was clearly artificial, for there were two cascades flowing over the walls in some ethereal feat of architecture, and everything had clearly been superbly arranged to merge the riverbed with its green surroundings. And unlike the rest of E. Yandon seen so far, it was filled with life. There were clearly animals living the good life in this paradise, but the river was filled with scenes of joy where 16 Eldar souls were playing with each other. And not just any Eldar. They were all children, and though Taylor couldn't say how she knew it, they tasted, for lack of a better word, really young. They were young, joyful, playing with resin-made balls that made them look extremely similar to any children of their age, and no matter the color of their hair, be it black, white, red, golden, blue, or green, they had a common point. They were all golden-skinned. Webmistress, they are trying to copy your magnificence. Taylor chuckled. No, Artemis, let's just say sacrifice imbued them with a measure of my protection, as long as they stay innocent. This explained too why the Queen of Blades' ex-apprentice had taken its golden appearance when Kern released her soul and she had to patch up the scarred parts. When the Asuryani and their cousins were corrupted, their skin would reflect this. When they swore themselves to authority, it was red, blue, or green, reflecting if they wanted to go to passion, moderation, or harmony. What would happen when a soul was too young to make a choice or unable to make up his or her mind yet stay loyal, for lack of a better word, however? It had been an interesting question she had discussed with Dragon before she left Makraj. Today, it seemed she had her answer. But Webmistress, we can't protect all the long ears for eternity. Solaria grumbled. As long as we don't scour the impurities of the soul, at least, like you did with the red-haired menace Bellona is busy watching. The golden-winged para-human laughed. You're completely right, Solaria. The protection of sacrifice, my protection, fades away in time unless an Eldar swears himself or herself to me completely, so that the purifying power the Emperor gave me can burn everything. But that's why a certain goddess of symbiosis exists. Before they can succumb to temptation, they have another protection shielding them from the evil of the four. All it requires is a choice. Evidently, the 16 children playing in the river were very far from that choice. Years at the very least, and this made Taylor realize she didn't know how long it took for an Eldar to grow into adulthood. Look up, Artemis. There is a furball ruining the moment. Taylor closed her eyes while grinning. That is a Gyrinx, Solaria. The resemblance with the cat species was impressive. This one, save the gem just below the neck and the shape of the ears, really wouldn't have raised an eyebrow on Earth. It could have passed effortlessly as a ginger cat. A lazy, large ginger cat. The children noticed it soon, and in a heartbeat, they began to shout their joy, and their acclamations were clear, they wanted the psychic feline to play with them. The ginger-furred Gyrinx, who had stayed at a reasonable distance from the cascades and water in general, of course did nothing of the sort. Camped like a sphinx of antiquity, the Gyrinx looked at the Eldar children like they were unworthy of his or her time. By your will, Webmistress. Taylor sighed, reading effortlessly the intentions of her loyal adjutants. Let's be clear, you are utterly forbidden to do that with the mind's cats. They are not psychic, or as resourceful as a Gyrinx. Of course, Webmistress. One might have believed the craft-world-born feline would be able to perceive the approach of a tank-sized spider, but Artemis and Solaria were really stealthy when they wanted to be, having taken lessons from Pierre recently. And they had also received new long-range silk launchers. The Gyrinx was utterly surprised, mewed in confusion when it was captured, its particular pathetic escape attempt failing in a heartbeat, and then of course Artemis threw him from the top of the nearest cascade. Naturally, the children below all cheered and communicated their joy, before swimming and rushing to play capture the Gyrinx. Despite a desperate resistance, the ginger feline, looking pitiful, betrayed, and offended at the same time, was captured and properly received the attention of 16 enthusiastic children. Bah, it would survive. Maybe. Mission accomplished, Webmistress. Oh, and the High Priestess is behind you. I know. I heard her coming while you were busy with your mission. Taylor replied serenely. You seem to have a gift for making children happy, my Empress. High Priestess Aurelia Melis. You seem to have a gift for making children happy, my Empress. When she had heard of the clown's latest joke, it had been a miracle Aurelia had not strangled Segurika's emissary. Sending their Empress to an unknown webway gate when nothing of the sort had been planned was just asking for unprecedented trouble and devastation. Authority be praised, for the moment the joke did not seem to have backfired, or Segurik had a grudge against Gyrinxes. One did not exclude the other, damn the great trickster and his inscrutable plans. They are young, and innocent. Let them enjoy their cycles of childhood while they can. The Ildari tongue was spoken orders of magnitude better than Aurelia had hoped for. The symbiosis between Muse and Empress had been a visible success. Webmistress, she's trying to seduce you and convince you to lower your guard. We have, the High Priestess of Authority sweetly replied, many extraordinary meals and drinks prepared for this audience, and those are always available for the servants of the Empress. The golden spider's many eyes stared at her with suspicion, and Aurelia stared back without flinching. Refreshments would be lovely. The great arachnid was the first to break, sending the furball into the water made me quite thirsty. Your desires will be fulfilled, Aurelia didn't gloat, it would be behavior unworthy of the High Priestess of Authority. Since the circumstances have changed, my Empress, where do you want the meeting to proceed? If it's not too much trouble for the representatives of each craft world and the other emissaries, the eyes filled with star looked fondly at the children playing in the water while, taming the gyrinx. Here. I shall send the summons immediately. Fortunately, the Hall of Long Rivers and Young Souls was rather well situated to move both servants of authority and the Yandan made food and drinks into. In less than 1,000 heartbeats, the majority of the invitees had gathered, all the while Eldrad had cast a veil of silence to make sure the children continued to play, remaining blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the events playing out near them. For it was a council the likes Yandan had never seen in all the cycles of its existence. There were 55 delegations of craft worlds, and yes, for all that 5 was the sacred number of authority, Aurelia often felt it was a dream that they had been able to get so many of them to agree to come. The delegations of their cousins who had chosen to bond with the world spirits until recently were of even greater importance. 155 kings and queens had sent ambassadors, or come in person. The sovereigns of the Iberic cluster, proud allies of Yandan, accounted for 33 groups alone. And of course there were 15 Corsair fleet princes and princesses, though of them, 5 had not sworn their oaths to authority, and as a result had been escorted by several prestigious warriors. But it wasn't towards the latter that the Empress moved fluidly once the introductions were concluded. It was Iana Arianel, representative of Yandan, who had most of her attention. My Empress, the prodigy of House Arianel kneeled. You have sworn yourself to the first temple, haven't you? There was no accusation in the Angel of Death's voice, just fascination. Fascination, and a bit of sadness. Yes, this was a dream more real than all the dreams, and I was clad in armor. That felt more real to you than any armor. The Empress finished. You have not chosen an easy path. So close after authority's birth, I influenced it without intending to. There will be sacrifice. Aurelia shivered, and many of the representatives did far more than that. Yandan is my home, and authority is my goddess. If anyone here needed it, this was the confirmation that for all the gentleness and tolerance of harmony, the green skin of those who embraced this aspect of authority were certainly not fragile or afraid to fight. If I have to walk this path of war and peace, so be it. Then rise, daughter of Yandan. Rise and become a Spellsinger. Iana Arianel seemed to become taller. No longer were her robes yellow or blue, but indeed a verdant green, trimmed with imperial gold. A heartbeat later, she vanished. Authority had called her to her temple. My apologies for this unplanned choice. The golden-winged Empress took the seat which had been prepared for her, flanked by her 2 enormous spiders, who were busy sipping red-colored drinks with small sounds of satisfaction. As I'm sure all the delegations have many questions, let's not wait any longer. The delegation of Mimira can begin. A great warrior of teal and blue advanced, and saluted the Empress. Everyone heard your command, O burning angel governing the cycle of entropy. But there have been many rumors which spread across the tunnels of the webway by now. So many whispers and contradictory statements the specters of Mimira know not what to believe. We learned by the wisdom of Irelite to stay away from other races. Will you change it, Empress of War and Death? No, Weaver replied immediately. If you know what I have accomplished, you know I do not need the armies of your craft world to carry out my will, be it in times of war or peace. I do not need unwilling warriors for my campaigns, be they short or long. What I want is for the sons of the Emperor and the spiritual descendants of Eldanesh to stop the bloodbaths between the 2 species which benefit no one but the primordial annihilator. You do not wage war against the Imperium of mankind. I in return do my utmost to keep the Imperium away from the craft worlds and all the worlds where worship of authority protects you from the baleful power of the enemy. I also can initiate channels which will let you acquire the Umbral Shroud to hide your homes from the predations from potential enemies with. High Priestess Malice and King Adonhu will confirm this is within my power to provide. And yes, I will still be able to see through the veil of Umbral Shroud afterwards. The message was as pure as crystal, do not think about reneging on an oath once you got what you wanted. And in the case it is humans who succumb to the lies of the primordial annihilator. An embassy will be opened on my home of Nyx exactly for that purpose, the Empress replied to the semi-accusatory tone of the representative of Aleto coldly. Construction began recently, and the High Priestess and Authority herself are personally overseeing the work, I was given to understand. Should a craft world or any authority-loyal force encounter a problem which involves the ruinous four, you send a message explaining the problem to your ambassador, he or she requests an audience, I learn of the problem, and I do my best to correct it before it blows up in 2 species' faces. The reverse course can of course happen if I am informed by Inquisitors, Space Marines and other parties that there is a problem with the followers of authority, naturally. But, quite clearly, for a follower of passion, the representative of Aletok was vigorously searching for excuses. The primordial annihilator isn't the only threat. There are the old enemies, the Ingur slaves, they call them the Necrons, please. Weaver rolled her eyes in annoyance. It is their race's name, let us do them the courtesy of using it, even if none of them are here. Yes, the Necrons can be a problem. But I have an accord signed with the Narush-Latset dynasty. All the dynasties obeying the laws and rule of Feeric Cryptek Nefertun will ignore the worlds and forces obeying authorities' edicts and mine, as long as you do the same in return. Those are not the entirety of the dynasties. The Storm Lord. Overlord Imoduk, the dreaded Storm Lord, has been placed in charge of a research group whose goal is to prepare all races for the coming Tyranid threat. Weaver interrupted the Aletok representative again. As long as you do not do something stupid like attacking the worlds he's visiting in order to kill him or besiege the worlds of the Sodok dynasty, who now under Fearin Zendrek is pledged to the Narush-Latset Feeruk, you will be fine. The powerful eyes filled with stars felt like they were all piercing the heart of every follower of authority present, and more. I am not making fun of your fears where the Necron threat is concerned, Ambassador. The Narush-Latset dynasty is reasonable. There are many other Necron dynasties which are definitely insane, nihilistic, and bent on exterminating all life. The increasing and worrying trend of the shattered star gods to return to an active state is something I do not like either. But as long as we fight each dynasty smartly, and we keep them divided, I believe the threat is manageable. Whereas the Tyranid threat is something that will annihilate us all if we aren't prepared for it. While we can't negotiate with all Necrons, there are some we can talk with, forge accords with that will be respected. There will be nothing of the sort with the Great Devourer. The war against this unending tide of monsters began at Fenris and Makraj, and there will be no negotiations. There will be no surrender, because we are food to them. We will win, or we will be devoured. No one opened his or her mouth to tell the Empress she was exaggerating. Everyone among the different delegations had been given psychic flashes of the tide of fangs and claws that the humans had to fight against with some minor help from Segurika's Harlequins to redeploy their armies. If more Tyranids were coming, it was going to be a fight to the death. On this point, there would be no arguing. This is all harmonious and moderate, an arrogant voice broke the silence, but what about our freedom to sail across the stars? Princess Saraniat, the Ildari Empress addressed the blue-haired Corsair princess who had decided the moment was right to steal all the attention. No longer of the Void Dragons, I see. I decided, the unbelievably arrogant Void Commander drawled, despite a certain Lugganath Autarch making brief panicked movements behind her, to follow your suggestion, the Void Dragons have been thereby renamed the Sky Serpents. Aurelia Malice groaned. She was only one of many to do so. Oh authority save them all, she had decided to reuse the name of the Corsair fleet of Sliskus the Serpent? Was Sarania aware that, oh, who was Aurelia kidding? Obviously the princess knew Sliskus had met his end by the blade of Weaver. Because he was your genitor? The Empress asked. Wait, what? Even Sarania blustered and suddenly grew far more hesitant. I don't know. Please, this time, the Queen of the Swarm was definitely amused, as were her spiders, which had stopped asking for refreshments and were chatting excitedly. I met Sliskus. If you think dyeing your hair blue and adding some tattoos is enough to hide the resemblance, I can assure you it's not. While I didn't meet him for long while he was alive, my forces recovered a lot of images and videos from the ruin of the Empire of Sin. Some of it was destroyed and never watched, but there were enough to have a good idea of who he was and how he disguised himself. You destroyed him and his entire fleet. And I would do it again without hesitation to open the gates of the Port of Lost Souls and do what I did. Saraniat exploded into laughter. And to the shock of practically everyone, she kneeled. You are my Empress. And my passion will be my oath. It was like a raging fire and waves of lust focused in one great blast, and when it ended, the daughter, no, let's not think about that, the Corsair princess had changed. She was now red-skinned, and with long black hair. To Aurelia's amusement, the glance Sarania sent Yulian Lakadieth, hero of Lugganath, was really, hot. That promised, a lot of amusement, for everyone. The Sky Serpents will follow. Yes, everyone heard your pledge. Now go seduce someone else, there are important negotiations going on here. Usually, anyone who would have spoken to the Corsair princess like that would lose his head before the next sunset. But Sarania was the first to turn her head, and it was an expression of fear which appeared on her face. It was totally justified, for the lethal voice belonged to a crimson-haired monster currently playing with some berries. Berries she ate arrogantly like they were her due as a goddess. There were only 2 daggers and scabbards tied to a black belt, and she had not come in armor today. But everyone knew her. Her Supreme Excellency Enaria Eldinesh, also known as Lelith Hesprax, Supreme Mistress of the Arenas, the Queen of Blades, exceptionally and only once, it was the Empress herself who played the role of Herald. I hesitate to ask, but I have to know, is my arena irreparably damaged, or there is any hope I can salvage something? Incidentally, the fact Weaver was not panicking like many delegates did was giving her quite a boost of adoration from certain ambassadors and corsairs. The arena is fine, the old monster assured her. You might have to close it a bit for minor repairs. The insect mistress wasn't convinced. Neither were her spiders, to be honest. Bologna is going to need a bigger budget for the next decade, webmistress. Next decade, Solaria. Webmistress. We must plan for a triple increase of the arena fund for the next millennium, period. Your spider's ridiculous assertions aside, the Queen of Blades purred, and the arachnids immediately went silent. I just made a detour before going back to training the new generation to inform you I have decided not to kill her. There were some painful moments for her, but she will have recovered enough to serve in your Imperial Guard once you return to your capital, my Empress. And then the ancient Ildari vanished once more. One has to admit, an ambassador murmured, she really knows how to make an entrance. Absolutely. Weaver agreed unconsciously, making said emissary take an expression of humility. Thank you for the pledge, Princess Sarania. Now we must speak of a greater issue. We must speak of what happened during the Second Battle of the Tyrant Star and the effects it will have for the galaxy as a whole. Macrage. Fortress of Hera. 2.259.312 M35. Primarch Lemon Russ. There was a saying on Fenris that you should beware boasting about your survival from a Wrath Badger attack as long as a year and a day had not passed since the incident. Like most Fenrisian proverbs, it understated the danger of Wrath Badgers, which were perfectly capable of passing on grudges from generation to generation and ambush you 5 years after you offended them. And no, Lemon wasn't going to reveal how he had learned that piece of wisdom. The moral of the story, however, was obvious: don't count on something until you are really certain of it. It applied to your safety as well as military agreements, apparently. Rogel, the lord of the renamed Nova Fenrisha world, growled, but in a restrained manner, so it was more of a small grumble. Please help me convince her. No. Please help me, brother. No. The great wolf of the Vilka Fenrika sighed. I am serious. I know. Dorn, for once, was smiling. Given the precedents, Lemon knew he wasn't going to like the reason for this expression. But Lady Weaver has valid points. Expecting the forges, manufactorums, and other artisans' creations of Nyx to deliver Folkite blasters and power armors for the depot is common sense. One is already produced in respectable numbers, and the other will be when the armor project will be completed. Expecting her to give you Thunderhawks and other heavy weaponry just because you asked nicely is delusional. And so is asking her to help you circumvent the restrictions the High Lord placed on this armament depot, and then lie about it. I wasn't asking her to lie. I just wanted her to creatively interpret what could be sent to Macrage and Nova Fenrisha. And to not inform Terra of certain weapon deliveries. I know. That's why I called it lying. Lemon Russ huffed. You haven't changed, brother. I return you the compliment, brother. It wasn't a compliment, and they both knew it. The two Primarches observed the scenes in the vast hall below their observation lounge in silence for long minutes. The atmosphere was loud. There were a lot of debates and vigorous exchanges of points of view. It was very different from the celebration ambience which had engulfed everyone when the Bacta depots had been discussed. Obviously there weren't quarrels and demands to settle matters in duels of honor, but the festive times were really over. With the benefit of hindsight, the sixth Primarch began in a meditative voice. The eagerness of Lady Weaver to cede a significant part of Nyx's stock capacity several days ago makes much more sense now. Lemon's eyes found her easily in the crowd, despite the numerous space marines of Jagatai's gene line who surrounded her right now. The Lady of Nyx had come in a simple golden dress today. Without the pomp she would have been completely within her rights to add to her clothes, but it made her stand out even more, in the middle of the fierce sons of Kogaris. Ah, you noticed. The wolfish Primarch scowled. I can play the game of politics when I want to, Rogel. I know. But you're not that good at it. Funny words, for someone who is worse at it than I am. If there was a loyal Primarch who was guaranteed to fare more badly than Lemon did in the great game of political intrigue, then this Primarch was undoubtedly the lord of the Imperial Fists. For some reason, trying to never lie on a constant basis was really not something the politicians and the bureaucrats liked. Not when his brother did his utmost to encourage the same for all his interlocutors. The difference, Lemon, is that I never tried to play the games you did. The Praetorian of Terror retorted. I know I'm horrible at it. Everyone knows it. So I don't play the game. Even if it's in your best interest to play. Is it? Rogel asked seriously. I owe a lot to that young woman, brother. My life, to begin with. A rather refreshing perspective on how much the Imperium fell from the hopes and dreams everyone had for it, for another. Weaver also didn't abuse the authority I entrusted her with after we met at Kamarak. If anything she was extremely cautious with it. And to return to the subject at hand, the Phalanx already serves as an armament depot in addition to a Bacta depot for my sons. We just didn't make it official. For all these reasons, and many others, I don't really have any interest in playing the game, as you described it. Lemon growled, again. It didn't help his mood that as the sons of Jagatai temporarily stepped aside, Dorn's crusaders and fortress builders replaced them. By the sounds of it, there were discussions on an extremely interesting range of subjects, including the topic of fortifications to protect depots. I suppose the meeting we agreed to, and which is supposed to begin in a few hours, it will be more interesting than I expected. In other words, Dorn remarked mercilessly, your hopes your sons would be able to solve this with cups in their hands and riding their furry companions is doomed. You're going to have to properly negotiate in their name, again. You really intend to have fun watching as my plans are thwarted, don't you? Library of Ptolemy. Primarch Robert Guillemon. There was something extremely funny, Robert would admit, about someone telling Lemon Russ no 10 times while all his brothers around the table did their best not to laugh or show their amusement, and failed. But you told me yourself your spiders reported the corruption on Terra is appalling and that you were displeased by it. It is, and I am. But that is of no importance for the next decades, and I have allies among the Senatorum Imperialis. I am not going to break my word to them. And the Imperial Navy? It is. No. The High Lord of the Navy is not of one of your allies, and never will be. But I need Cardunia's support, Weaver replied neutrally, and their delegation should arrive soon. I am not going to begin a conversation with them by telling them I have decided to renege on all our agreements. You're missing several great opportunities. I don't think so. Besides, Nyx remains a very local shipbuilding center for now. Why are you so insistent on asking me when there are plenty of other big shipyards in Ultima Segmentum which can do the job? The question was voiced in a tone that proved the Lady of the Swarm already knew the answer very well. Most of said shipyards were Mechanic-used or Navy-owned, and would alert their respective High Lords the moment a Space Wolf arrived for negotiations. Practical Robot decided to intervene, as his Raven brother was having difficulties controlling his laughter. We have spent enough time on this subject, Lemon. Lady Weaver was courteous enough to let you make your case, but if she does not want to send aerial assets and starship parts to the depot or the chapters of your sons, we will respect her choice. Lemon, of course, grumbled. In a way, Guillemon understood the problem his brother was facing. Unlike his ultramarines, who had the yards of Mortendar and Galadon repurposed for the construction of brand new strike cruisers, the Wolves did not have any alternative but to ask Mars for capital ship replenishments, and the Red Planet's Ring of Iron was very busy these days, unable and probably unwilling to give too much of an industrial priority to the Sons of Russ. It meant in return that the enormous pre-Black Crusade fleet of the 6th Legion, active and mothballed units all taken into account, really was a thing of the past, especially as each new successor chapter created would take void assets before leaving for a new home. I agree, Jagatai went on to voice his support. I am more interested in the idea that the Adeptus Astartes should have a representative on Terra. Yes, Robot wasn't surprised by that opening, and it made him wince for a lot of reasons. Theoretical, the Space Marines not having a seat among the High Lords ensure that they are removed from the legion of intrigues and political machinations that the upper classes of Sol live for. Oh, please, the Great Khan of Kogaris rolled his eyes, that argument was stupid during the Great Crusade, and it's even stupider today. The Council of Terra didn't have a single Space Marine among it in the old days. That didn't stop us from sending several of our sons to the Imperial Palace to make sure our voices were heard. Malkador and his subordinates didn't always listen to our pleas and suggestions, but at least they knew when we encountered problems, like a war we couldn't finish with just a single legion. As far as I could see from my spider's eyes, the golden-winged heroine who had saved Macridge explained calmly, the Space Marines might as well not exist, well, save the Sons of Russ guarding House Belisarius of the Novice Nobilite. But the High Lords were never happy about their presence, and they still aren't happy, because many stayed to this day. Lemon for once was really satisfied by what Weaver told them, which was not really a good thing. Robot turned his head towards Rogel, and the Primarch of the Imperial Fists had his emotionless face ready. The War of the Beast, the Pale Wasting, the Black Crusades, the Praetorian of Terra listed the disastrous conflicts which brought the Imperium to its knees while the Primarches gathered in this very room were not there to defend it. The Adeptus Astartes is not an Adeptus, but tiny isolated lights in a galaxy far too big for them. How can they raise the alarms when their strategic vision is often limited to the sector they protect and a few other worlds they're oath sworn to defend when the enemy rears its ugly head? Robot grimaced deep inside his mind. I understand, and your analysis of the problems this brings is correct. Yet I would regardless prefer for no Space Marine to be elevated to a seat among the highest levels of the Senatorum Imperialis, unless it's a question of life or death. Father wanted humanity to govern itself, I won't go against his wishes, and honestly I believe the High Lords would use all their influence and might to prevent such a thing from happening in the first place. The pause after his words clearly proved none of the participants of this conversation thought him wrong. This isn't the only thing that needs to be changed. Lemon of course resumed his charge on the political battlefield, the chapters are too small. First divide your sons into several chapters, brother, Corvus drawled sarcastically, then you will have the right to complain. Both Weaver and Jagatai chuckled loudly at the Raven Lord's remark. Lemon growled, but no one came forward to support him. More practically, what were you planning, brothers? Robot asked with curiosity. For obvious reasons, I don't think stationing a representative of every single chapter in existence on Terra would be a good use of the existing resources granted to the Adeptus Astartes. To say nothing of the fact the Throne World and the Sol System were already so massively fortified that keeping the equivalent of a great company of space marines felt like a monumental waste. The Imperial Palace already had the custodes, and reinforcements could be dispatched in mere days, courtesy of the Astronomicon. Many eyes stared at each other. A theoretical, Corvus suggested, would be to select a badly understrength chapter having accomplished great deeds as the representatives of the Adeptus Astartes. That way they are able to rebuild their numbers, courtesy of the prodigious industrial and genetic support offered by Sol. And we make it clear it is for a limited number of years, say 20 or 30. This will ensure we don't have a chapter staying idle in the heart of the Imperium. That could work. The chapter being selected for past deeds, along with ether gold testing, would indicate the Space Marines would be chosen for their actions, not for their ambitions. And when they were rebuilt to their Codex-approved strength, they could let the High Lords know they were ready for new deployments, leave, and let another chapter take the seat. Of course you would have to somehow pass it through the High Lords, Lemon added perfidiously with a large grin. Weaver snorted. Unlike some Space Marines I won't name, the new representatives will certainly be busier training their neophytes and rebuilding their companies rather than devastate the taverns every week. Even Rogel smiled. It is in many ways not that different from what the Imperial Fists are doing with the Phalanx right now, the angelic-looking Lady General Militant continued. We're just asking for a representative component to be added to it. Evidently, there were a lot more details to discuss, and most of those would have to be debated by all the chapters who presently had a representative on Macrage. But it was a framework they all could work with. And now for the last point, one had had to do a lot of research before today. Some of you, Robert looked at Jagatai and Lemon, have made clear how much you think my generalist approach, as you called it, weakened chapters of your gene lines. The argument, I believe, is that if the foe is hyper-specialized in one domain, it might be able to completely surpass and annihilate a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes incredibly quickly. That is correct, Korik's answer for them all. In that case, my practical proposal is that we force an evolution of the Astartes doctrinal strategy, by amending the Codex so it recognizes 3 great subcategories. The numbers of battle brothers stay the same per chapter, specialists not included among their numbers, but the equipment will be adapted to suit the specialty. Using the past wars on Old Earth, there would be the Limitanei, the Comitatenses, and the Jovian chapters. Continue, brother. Well, Robot definitely had the full attention of the Khan, at least. The Limitanei, as their name indicates, would be the troops on the walls, at our frontiers. They would guard the fortified worlds we can't afford to lose at any cost, with the zone of protection extending from a few planets to an entire sector. Practically, they will require a lot of siege weapons to fulfill their duties. The Comitatenses, by contrast, would be rapid and mobile, not assigned to any world. Theoretically and practically, the Imperium has already innovated in this domain. There are many fleet-based chapters which are fighting their wars from the bridges of battle barges and strike cruisers. What we need is a recognition of status in their case, and adapting the equipment to their needs. They don't have to defend a particular sector, but they must react to Alpha-class threats across the galaxy to support them in their campaigns. And the Jovian Astartes, in many aspects, these chapters would secure sectors as recruitment bases during times of relative peace, but would muster in significant numbers when a threat too powerful for any single chapter attacks the Imperium as a whole. Many of his brothers appeared, thoughtful once he stopped talking. Which was, well, to be honest, better than Robot had hoped for. Weaver's meditative expression was not bad news either. And then Lemon, of course, broke the silence with a howl of laughter. You do realize you're going to need a lot more of weapon depots for that, brother. High orbit over Macrage. Victory-class battleship Brunhild. 2.267.312 M35. Lord High Admiral Reinhard von Lehengram. Smile, husband, the living saint is not going to eat you. I wasn't worried about that, Reinhard answered truthfully. I know Her Celestial Highness has her spiders and other insects for that. One had been playing the role of logistician for the little reception that they had just left temporarily, and the Lord High Admiral of Carduniash would lie if he said that he wasn't impressed. The arachnid was huge, to the point she had required her own transport to arrive aboard Brunhild. Yet more important than the size was the intelligence in the 8 eyes. The adjutant spider was incredibly smart, and there was zero doubt that anyone not considered loyal would be eliminated before he or she became a threat to the living saint. I was more worried about what our daughters were up to. You will be able to threaten that roguish young man when we return to the reception, don't worry. Reinhardt sighed. ET2, Siegfried. There are 2 primarches and plenty of admirals, his childhood friend and chief of staff replied with amusement. The chances of inappropriate things happening are quite low, I think. Fortunately, the private conference room he had prepared wasn't far from the reception hall, meaning this depressing conversation came to an end quickly. His guest, obviously, was waiting for him. Lord High Admiral von Lehengram. Your Celestial Highness, or do you prefer Lady General Militant? Since we're going to speak about military matters, I think a Lady General will be sufficient. The chosen of the God Emperor spoke courteously but with steel in the surface. As you wish, Lady General. This enormously simplified things, for at least with these ranks, they were both extremely important figures of different adepta, contrary to the living saint which involved the divine status and. Suffice to say, it made everything more complicated. I read your reports about the different tests of the new devices ready to be installed on your new class of battleship. They seem to be promising. Archmagos Sultan is considered a genius in her field for a reason. Eyes filled with stars stared unflinchingly at him, and we tested as many systems on ships taken from our mothballs to be sure of their reliability. It took several more months than last year's schedule allowed for, but the construction will officially begin at the end of this year. Construction schedule is that the ship will take between 30 and 40 years to be built. Reinhardt frowned. Are you sure, Lady General, that you're not rushing things? As you may know, there was an admiral only recently who decided to ignore that haste in naval construction planning is paid in blood later. I am aware of von Kischer's stupidity, Lord High Admiral. That's why I requested overseers from Mars and Ryza, along with all the manpower and resources I negotiated for with them. And they pledged their support last month. Obviously, it is a very conditional support, and they will be quite loud if any problems emerge. But they agree with Archmagos the construction of the first new model Nixian battleship can begin at the end of this year. The message was quite clear. Mars and Ryza were willing to wait and see if the battleship construction kept its promises, and if the answer was positive, build their own patterns of this battleship class a decade later down the line. I see. And how many do you intend to construct this decade? The current fund allocation is enough for 4, including the lead ship of the class. It is quite likely Samarkand will provide the funds for 1 more. 5 new battleships. Even by the standards of Karduniash, that represented an enormous amount of tonnage and firepower. I presume you will want an answer as to whether the Segmentum shipyards support you or not before this year is over. That would be preferable. Any other, significant requests? Reinhardt asked, counting deep inside how many admirals he was going to have to convince, assuming the latest set of documentation and vids on the battleship program lived up to its high promises. 1, but it has nothing to do with the battleships themselves, more a new strong and polite request to guard the mothballed fleets of the Imperium. For once, something like displeasure flashed on the face of the young woman. I have spent enormous efforts destroying the traitor armada, and so did billions of loyal souls. I would be very angry if the traitors were allowed to rebuild their strength because the Navy didn't protect its old hulls. A request that was perfectly legitimate, but which was facing some difficult obstacles in practice. I will do what I can, Lady General. But I have to warn you, my authority may not be enough to neutralize this potential threat. The primary mothballs of Karduniash are in the same system, and those are heavily guarded. Obviously, the heretics didn't steal warships from them. The same was true of the primary reserve fleets, like Ryza and other key shipyards. The traitors are dangerous and serve evil powers, but they're not devoid of brains. I await further reports, so it is only based on guesses and intuition, but I wouldn't be surprised if the ships committed for the last Black Crusade were stolen on secondary and tertiary mothballed fleets, maybe some as old as the Scouring. Karduniash won't admit it, but we too have suffered catastrophic losses of archives in the last millennia. And of course, the job to guard mothball fleets is hardly a glamorous duty. If the deactivated ships are within an inhabited system, it can be tolerable, but it hardly pleasant. Worse, even if he generously acknowledged there were some dedicated individuals among the watchers of those fleets, their loyalty wouldn't be enough if the assault force which came to steal the warships included Chaos Marines. And looking at the living saint of the God Emperor, the blonde-haired admiral could see that she was aware of it too. But the problem had to be raised, a solution had to be found. But as he had explained seconds ago, it wasn't going to be easy. Speaking of lighter subjects, your Admiral Ruenthal informed me you wanted more observers for new weapons about to be tested. Yes, Lord High Admiral. As you've no doubt heard, we fought against new enemies and discovered plenty of Xenos races which don't believe in the Imperium's naval doctrine. I've heard of it, Reinhardt commented laconically, taking great care to not look at Siegfried Kircheiss. His friend had been very amused by the refusal of the tech priests to give him ships capable of deploying Kane particles. You intend to develop more starship programs. Nyx was a world which was rewarded for the many exploits of its lady, but there had to be limits. And as if to answer his doubts, the golden-winged officer of the Imperial Guard shook her head. Not as such, no. For the time being, all my admirals are trying to assimilate the lessons of the Black Crusade and Operation Stalingrad, while working on tens of thousands of tactical simulations with many magi and archmagi. The launch of the new class of Imperial battleship was decided first, given the time it takes to build one, and the reality that sadly, many of our current classes are not up to the task. If anyone else told him this, Reinhardt would likely have labeled him a defeatist, but this was the victor of Makridge and Kamarak speaking. Weaver had won those battles, and the Butcher's Bill justified her conviction the M34 and M35 battleships were not enough. But I'm sure you have a few ideas. I do, the commanding officer of the battleship Enterprise confirmed. One measure we've taken is to temporarily halt the construction of several Hecate-class heavy cruisers. A curious choice. Siegfried decided to interject. It is a good class. It has no great strengths, but no significant weaknesses either. We're studying the possibility of transforming them into all-railgun warships. Ah. It wasn't every day someone managed to silence his friend with one sentence. Soon enough the time agreed for this private conversation arrived at its end after a few other updates on what the Nixian shipbuilders were up to, including void-capable drones. There is one other matter, the Lady General mentioned idly, though it isn't urgent, the Aeronautica Imperialis. I really hope, Reinhardt said drily, it is not an attempt to suggest the Aeronautica must be transferred to become part of the Imperial Guard. My Lord Admirals won't tolerate it, and the answer will probably the same as it was every past millennium, if the Guard wants fighters and bombers so much, they have to train the pilots and cover all the expenses. No. Based on my own battle experiences, my personal, professional opinion is different. In terms of efficiency, priorities, and recruitment, it would likely be better for the Aeronautica to become independent. Hildegard chuckled next to him. I like your proposal very much, Your Celestial Highness. Did I mention I am a former pilot? How quickly his own wife was to abandon the Navy's honor. Yes, the name of Imperial Air Force would be absolutely fantastic. Siegfried had the gall to betray him too. Traitors, traitors everywhere. Admiral Miranda Lawson. If she was to be honest, Miranda had hoped to make a spectacular entrance once she arrived at Macrage. But as it had turned out, her luck was not that good. Her ship had experienced several problems in the long journey to the eastern fringe, and the result was that she had arrived mere hours after Lord High Admiral von Lehengram. Between an admiral in disgrace who didn't currently have an assignment, and the Lord of the Segmentum Fortress deciding the great deployments for Ultima Segmentum, there was no contest. At least it had allowed her to watch as a grumpy father was busy threatening rogue traitor Lord Wolfgang Bach as subtly as he could in public, which was not very. And though the crime had never been mentioned, with the two von Lehengram daughters being present to support the aforementioned rogue traitor, it did not require a lot of logic to add 1 and 1 together. Or was it 1 and 2? It lasted only a few minutes, but Miranda was sure the gossip was going to spread across the entire Macrage system and far beyond. But it would stay on the level of gossip. Probably. The pretty but fierce wife of the Lord High Admiral escorted all parties involved to a more discreet location, and soon enough the usual conversations resumed. And suddenly everything felt more luminous, the world seemed to be afire, and there was a lot of radiance. Ah, Admiral Lawson. I heard you were asking for an audience. I did, Your Celestial, General. I mean, Lady General will be fine, that's the rank that was written on my invitation letter to reach the Brunhild tonight. Eyes filled with stars watched her with amusement. You seem in need of refreshments? Solaria. Here you are, webmistress. The drink tasted good, and after a few seconds, the female admiral felt she was getting used to the formidable presence of the living saint. Sorry about that, Admiral. Many people around me are not that bothered about my powers these days, so I tend to not be as cautious as I should be. It's fine. Miranda cursed her temporary moment of weakness, giving a thanks to the enormous arachnid and giving her back the empty glass. It surprised me. I was a bit too far away during the first hour, and I'm afraid that left me unprepared for your aura. Some other admirals said the same thing, the Lady General Militant of the Imperial Guard noted with a thin smile. So, Admiral, what reasons do you have to visit Macrage these days? By virtue of almost removing a Vandyre from this galaxy, I suppose I can give you this short audience. Miranda knew Paul von Oberstein had told his subordinate exactly what happened, and the living saint knew she knew, but they had to play the game, didn't they? By the fault of that arrogant backstabber named Rudolf von Goldenbaum, I find myself on half-pay as far as Battlefleet Sol and the authorities of the Imperial Navy in the Sol system are concerned. Since von Goldenbaum allied himself with Vandyre, and you are one of his enemies, I thought I would use the free time to come here and offer my services. An interesting proposal, the woman who had attained galaxy-wide fame as Lady Weaver answered. That said, I have received a significant amount of requests for Battlefleet Nix lately, Solaria. 620, just for the rank of Admiral, Webmistress. But none have tried to kill a Vandyre. That has to count for something, right? The Lady General Militant chuckled. Thank you, Solaria. Please go to Isley, and tell him about what we discussed a few minutes ago. Right away, Webmistress. It was kind of funny to see all the participants, many of them quite important admirals, be forced to move aside, for the spider was really, really big. So, a single word, and the seriousness of the matter returned. You want a position. As my spider said, what happened at a certain court-martial speaks well of you, as it does for the two other officers who spoke in favor of killing that incompetent Grox. That speaks well of your honor. It doesn't say anything about your competence when it comes to other battlefields. If you've read my career file, Lady General, you will know I'm not requesting a battlefield duty. I have men and women I commanded who left their yards and navy duties because they refused to obey someone like von Goldenbaum. I could have kept my mouth shut and stayed out of sight of the great movers and shakers of Terra. But I didn't. I believe the Imperial Navy must build the best warships it can afford to, and those artworks of weaponry and advanced technology must then be commanded by admirals every crew member of a battle fleet will trust with their lives, so that their short life expectancy won't be wasted in useless political schemes. And that won't happen if the current imbeciles in charge are allowed to keep doing what they've always done. Lady Weaver stared at her thoughtfully for a few seconds, though it felt far longer from Miranda's point of view. You realize, this time the voice was lowered to be barely above the level of a whisper, that I am currently not ready to confront Van Dyer. It will certainly be decades before I'm ready. There is a saying, Miranda replied, revenge is a dish best served cold. Yes, though there are other proverbs when it comes to vengeance. The black-haired woman shook her head. Warship schematics? Trained shipbuilders? Adamantium and other highly valuable metals. They can all be found if the stakes are sufficiently high. The Lady of Nyx watched her glass for a second before raising it to her lips and emptying it in one gulp. Very well. I'm willing to give you your chance, Admiral Lawson. You will report to Lord Admiral Muller and Archmagos Sultan. They will give you several things to work on, and the length of your trial period. Prove you are worthy of your rank and reputation, and the next time we will meet, I will ask you to present me the shipbuilding projects you are willing to sponsor and how many throne gelts it will cost me. If you fail, well, to be honest, I will likely keep you a seat for the day I will deal with Ormuz van Dyer and Rudolf von Goldenbaum. I intend to be more than a seat warmer, Lady General. I want to build the future of the Imperial Navy. The other woman bared her teeth. I always like to have admirals who don't lack in competence and motivation. Nyx will welcome you, Admiral Lawson. Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix. What do you think about her, Archmagos? A very driven woman, chosen of the Omnissiah. Gastaf replied. I can't speak of her competence, of course. Of course. But her willingness to be in competition with other admirals and naval officers, or should I say her eagerness? Yes, her eagerness speaks well of her. And it proves she doesn't lack in confidence. No, she doesn't. And that gives me hope. Chosen of the Omnissiah. For all the political feuds which led to an admiral like Miranda Lawson leaving the Sol system, there are still a lot of players outside of Mars who believe in worthy goals. No matter how much damage the Van Dyer clan and several other greedy and self-interested factions have wrought, there remain many people who are trying to return the Imperium to its former glory. Yes, indeed a great source of hope, chosen of the Omnissiah, the voice of Mars agreed truthfully. On a completely unrelated topic, I can inform you your commands have been obeyed to the letter. The wrecks of the traitor armada have all been thrown into nearby suns, along with as many big parts as we could detect and collect. No problems when it came to the other Archmagi. There have been a few, Gastaf admitted, but in most cases, showing them what the inside of an Infernus-class battleship looked like was sufficient to stop the protests. Save a few radicals who are all under investigation, I assure you all representatives of the different Forge worlds agree with you that purifying those heretic abominations would be an extremely wasteful use of your ether gold. Yes. The Lady of Nyx affirmed tersely. I understand why the temptation was there. Though it would likely have cost as much as a brand new ship to restore each of these void colossi, I can acknowledge the opportunities it would present. But even if purified completely, the Infernus class was designed and built by souls which had already succumbed to chaos, and that I will never ignore. No matter how much they're purified and sanctified, I am ready to bet a few trillion throne gelts that the Infernus and the other traitor patterns have major flaws within their systems or their internal architecture. It might be as obvious as a weakness in their Geller fields, or some poison coursing through the hydroponic sections, I simply don't know. And since I don't know, I am unwilling to take the risk. As I said, chosen of the Omnissiah, the majority understand it, though they are eager to study the captured Archmechanikus and the damaged Legate-class heavy battleship that you didn't order to be thrown into the nearest Sunday. The groan which came in the next few seconds was particularly impressive, for all the respect Gastaf had for Lady Weaver. I'm sure something can be arranged for the former. The Technologia Potstas EST has been completely purified, as you well know. As for the other prize, we will see. The Heracles Wardens have carried out the purification part together with the Brothers of the Red, but there are still many problems to deal with inside. The grin which followed was genuine. I hope you don't have too many more of these suggestions today to complicate the political waters, Archmagos. I already have had to deal with overexcited spiders. Your swarm's adjutants are on average, in exceptional good cheer, chosen. And today they are in an even better mood. The Tau engineers were so eager to please one of my adjutants that they forged an armor for her, and it was so successful Archmagos Lankovar was unable to block the move until the enthusiasm had spiraled completely out of control. Gastaf Hediatrix thought over the matter quickly, and decided to answer, prudently. I am not familiar with the matter, but I believe it makes sense, chosen of the Omnissiah. In any future confrontation, a future enemy is sure to target the officers of your swarm with priority, as many traitor marines attempt decapitation tactics against the loyal servants of the machine god. Armoring your senior arachnids makes sense, as long as they've stopped growing, at least. No matter how creative the mechanical process, I doubt anyone can afford to build 10 different sizes of armor to account for various stages of growth. I know. And yes, the concept makes sense. If anything, it might convince some enemies to go after my adjutants while in reality the targeted arachnid is a hell spider. But their excitement is contagious. And of course, a large majority of adjutant colonels are busy writing a tactical treatise of how it is necessary to armor the adjutants or some other fancy title, and naturally, Ishtar was not discreet enough, meaning the space wolves heard about it. Ouch, Gastaf reacted. I mean, I sympathize with the difficulty of your position, chosen of the Omnissiah. I'm sure you do, Archmagos, I'm sure you do. Now what was this issue we had with the rogue traders this time? Magna Macrage Civitas. The Pavia Gallery. 2.272.312 M35. Rogue trader Wolfgang Bach. The most incredible part about the Pavia Gallery, almost certainly, was that it existed in the first place. Especially as it wasn't a priority to begin with. When Macrage City was left in ruins by the Word-Bearers' invasion, naturally, everyone who mattered, from the Primarch Guillemon to the simplest soldiers, had other things to think about than artwork paintings and redecorating Macrage. There were hundreds of thousands of people left homeless, no, millions, and on the eve of a season of winter that Wolfgang preferred to call frozen hell now that he was given the opportunity to enjoy it no less. The level of the food stocks had also been rather concerning, if he remembered correctly. Order had not collapsed, the presence of a well-disciplined army had helped with that, but, the situation hadn't been great by any means. The devastation had been massive, and when he had looked at the first hololithic pict, the young rogue trader's thought was that the home world of the Ultramarines would take decades to be rebuilt. In this aspect, he had been utterly wrong. 1 year of rebuilding effort, and Macrage rose from the ashes like okay, maybe it was better to avoid references to a phoenix here. But the reconstruction effort, unprecedented and on a planetary scale, had achieved near unbelievable results. Obviously, the Macragen architects and their Primarch master had an endless army of ants to compensate for the construction machines which had been destroyed. It had progressed so well, and there were so many artists and imperial propagandists eager to sculpt, paint, sing, or weave the victory of Lady Nyx, that naturally something was agreed upon. It helped many of these artists had been involved in the aftermath of Operation Caribbean and were thus in semi-employ of Her Celestial Highness Weaver now. The final result outside was a tall blue and white piece of Macragen architecture, with rows of 5 elegant columns, the foundations and tops sculpted to represent moths, ants, spiders, and various insects. It was easy to admit it was the least impressive part of the artistic display, for the moment you entered, you were dazzled by the profusion of golden paintings, great battlefield scenes which had likely never happened, Wolfgang was sure tapestries proclaiming the glory of the Primarches, and other artworks. And since the Macragen nobles were eager to reward the woman who had saved their planet, there were gifts of all sorts. The Pavia Gallery, which despite its simple name, required a guide and some 3 hours of free time to fully view at a near-running pace, clearly didn't contain all of these presents, but Lady Weaver had decided to showcase some first-class pieces here, from ceramics to silverware, between the artworks praising her for the defeat of the Tyranids, Necrons, and Chaos Marines. One naturally couldn't miss that the first 2 enemies, being Xenos species, were represented far more often than the latter. Macrage or not, the Inquisition and many other organizations preferred to let the heretics fade into oblivion. I'm told, Wolfgang began with a conspiratorial tone to the rogue trader by his side, the offer to include Nyxian architects to build this museum was firmly but strictly rejected by the Architect Guild of Macrage. I heard the same rumor, Magdalena Orpheus replied, in grand uniform for today's occasion. I don't doubt it has a kernel of truth. The Macragen people know that nothing is the same anymore, yet there is a strong feeling of returning to the previous age of glory by a different path, shall we say. The formula was not very catchy for propaganda, but it had the merit of being extremely accurate. Congratulations on your survival, by the way. We were not sure you were going to escape that little soiree on the flagship of Battlefleet Carduniash with your life. It was never going to be that bad, and you know it. Wolfgang tried to present a brave facade, which didn't fool the female rogue trader. Any outstanding proclamation in the last hours? None, the owner of the Star Galleon answered cheerfully. I suppose this summon is about to remedy that. As they passed through more fantastic decorations and war paintings, one of them was superb, with a flight of dragon armors tearing apart the distorted but very recognizably reptilian trader titans. Wolfgang conceded it was true. The hall chosen for this gathering could have served as a throne room or something equally grand, and of the 100+ men and women assembled here, the profusion of expensive clothes, military medals, and other exotic objects was so high one could have easily bought a few blocks of Macragen land with them effortlessly. Most of these lords and ladies had nothing in common. There were turbans and scimitars next to powdered wigs. There were a few men having donned cowboy hats that ancient Pierre would love for his collection, next to women in scandalous dresses and high-heeled shoes dressed like they were about to go to very unsavory establishment. Yet there was something that united them, like Magdalena, Orpheus and Wolfgang, they were the legitimate owners of a warrant of trade, and had a ship to enforce it. A few more arrived after them, bringing the participants to a respectable number approaching 130, and then the doors behind them closed after several space marines in crimson armors went to take their positions. A few seconds later, the doors at the opposite side of the hall opened, and Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, Lady of the Nyx sector and Basileia of the Nyx system, entered the not throne room, radiant in her golden power armor, equipped like she was ready for war. Well, someone whispered next to Wolfgang, things are going to get interesting. Rogue traitor Magdalena Orpheus. Magdalena had not suggested anything to the living saint ruling Nyx, but if she had, it would have been to state the obvious, plenty of rogue traitors never respected anything but military might and the god emperor. And in the latter case, it was best to check through the power of ether gold. Thus the need today to arrive in battle gear and ready like you were able to begin a war, flanked by space marines. Many of you, owners of warrant of trade, the woman blessed by the master of mankind began after concluding the courtesies in record time, desire to serve me in some capacity. Some of you in this hall proclaimed it within the boundaries of the Baal system, while others arrived more recently at Makraj. This willingness to accomplish great deeds is something that has not gone unnoticed from many eyes. Which is why I directly asked the noble sentinels of the Adeptus Custodes to confirm several things that have faded from imperial memories. It took time for them to direct several adepts to the libraries containing the lawful precedents, but it was successful. I can confirm that by the will of the Master of Mankind, a peer of Terra has the authority to write a compact under his or her own name. There were plenty of excited whispers. Most of the rogue traitors Magdalena saw showed expressions of satisfaction as well. However, Lady Weaver continued while watching all the rogue traitors like a bird of prey staring at a potential dinner, that the lawful precedent exists is not an excuse to do everything you might fancy and outrageously ignore any and all consequences. I am not a tyrant, but I believe in order. Bringing you under my protection will give each owner great benefits, as several rogue traitors among this assembly can attest. Magdalena curtsied and nodded with a large smile, as many of her peers turned their head in her direction. The shipyard of Nyx called Jagatai Celerity, in honor of the Primarch just returned from long and extraordinary adventures, has been dedicated to the maintenance, repairs and construction of rogue trader starships, along with those of the allies that go into exploration duties and other perilous missions with the owners of a warrant of trade. That was, as the living saint was known to repeat with her chief advisors, the carrot. The owner of the Aurica Orpheus had a feeling the stick was not going to wait long before making an appearance. But as I said before, having been granted the liberty to sail through long-distant and unexplored regions is not an excuse to do reckless and moronic things. I can promise all of you that if someone is stupid enough to try to smuggle chaos artifacts, allow their crew to be tainted due to idiotic moves which were completely predictable to begin with, or do something that results in corruption claiming loyalist souls by your fault, you will beg to be granted a quick death by the time I am done with you. A warrant of trade is a privilege, and heresy is a sin that revokes it. The only reason I would ask the Inquisition to not burn you on a pyre immediately would be because I want to use ether gold to show you the magnitude of your damnation. The ruinous powers are one of the greatest enemies of mankind, and there is to be no alliance with them, no stupid attempt to use their power for your own gains. This road leads to the pits of corruption, and the damnation of uncountable souls. Have I made myself sufficiently clear? The statement was heard and understood by everyone, of that Magdalena was sure. As her wings unfurled and the radiance was not restrained in any way, the female rogue traitor acknowledged the long ears had a good point when they called the living saint an angel of death. The servants of the god emperor certainly made beautiful figures, great allies when you were able to secure an alliance with them, but you couldn't forget that they all promised that betrayers and oath breakers were going to burn. Now let's move to a different and more pleasant subject of conversation. Yes, rogue traitor Guts. The other rogue traitors who had seen him had really not lied, the black armored man was truly a giant. How was it possible the Adeptus Astartes had missed him during its recruitment drives? A friend who couldn't be here today, the warrior-looking giant grinned carnivorously, wondered if the rewards included planets and sectors. He mentioned something about Atlantis not having a ruler, if I heard correctly. There were several chuckles, and Lady Weaver seemed more amused than exasperated. You can tell rogue traitor Griffith, ouch, being called out like that was a touche that was going to leave marks, that first, I don't believe his excuse for finding himself elsewhere. The muscled woman who stood side by side with rogue traitor Guts giggled loudly. And second, that my rewards are always proportional to the services someone renders. If one planet is a just reward, I have no problem facilitating the bureaucratic measures so that someone can become the planetary governor in his or her lifetime. I just want to make it clear that I won't deliver you a seat of planetary autocrat if I feel you are utterly incompetent in handling your gubernatorial duties. Wealth, a lavish lifestyle, regular sources of income, all of it can be yours provided the achievements are there and you stay away from heretical temptations. I have just ended a rebellion on HR4 where the ruling dynasty accumulated the sins of incompetence, sloth, greed, disloyalty, and undeserved arrogance. I am not going to enforce replacements only to acknowledge a decade later that the new governor is worse. This was more problematic, at least from the perspective of the rogue traders assembled in this hall. 2/3 or so of the men and women were completely unbothered, whether that was because they had no planetary ambitions. Many rogue trader fleets had existed since there was an imperium, they were not going to abandon their void armadas for a mere world, or because they felt they could earn the reward through sheer talent alone remained to be seen. Some had such emotionless faces nothing could be determined about their thoughts or opinions. But about a tenth of the assembled owners of warrants of trade were clearly displeased. They had come salivating and anticipating a bottomless purse in exchange for vague promises, and this audience suddenly revealed there were some significant obstacles on the way. There are more questions, I see. Lord Drake, the floor is yours. My thanks, Your Celestial Highness. A tall man clad in baroque armor of bronze and gold ornamentation saluted like an old soldier, and definitely he had the scars on his face to be one. I was wondering about the policy of the compact you will enforce when it comes to Xenos trade. I am familiar with some old compacts, due to my family history, and I know they tend to have extremely different approaches when it comes to this dangerous and profitable trade. Some compacts utterly forbid it, going so far as to order xenocide following the destruction of all technology ever used by a newly discovered race. Others are more flexible. A good point, Lord Drake. The living saint owning the enterprise began. As a rule, I do not permit automatic xenocide unless the species in question is already tainted beyond redemption by the foul powers of the warp or its behavior deserves immediate annihilation. As for the technology, while the recovery of STC technology is the priority for obvious reasons, I think Magdalena did her best to not show surprise or excitement when a large beetle flew next to her before entering her pocket and depositing an object. It looked like this audience was not the only important meeting she would be given the privilege of being invited to today. Macrage. Somewhere in the Pharsalis military district. 2.274.312 M35. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. There were many days as an Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus when you felt the galaxy had thrown each and every last horror it could at you, yet you still stood and emerged victorious for the glory of him on Holy Terra. Today was not one of those days. In fact, Odysseus Tor wondered somehow if the old founders of the Holy Ordos had not been exaggeratingly optimistic. Because there had been some optimism the human species and its abhuman cousins were not going to destroy civilization in displays of raw stupidity. Did I just hear correctly, the old Lord Inquisitor hissed angrily, that your Bastion's leader had the gall to sell advanced weapons to the Greenskins? It hadn't been 3 days since he had accepted delaying his retirement after receiving some extensive medical treatments, and this was the first gross stupidity case he faced. Heretics would say the God Emperor was sending him a message. Odysseus preferred to think the Duardan being cut off from the rest of the galaxy had led them onto a path which was more and more dangerous the longer they stayed isolated from mankind. That is, they had prisoners. And they were willing to exchange them for weapons. Side note, evidently, the average squat negotiator could sweat profusely. That position of yours, Odysseus seated, reveals a total lack of intelligence. Duardan life is precious. The orcs do not respect any law save the one of might makes right, Lady Weaver interrupted in a voice that was akin to the snowstorm raging outside the building where this not-so-gentle conversation was taking place. If the orc leader had not plunged directly into a wormhole, and this wormhole had not spat him out near the Calyx Hell Stars, I can guarantee you all the plasma weapons you gave him would have been turned against your bastions. Ahem, that's a lot of ifs. Odysseus did not need any coordination to glare ferociously at the stout abhuman who had come dressed like a businessman. Next to him, Lady Weaver and rogue trader Magdalena Orpheus visibly shared his feelings, for their glares were determined, and particularly threatening, even by inquisitorial standards. You are going to go back to your leader, the golden-winged queen of the swarm did not shout, though the words seemed to be chasing away the elements themselves, and tell him that if dares to sell weapons to the orcs again, I will personally come to his bastion with an army of space marines. And I will make sure his fate will be whispered across the galaxy in the same fearful tones as what I did to Kamarak. This, Duardan do not. The golden aura grew, and with it came a furious song. It was almost sad, but it burned. We do, not like threats. The Duardan managed to finish lamely. That wasn't a threat, Weaver corrected coldly, that is what is going to happen if you repeat this stupidity. The orcs are dangerous enough, we don't need to increase their capacity to wage war. The one you just traded with has managed to get out of a realm of the damned and steal a space hulk transformed into a starship, before sacking several military outposts and disappearing into the Halo stars. Yes, and this was one of the many reasons Odysseus wished Raffaella was still here. This kind of shenanigans should be the duty of the Ordo Xenos. Alas, her replacement's arrival had been delayed, and the junior inquisitors present at Macridge were very, very busy analyzing the Necron and Tyranid threat, Two subjects no one had known much about before they blew up in the Imperium's face. I will relay the message. Oh, you will. The angel of sacrifice smiled. Magdalena. Yes, my lady. Do you think the Aurica Orpheus can go through the Golgotha Straits and enter the galactic core? Of course, the elegant woman answered, her assurance coming from her long and distinguished lineage coming to the fore. But I will need a few of the upgrades we discussed while on our way here. And I would prefer taking 2 or 3 new navigators aboard. The difficulty of the navigation in that turbulent area requires a rotation to avoid exhausting the representatives of the Novus Nobilite. I will discuss it with Chancellor Achilles. But you think your star galleon can do it? Nothing is certain when it comes to such dangerous uncharted paths, the black and white clad woman told her benefactor, but provided that the aforementioned requests are fulfilled, I believe the risks are manageable, compared to the potential gains. Hey! We don't like foreigners, air. In hindsight, maybe the Duarden were just stupidity incarnate. It certainly took a respectable amount of idiocy to make 3 pairs of eyes glare at you in the same second. I am going to send rogue traitor Lady Magdalena Orpheus to your bastion once her ship has been modified to her wishes. Lady Weaver told the abhuman. Nobody could miss it was a command, not a suggestion. She will act as my emissary, and will deliver several letters and pieces of official correspondence bearing my seal. If your bastion masters have any sanity left in their heads, they will listen to her. No or else was uttered, but Odysseus was sure the Duarden could hear it loud and clear. After all, he and his cousins had seen the Space Marines on their way here. It didn't take much imagination to have a nightmare or two about what a battle barge filled with Black Templars would do to a bastion of the squats, no matter how modern and fortified. By the Golden Throne, they already were going to have to downplay the weapon sales in public for now, otherwise there would be a lot of angry battle companies charging towards the core. Trading weapons with greenskins was a heavy crime in every sector of the Imperium, and for good reason. Now let's speak of the so-called rare metals and gems you brought. Fortress of Hera. 2.277.312 M35. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. Contrary to the new Bacta Accords, which barely lasted 2 hours only because every chapter representative needed to sign, the final document for the weapon depot negotiations was the result of many compromises. As with every compromise, this meant it left most of the parties displeased by one point or another. Not all the parties, though. The Inquisition representatives chosen by their fellow Inquisitors to oversee the depot, 3 Inquisitors and a small army's worth of acolytes, look rather satisfied. To be fair to them, they had reason to. They were officially the first members of a completely new Ordo, the Ordo Pharsalis, whose goal was to make sure the depots functioned as intended and no traitor ever managed to gain control over them. Ironically, this attempt to exploit the heavy propaganda around the Battle of Pharsalis was resulting in the weapon depot often being nicknamed the Pharsalis Depot in the last 48 hours. It was definitely ironic, because the Pharsalis military depot was not going to be built in the district bearing this name, by the way. Lady Weaver. Gilliman politely called her. Nyx will support the document. 1% of all Astartes personal weapons annually produced by Nyx, like Fulkite blasters and plasma guns, will be transferred to the Pharsalis depot. And this in exchange for several favors, both for the automatic loader of the artillery guns and other concessions. We will deliver to the Ordo Pharsalis, the insect mistress continued while nodding at the Inquisitors, 5% of all Astartes power armors manufactured within our forges. In terms of equipment, 40 rhinos, 40 predators of 3 different patterns, 40 hunters and 40 archer self-propelled guns will be delivered. Assuming the technological transfers prove as successful as everyone hoped them to be, the moment the Nyxian production lines reach a production of 50 Felglaive super heavy tanks per year, 5 will be sent to the Pharsalis depot. As Tigrus had made the same promise for the Fellblade when she had involved them, Taylor felt confident to say the storage facilities were going to receive a lot of firepower and metallic tonnage. Obviously, it remained far under what the Forge world of Kona and the industrial world of Firestorm, home of the Aurora chapter, would deliver. But those planets had few commitments aside from supplying the Ultramarines depot. Nyx, on the other hand, even not counting the Space Marines present inside the sector, the Basileia knew she had a lot of other orders coming in from all Ultima Segmentum. What mattered was that Nyx, like a lot of worlds, would play its part when it came to the fortification of the Eastern Fringe and this critical logistical hub. When the Tyranids came, they were going to receive a hellishly hot welcome. There was some grumbling coming from Lemon Russ, who had not fully digested the failure of his efforts to acquire more air and void assets via many indirect means, though the Lady of Nyx was near certain that by now he was playing up the image of Barbarian King just to annoy everyone. Any other arguments? That we haven't yet heard, Lemon. No, Rogel Dorn replied for everyone around the very, very large table everyone had seated around. I think everything has been covered. And when loopholes were found, as they unavoidably would be, it would be the duty of the Ordo Pharsalis to analyze them and find solutions. The atmosphere grew less tense and more jovial as the signatures were added one after another onto the high-quality vellum specifically brought in for the occasion. It was not a short process, every Space Marine felt it was the end of the conference, and felt the need to give some short speech or offer his own perspective. Those were interesting moments, and not just because many had fascinating interpretations of what the Adeptus Astartes should be. Several times meals and refreshments were ordered, while conversations having nothing to do with depots and weapons resumed between the different gene lines. For quite obvious reasons, this was why the Dark Angels and their successors were as far away from the Space Wolves as humanly possible. And yes, the Raven Guard had drawn the short straw when it was vigorously debated who had to sit next to the boisterous Fenrician warriors. The Inquisitors of the Ordo Pharsalis rose and saluted her and the Primarches. As the signature time ended, the majority of the documents were sealed within stasis fields, where they would be displayed in very secure rooms of the Fortress of Hera. And now, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, Legend and Dreadnought, the ceremony for the Dawnbreaker Guard. Taylor blinked. The ceremony for no one had informed her of that, not even. The angelic-looking Lady General Militant turned to suspiciously glare at her protectors behind her. Was there perchance something you forgot to tell me, Gavriel, Gamaliel? There is. Pierre confirmed. We wanted it to stay a surprise. Surprise. Traitor, most of the Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard gritted between their teeth. Seraph Gamaliel. It went without saying their lady tried to protest. But the surprise had robbed her of any preparation time to prepare her arguments, that much was obvious. Furthermore, once the moment of surprise was over, the adjutant spiders had announced their desire to gift everyone spider silk parade attire. And finally, it was really difficult to resist the Khan once he embraced you. The latter point resulted in Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert turning an interesting shade of pink. By the way. I suppose I have to accept. I mean, I will be honored to accept, Lord Khan. Better, the Primarch of the White Scars laughed. Obviously, due to the lack of time, my sons have not had the opportunity to gather and select their champions for your honor guard. This unfortunately means that today, the candidates are unable to recite their poems and sing with the winds and the snow of Macrage. It was still impressive, for one after another, 8 Space Marines of the 5th Legion's gene line knelt one by one, supporting the words of their Primarch. And those were impressive names. Obviously, the Dawnbreaker Guard already had the original founding chapter in the person of Stormseer Uriang Kada, but their successors assembled in front of Lady Weaver had gained much renown in the last millennia. From left to right there were the Destroyers, the Marauders, the Rampagers, the Mantis Warriors, the Solar Hawks, the Iron Talons, the Jade Scorpions, and the Storm Lords. 8 ferocious sons of the Khan would join the Dawnbreaker Guard, and Gamaliel had no doubt they would be worthy additions which would bring a lot of new perspectives and battle knowledge to the heart of Nyx. Oaths were made. Cups were raised, and Space Marines roared. At last, the Khan made a few steps back, letting his raven-haired brother advance. You too, Lord Korux. I promise this will be less dolorous than my brother, the Raven Lord promised, under the chuckles of the assembly. And you already convinced one of my sons to choose light over the dark. You know, I am right here, father. Kalyan Gautham complained theatrically in a very mournful tone. I know. The 18th Primarch replied drily, generating more chuckles. Corvus Corax let the hilarity run its course before returning to a more serious approach. The discovery of ether gold and umbral shroud in significant quantities has changed many things, I am not going to pretend otherwise. And since I am not a hypocrite, I won't try to lie and say we will choose ether gold before umbral shroud. That is not the case. My sons have inherited my strong affinity with the shadows. We are attracted by them, our fighting style is complementary with umbral shroud. But not everyone will use it among my sons. And, Weaver added a second later, you have not forgiven the traitors responsible for Istvan. And I will never forgive those bastards for what they did at Istvan, the dreams they shattered, and the slavery and damnation they intended for all of mankind. I have asked my sons, and 3 will join you within a Terran year. As it had been said, 3 Space Marines came forwards to present their blades. It was an interesting mix between the old and the new. The Blackguard and the Hawk Lords were old chapters, from the 2nd and the 3rd founding respectively, if Gamaliel wasn't mistaken. But the 3rd chapter, the Seraph Nu, was the recently created chapter of the Death Spectres, the sons of the 13th founding. It was, the Blood Angel Nu, a curious combination, but both the Primarch and the chapters must have had their reasons. There were a few seconds of silence and inactivity when the Raven Lord withdrew. Maybe the 5 Primarches had wanted to give the opportunity for the Sons of Ferris or the Sons of the Lion to commit themselves. Everyone knew the Space Wolves would have loved to, but they were punished and would not be permitted until Lemon Russ was satisfied with their retraining. Also, unlike the others, the entire Dawnbreaker Guard wouldn't accept Fenrician wolves or bears with a delirious enthusiasm. They even had the vibrant support of the adjutant spiders to defend their position. In the end it was the Primarch of the Ultramarines who stood, legend of the Great Crusade in cutting-edge power armor, son of the Emperor returned from the dead once more, Lord of Macrage, Avenging Son, the list of titles could have been recited for many, many days. And behind the Master of Mankind's 13th Primarch, 15 Astartes each drew their gladius. The Ultramarines will pledge themselves to your honor guard, if you will allow them to. The former lord of the 500 worlds announced. The majority of the chapters wish to send someone, but it is the Dawnbreaker Guard, not the Victrix Guard. It will be an honor, Lord Guilliman. One by one, they all knelt. Ultramarines. Aurora Chapter. Brazen Consuls. Crimson Consuls. Genesis Chapter. Inceptors. Iron Hounds. Iron Snakes. Nemesis. Patriarchs of Ulixus. Scythes of the Emperor. Sons of Guilliman. Sons of Auror. Tome Keepers. White Consuls. Thousands upon thousands of victories stood gathered here, and with them, the inheritance of a legion which had almost been destroyed at Calth and Macrage. My secrets will be your secrets. My victories will be your victories. Their lady began. I won't promise it will be easy. I won't promise it will go without great sacrifice. But we will fight together, and we usher the dawn upon the Imperium. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! The next half an hour, naturally, was a succession of applause, cheers, enthusiastic and bombastic proclamations, those of Bjorn the Fell-Handed being among the loudest, and then Robert Guilliman raised his hand, and like that, all the attention returned to him with the blink of an eye. There is one last matter to speak of. Gamaliel almost burst into laughter seeing the face of Lady Weaver. You could almost hear her groan, and listen to her thoughts. Which had to be something like another one. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. This time, Taylor was ready to admit defeat. Her attempts to turn the tables back in her favor and play the game of let's surprise everyone, had, clearly not worked. But it was not her fault. She had been betrayed by her own Dawnbreaker Guard. Damn their odious machinations behind her back. These backstabbing Astartes would suffer for that, oh yes. The insect mistress was going to devote an incredible amount of resources to transform that idea into a self-fulfilling prophecy. A last matter, Lord Primarch. Taylor tried with an innocent expression, which naturally triggered plenty of chuckles from the Astartes by her side. They were clearly determined to aggravate their punishment. Oh, just a small matter. I was given to understand you were granted the privilege to invite several chapters into the Nyx sector, yet you have not exerted all the authority which was given to you. It did not take someone really smart to know where this was leading. Yes, I was given the privilege of inviting as many as 10 chapters into the Nyx sector. 10. The blonde-haired Primarch raised an eyebrow. I was given to understand it was 9. There were amendments and conditions to the number 9, Taylor explained after clearing her throat. The 9 proposal was valid as long as a certain High Lord didn't try to meddle in my affairs and push for some outrageous tithes. Since this bureaucrat clearly couldn't help himself, I see no reason to respect the other part of the deal. Though as you said, I deliberately chose not to invite the maximum number of chapters I was authorized to, for several reasons. After the annihilation of Kamarak, the industrial capacity to equip the chapters settling in my sector was already strained. Another potential source of trouble was that I was unsure how well the chapters involved would work with each other. And lastly, just because I was allowed to do something didn't mean it was wise to do it. The number of planetary governors eager to welcome battle brothers of the Adeptus Astartes wasn't that great then. That was over a decade ago, I assume the situation has changed. Newly discovered problem, when face to face with a Primarch, it was nearly impossible to lie to him. In that regard, the situation has improved. The Basileia of Nyx answered formally, and truthfully. Since you have approached the situation in such a surprising manner, may I presume you have candidates volunteering for the honor? We do. And now the Khan was entering the dance too. Wonderful, this was a day filled with surprises, why oh why were they all thrown in her direction? Once again, the Space Marine captain representing the chapter of the Storm Lords, in his immaculate half-red, half-white armor stood at attention. Unlike last time, however, a large roll of vellum that looked to be a chronicle on its own was carried with reverence until it stopped before her. My sons, the Storm Lords, have been a fleet-based chapter for many centuries. I would be remarkably thankful if you could give them a home and recruitment rights after the heavy battles they fought against the word-bearers of the Maelstrom. I am going to study their candidature with the attention it deserves. The support of a Primarch was a powerful gesture of which there were few equivalents, but aside from the name and a few tales heard at Macrage, Taylor didn't know much about the Storm Lords. Obviously, since they were successors of the 5th Legion, the White Scars, it was guaranteed they favored speed over other slower tactics and strategies. But it wasn't enough to base her judgment in a decision of such magnitude. That is all I ask, the scarred Primarch nodded, before letting his Macragan brother enter the political minefield, so to speak. And as the avenging sun faced her, the Space Marine who followed him did not come from one of the Son of Guilliman's formations which had pledged a champion for her honor guard. The chapter in question had its power armor painted a dark blue, though the pauldrons were painted bone white. Like my brother the Khan, my own sons, the Angels Revenant, have fought and emerged victorious as a fleet-based chapter for most of their existence. As supporters of both the Codex Astartes and the Imperial Creed, I would be greatly pleased if you could give them a home and the ability to raise a new generation of battle brothers within your domain. Naturally, a second roll of Chronicles and Advance hovered in her direction. Obviously, Artemis and all the adjutants present were very, very pleased. Her spiders loved it when they were given the opportunity to read some battle reports and legends of the Adeptus Astartes with her. I am going to read the documentation and the act of candidature with the utmost attention. That is all we ask, Lady Weaver. Of course, it was. Taylor wasn't naive. Since they had come so prepared, the two Primarches wouldn't have tried to present chapters which would be unacceptable in her eyes. In a totally unrelated subject, the Dark Angels and their successors were in a sudden hurry to leave this hall. Curious, wasn't it? A derelict world somewhere in the eastern fringe. 2.283.312 M35. Feyruk Cryptek Nefertun. With all due respect, Feyruk, your ceremonies are, well, a bit too long for races of flesh and blood. This was neither the first nor the last time this remark would be made, Nefertun thought. But the truth had to be revealed first. Many of these ceremonies were as long as this one when we were beings of flesh and blood, Lady Weaver. Oh. This time she had managed to surprise the golden human leader, she knew. But, didn't you have a massive problem with your life expectancy before the biotransference? With all the respect I have for your dynasty, of course. We did, the Feyruk Cryptek of the Narush-Latzet dynasty confirmed. But the traditions were stronger than everything, including our physical frailties. In the small parts of my pre-biotransference life I remember, the customs could be as binding as the command protocols the Silent King enslaved us with. That sounds cruel. It is that, the Necron noble answered. Especially when you consider that no ceremony which involves more than 15 great nobles of a dynasty above the third rank can be interrupted under any circumstance. Under any circumstance. Lady Weaver was intelligent, she reacted immediately to the way the message had been delivered. But, let's say a Phaeron just died, and his replacement was too old to endure a year-long ceremony. Surely. Before the Citan came, it was incredibly common for potential Phaerons and Pharaohs to die during their own coronation ceremony, yes. And when it wasn't of old age, it was often of particularly ingenious assassinations. Nor did it account for the days when particularly ambitious heirs had stormed the coronation halls and ended the lives of their siblings or parents to claim the throne. I will be honest, I find this description rather depressing, Feyruk. There is a reason that despite the slavery, many of my fellow Phaerons and Pharaohs thought the biotransference was a good thing. For the first time in our history, we were not at risk of dying of old age in the middle of a victory ceremony, or some grandiose visit from the rulers of our race. And when it came to assassination, eliminating us for more than a few hours also became terribly difficult. The rulers might have thought so, the golden-winged ruler of Nyx remarked. I think the heirs and heiresses to a dynasty's throne might not have been so pleased. They weren't, Nefertun confirmed. But the opening moves of the war in heaven were so destructive it left plenty of openings ripe for the taking. And as the war wiped out many dynasties, there was a need for replacements. The situation in that aspect was more or less stable before the Silent King turned against the Citan. After it, I suspect the Great Sleep did cause plenty of resentment, and in the millennia to come, I might hear of plenty of feuds every time a Necron world awakens. And the Sodic do not have such quarrels. They live for these political quarrels, Nefertun clarified. This is why I found several lawful precedents which confirmed Phaeron's Drek was perfectly justified in becoming my vassal. And I ordered all his opponents to search for counter-examples the old-fashioned way, without cryptex. How long this is going to keep them busy? Weaver asked with amusement in her voice. The first phase should take them, around 200,000 of your years, if they are sufficiently motivated. I reserve the right to create entirely new procedures once they have found the appropriate counter-precedents and finally manage to form an unstable coalition. Or they will be sent to a war of importance, and their own internal feuds will force them to restart everything from the beginning. Complicated, but smart. How? Another great day to collect valuable historical pieces. Whatever Weaver had been able to say, it was interrupted by Trazyn, who was rummaging through the piles of objects the metal-changed humans in red robes of the Mechanikus had brought to this meeting. May I know how you were able to acquire such a mass of human-made artworks and historical remnants of old human civilizations on such a short notice? I had plenty of explorators and wealthy people desperately requesting an audience with me, the destroyer of Mandragora replied immediately. Among them were many rogue traders, who are noted to be the amateur Trazyns of our species. I informed them I was willing to buy some of their pieces, as long as it didn't involve any psychic artifact and they could be described as valuable but inoffensive trinkets. Interesting. Nefertun curtly declared, as the Archiovist of Solemnes touched, examined, and studied the large chests and piles of human-made treasure. I hope it wasn't too expensive for you. I am a very wealthy person now, Weaver reassured her. My fortune can tolerate these expenses, as long as I don't do it every day. And well, I did it today with the firm intention of having a return on my investment. A technological bounty, if I want to be accurate and truthful. I'm taking everything. Everything. Overlords, prepare to send everything to the new galleries. The Necrons of Solemnace which had come with her former lover obeyed, of course. But you could feel the resignation in their footwork, their curtsies, and the moves they used to prepare the collected items for transport. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Trazyn vigorously shook the arm of Weaver. Fortunately, the basileia of Nyx was strong enough to handle it. A little gift to show you my gratitude. From a tesseract cube, a medium-sized object of black color materialized. At first sight, it was roughly of the dimensions of the desks the humans used so often in their private quarters for their personal bureaucratic chores. The resemblance was nothing more than superficial. This human-made artifact here was made of metal, and had a lot of primitive technological circuitry going in and out of it. Primitive from a Necron point of view, it went without saying. It was a pleasure, Trazyn. Concerning certain jewels a certain Ildari queen wants. I hear the laughter of unfound collections calling for me. Farewell, my friend. And the Archiovist of Solemnace teleport the way before anyone could order him to stop. Weaver made a loud sound that Nefertun was unsure how to interpret. Well, I tried. It will be up to the Queen of Blades to convince him to return some of his ill-gotten collections, I guess. Truer words have never been spoken. Nefertun agreed. I suppose Solemnace is going to have to move away from the eastern fringe very, very fast and hide for some time. True. Is this the artifact you were seeking? I think so, Weaver replied, touching the large black object, the STC she had spent so much to acquire, with unfeigned reverence before giving a nod to her red-robed subordinates. With a dignity and coordination that even a Necron could find commendable, the mechanical humans advanced and began to prepare the human artifact for its long journey to Nyx. The custodes were sure Trazyn had it, of course, and the description matches the archives which survived the long night from several famous Terran archaeotech hunters. To be sure, however, the STC will have to be activated in a safe environment. Since the war is over, this safe place happens to be Terra Cimmeria and its ateliers, in the Nyx system. The benefits? Immense. Since I gave your dynasty a formal embassy, I think I will be able to show you the first pieces based on these STC schematics in a few years. I will await this moment with great interest. May your plans successfully prosper. I will prepare the formal treaties for both the Imperium and the Long Ear, supplicants. Then and only then did the Phaeric Cryptek depart by teleportation. What a pleasure to have a conversation with humans. There was no day-long ceremony of departure to endure for each step of her travels. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. Taylor was really proud of the tech priests. The STC relic they held in their hands was of phenomenal value for the cult Mechanikus and their forges, but they escorted it away with superb professionalism. Of course, it helped that the Lady General Militant had informed them ahead of schedule of what she had come to negotiate for today. And Taylor wasn't going to bet on them being reasonable in their prayers and general behavior once they returned to the battleship standard template construct orbiting the planet. Nevertheless, things had gone well. Trazyn had accepted her gift. She wasn't going to call it a bribe. That wasn't a dignified word, no matter how true it was. One part of the insect mistress wished she had been able to liberate more archaeotech from the galleries of Solemnace, but as Nefertun had warned her, Trazyn remained, well, Trazyn. His gratitude went only so far before his collection obsession returned and became his one and his sole focus. To be honest, Taylor could live with that. Just claiming this STC relic of mankind's advanced past would no doubt lead to considerable improvements of the Nyxian Mechanicus technological understanding, to say nothing of the boons it would give to Nyx itself. Obviously, long negotiations were going to be her bread and butter in the short and long-term future, but the advantages, in this instance, were several levels of magnitude higher than the drawbacks. No doubt several special projects would become just a little less impossible. Taylor stopped walking away from the site where she had gathered the rogue trader's trinkets. In appearance, everything was ruins and devastation. The world had belonged to the 500 worlds once, but the treachery of the word-bearers had resulted in untold butchery, and finally its abandonment after the fires of the heresy abated. There wasn't anyone left alive here. This was one of the reasons the Necrons and humans had agreed quickly to host their talks here. Nonetheless, someone was observing her. I can feel your presence, the angel of sacrifice spoke. There was a long and discordant laughter. 10 seconds or so later, the temperature of the planet began to drop. The frost wave hit her like a caress. Taylor wasn't fooled, it was powerful enough to freeze any normal being not equipped with a void-sealed power armor. Yet it wasn't an attack. Something that became clear as blue lights appeared from nowhere. Finally, the Citan came. Today, the Star Devourer had taken an almost human appearance. Almost. It was taller than any Primarch Taylor had ever encountered, and the necrodermis body was too perfect, in many ways. And the eyes of the Citan, it was like a fire colder than the very void itself, the essence of frost, the physical reality of hell has frozen over on a plane of existence difficult to understand. Shenla, the winged para-human saluted. Weaver, the Citan replied, here you stand before me, forever young, forever anchored to this galaxy by sacrifice. I did what I had to do. The words of the Citan were both poison and salvation, as befitting the species which had led the Necrontyr to becoming the Necrons. Defeat would have meant extinction. Ascension is far more preferable. Yes. Frost engulfed everything, and the Citan which had been called the Hellfrost turned away, looking at something her senses did not perceive. Cold winds swirled, the elements forced to obey the star devourer. Yes, the Void Song repeated, but as I said before to your swarm and your essence, avoiding defeat is not the triumph your worshippers want to believe it to be. You have prevented the Surican dynasty from resuming their old war. You have avoided the fangs and claws of the Tyranids. You ushered an age of disunion for the tumors created by our old enemies. And I will light the fires of dawn, the Basileia of Nyx swore, so that the darkness is kept at bay. The Citan laughed. It felt genuine, for some reason, and yet for some reason, gave a dark sense of foreboding. There is a path to victory, but contrary to what your ally believed, it only leads to more war. With the Surican dynasty defanged and the Sodok. The deceiver is watching you from afar. The words, Taylor didn't feel fear easily these days, but this single sentence made her shiver. What does the deceiver want? Is one of his goals to kill me? Laughter shook the world, and the frost erupted in improbable cascades of crystal. No, angel of sacrifice. Had one of his goals been your death, you would have never ascended. Some part of her felt offended, and the other part was really scared. Because the Citan's words, they resonated with an implacable truth. He schemes. He frees more and more of his shards which were imprisoned in places of great importance to him. He manipulates. He pushes every one of his agents to discard all their mental and physical limits before remolding them into his chirurgical blades. And when the deceiver strikes, it will be to incite strife, lies, and terror. The Void Song looked at her with something. If the Citan weren't incapable of pity, Taylor would have said that was its emotion. Prepare yourself for the battles to come, Weaver, or your species will be broken by the same twisted tools the Necrontyr civilization was. I will prepare. The Lady General militant. She had always intended to, there was just a malicious Citan to take into account. No big deal. The Basileia sighed internally. When did her life begin to involve fighting star devourers, by the way? No, better to not think about that for now. There was one more important question to ask. What do you want, Shenla? Nothing had forced the Citan to warn her or even meet her once the chains keeping it trapped inside the Imga monolith had broken. Nothing. The Necrons technically had the power to subdue it again, but in practice, they had other priorities. I want the war in heaven to end. Taylor's eyes narrowed in incomprehension. Laugh-eyes. 2.290.312 M35. Arch-Cardinal Winston Marlborough. Laugh-eyes had suffered a lot, but it remained a beautiful planet. The air was pure and a balm to your soul, and the population had this eagerness to rebuild what had been destroyed that was sadly not all that common across the eastern fringe. I'm told the reconstruction advances well, Your Celestial Highness. It does, Your Eminence, unfortunately we don't see it much from where we are. Ravenna is going to be the construction site of hundreds of thousands of men and insects for the next year. And maybe the year after that. Winston nodded in understanding. The problem, as the living saint had informed him, was that while Macridge had been left in a worse state than Laphise, Macridge had fortifications which had nonetheless proved their worth, in contrast to Laphise. Some modifications had been necessary for the former, but with a Primarch in charge, the reconstruction had proceeded quickly. Any heretic or Xenos who wished to attempt an invasion today would regret it. Laphise, on the other hand, had had no fortifications or military defenses, and it had paid for it dearly. But now that it was being rebuilt, there were political and cultural reasons to ensure the beauty of a Macridgean paradise world would coexist with adequate defenses for centuries to come. As a result, the debates when it came for the final plans of the new Ravenna and its approaches had been quite vigorous. To stay polite. You will forgive me, Your Celestial Highness, if I told you I regret a bit that the Primarch didn't sell you these lands so that Ravenna could become an ecclesiarchy enclave. Of course I forgive you, Your Eminence. Winston was granted a humorous smile in return. But in my honest opinion, there was no way the Primarch would accept such a loss of sovereignty with a smile on his face. Which is why he preferred mines and Nyx investments in a winter sports resort. It's a far more secular activity. You can say non-religious, I won't be offended. The Arch-Cardinal said in a peaceful tone. Non-religious, yes, the savior of Laphise gave a glance to the many construction sites around them before continuing her narration. I am honestly very pleased by how calmly the Primarches accepted the new Imperium has changed from the one they left several millennia ago. I am sure I wouldn't have reacted so well in their place. True, the Arch-Cardinal of Ultima Segmentum replied, there are many cardinals who were, let's shall say, a bit anxious. For all the doctrine proclaiming them above canonized saints, Ophelia 7 has extensive archives, and some describe in extensive detail how the sons of the God Emperor erased religious cults during the Great Crusade. A few of my opponents were even whispering behind closed doors that they would attempt to return to a very secular state of affairs. Now that would have been very short-sighted of them, the living saint noted laconically while petting one of her spiders. I think that after the scouring was over, all the surviving primarchs realized they needed something to hold the Imperium together. They probably didn't even acknowledge it out loud right then, but they knew it deep inside. They are very smart, Your Eminence, no matter Russ' efforts to dress up as a barbarian king. They know the imperial truth was based on the faith the Imperium of that time had in mankind's brotherhood, the faith all technology could be reinvented with enough dedication and motivation, the hope mankind would be free of distrust and betrayals. And they were there when it all ended in ashes and ruins. Thus the trillions of souls afterwards pleading, praying for spiritual deliverance. Yes. And that is why the ecclesiarchy's support for the Golden Throne will be absolutely vital in the years to come. Winston raised his hands in a theatrical manner, making plenty of Astartes escorting the living saint cough or clear their throat to show their amusement. We are, of course, all faithful servants of the Golden Throne. Answering otherwise would be heresy, after all. But the kind of support you hint at, Your Celestial Highness, is not going to be without peril. You told me an hour ago the Cardinal Emissary would reach Nyx shortly after my own return. This is the kind of support we agreed after your miraculous victories of the Caribbean campaign, not Stalingrad, Your Celestial Highness. This time, the golden-winged angel chuckled in good humor. Very true. What are you thinking about? An expansion of the Templar Sororitas. Winston answered seriously. You would retain all teaching and training privileges for the Order of the Silver Roses Battle Sisters, but Ophelia 7 would dearly wish to increase their numbers. Their proficiency in battle and their splendid devotion to the ideals of the God Emperor did not go unnoticed, and the Ecclesiarch himself has given many sermons praising their victories. But the Frateris Templars are also in the process of being disbanded, and His Holiness would feel more secure with more Templar Sororitas active. Yes. The saintly eyes, filled with stars, grew, thoughtful. What were His Holiness' exact proposals? I have brought several vellum messages with me. May I? The Banana Glades. Legate Galatea Dumas. The Holy Celestial Moth Lisa was, as always, a model of cooperation and eagerness to serve the Imperium. If you managed to say that 3 times without laughing, Galatea was willing to buy you a drink. Because the correct way to describe things was, when Her Celestial Highness was in range, yes, Lisa was a model of cooperation, sometimes. Feeding her increased the inclination to obey, it had to be said. They told me you were a very, very bad moth. The titanic insect made an outraged sound and turned her head around, as if to see if there were any other marjoram moths in the vicinity to pin the blame on. Alas for her, there weren't. You are going to resume a regimen of serious physical exercises once we go back home. And don't give me that look. You know you need it. You have spent half a year gorging yourself on sugar and fruits. Holidays are over, Lisa. We returned to Nyx. The moan which followed could have been translated as "but I love Laphise and my worshippers here." Nevertheless, after this last sonorous complaint, the Titan Moth obeyed Lady Weaver's instructions and flew towards the spaceport, where many Templar Sororitas and Magi biologists waited to transfer her to orbit. Someone really enjoyed Laphise. To be fair, Your Celestial Highness, she's not the only one. Galatea commented. There is a certain softness, a pleasure to breathe and enjoy life here. Now that we have completely removed the taint of the traitors, it's really peaceful and serene. It's bad for military discipline, I know, but I really enjoyed staying on this world. That's good to know. The Basilea nodded. But now that the Arch-Cardinal and I have spoken, there's no reason to remain on this planet. Was the discussion fruitful? The legate almost grimaced afterwards, as it could be considered a bad pun, given how they were walking in a field of fruit remains that Lisa had for some reason or another declared unworthy of her palate. It was. We spoke about the Order of the Silver Rose, actually. Really? Really, Her Celestial Highness assured her. He thought an expansion of your order might be necessary. In that case, may I be so bold as to suggest an expansion of the existing infrastructure? We were beginning to see the limits of the current facilities when you formally launched Operation Stalingrad. Not an improvement of the equipment. The angel chuckled. Galatea found she liked the sound of that laughter. Since the end of the cataclysm, Her Celestial Highness was smiling more. No one was going to accuse her of being soft or less redoubtable, but she was smiling and laughing more. There was a lot more joy and other positive emotions radiating from her. That may come in due time, but I have absolute confidence in Lady Dragon's ability to resolve the problems in that direction. Infrastructure, however, the facilities to expand the training of my future sisters won't be built in a few days. As you told me yourself, the planning, logistical issues, and construction materials alone require many months to be resolved. Very good points, Legate, very good points. The next 100 or steps were walked with a lull in the conversation. And when the ruler of the Nix sector did speak, it was on a completely different subject. I have an important meeting on the Zarquisitor to attend before we leave. Please arrange an escort of 10 sisters for a blue Bacta delivery. Artemis has been informed, she's waiting for you. By your will, it will be done. Galatea saluted. But we made a blue Bacta delivery to Archmagos Call a few days ago. Her Celestial Highness raised an eyebrow with a smug expression. I have no need to know, you are about to tell me. As a matter of fact, the paperwork I was forced to sign myself was significant. And I have no idea what it is about, really. But Guillemon vouches for Call, so that must be promising. Archmechanicus Zarquisitor. 2.299.312 M35. Chapter Master Aeonid Thiel. The procedure, Aeonid thought for the 10th time in 10 minutes, was really disgusting to watch. It was also extremely bloody. Though to describe it as a procedure might give a false description. It was butchery, pure and simple. Gaius Pompeius had given his approval, of course. But then the former captain of the first company of the Ultramarines had been left crippled by Lorgar, may his name be forever accursed, until the stars of this galaxy grew cold. Between staying crippled for life, and having a chance to return to the duties of a space marine, the choice was not that difficult. Even if it involved being carved open from your head to your heels. There had been much screaming. Call had been very insistent that for the first phase, the regenerative abilities of an Astartes had to be neutralized. After what felt like days, Gaius Pompeius was more than dead than alive. Mercifully, the captain was unconscious when Call began his procedure. While the exact specifics were beyond Thiel, it was easy to see which parts the Archmagos was working on, the heart, the brain, and the tendons along with the ligaments. For obvious reasons, the last part was the one which took the longest. Then, and only then, the devices of the Adeptus Mechanicus began to inject blue Bacta into the crippled body of Gaius Pompeius. All of it was observed in complete silence. Neither Lady Weaver nor the Primarchs had said a single word since the procedure officially began. The heart, Call ordered. A large electrical device was brought forwards, and after a flash, the heart of Gaius Pompeius began to beat once more. Though it remained bloody and absolutely gory, for the first time, there was something which could be described as fascination in several gazes. Because if nearly everyone present had seen Bacta work upon the flesh of a space marine at some point, Aeonid couldn't say he had ever watched the miraculous medicine act on the insides of an Astartes, and the same had to be true for all the other observers, save perhaps Lady Weaver. The organs are successfully implanted and respond perfectly, Call proclaimed. Level of hypersteroids satisfying. Corticostimulants level rising. Ribcage healing is proceeding per expectations. Somehow, Aeonid had the feeling that for some part of this phase, the use of Bacta was merely accelerating a regeneration which would have happened regardless. But with it, the chances of survival were increased by an order of magnitude, on that Call had been very clear. The tech priests working alongside Call hurried to finish their work as organs began to return to full functionality, the damage to bones and muscles was erased, and the flesh began to return to life. A few more doses of Bacta were injected, and the body was once again returned to an almost normal transhuman appearance. The butchery stopped. The regeneration was accelerating. And finally the machines surrounding the inclined operating table were withdrawn. Aeonid Thiel saw Gaius Pompeius open his eyes, and a scream came through the throat of the Ultramarine. Rarg. The scream didn't last long, fortunately. Gaius stopped a few seconds later, and looked disorientated. As it had been agreed beforehand, the Primarch stepped forwards. Gaius Pompeius, my son. There was genuine concern in Robert Guillemon's voice. After all, the procedure had not been attempted before today. Do you recognize me? Yes, father, yes, I remember everything. Relief surged in the room, no matter how much everyone would deny it afterwards. How do you feel, Captain Pompeius? Call asked. Weak, the Ultramarine answered with a twitching of the lips that could have been a smile. Very weak, I feel like I slept for an eternity and I feel thirsty. Give him water, the Martian Archmagos told his assistants, a few drops for the next couple of minutes, for safety. Lady Weaver. Yes, Archmagos. The equivalent of 50 doses was used in this procedure. Please note that I employed the Bacta in larger quantities than may be required, as the entire procedure required a testing of the proper dosage. Duly noted, the angelic-looking woman nodded, radiant in her golden power armor. I think that I can speak in everyone's name to say it was impressive to watch. It was. Rogaldorn agreed a moment later as Guillemon helped Gaius Pompeius stand on his own, before leading him to a medici seat where the captain was able to rest the time to recover some measure of strength and mental clarity. A question, however. Yes, Lord Dorn. As everyone here knows, Bacta doesn't work on psychically gifted individuals. I can thus safely assume you wouldn't be able to inject any Bacta if a heavily wounded librarian must be given this procedure to be restored to full health. Regretfully, that is the case, Lord Dorn. Call admitted. How dangerous is this procedure without Bacta, theoretically? My simulations indicate a 73.2% possibility of failure if Bacta is not employed, given the knowledge and scientific tools available to my assistants and myself. I see. This was when Aeneid turned his head again towards Gaius Pompeius, and noted something his mind hadn't let him acknowledge the first time. The first captain was tall. Not as tall as Guillemon, obviously, but far taller than Aeneid. Far taller than he had been before being wounded during the cataclysm of Macrage. And by the looks of it, the other Primarches and Lady Weaver had not missed it either. I see, this time it was Lemon Russ who grunted and spoke the words. Very well, Archmagos. We are going to leave you with Chapter Master Thiel and Captain Pompeius. It is time for you to conduct your post-procedure tests. My brothers and Lady Weaver are going to return to Macrage. We have many things to discuss. Macrage. Fortress of Hera. Library of Ptolemy. 2.300.312 M35. Primarch Robert Guillemon. This might be the procedure which makes the dreadnought obsolete, you realize. Robert was very amused by Lemon's growl, but the Lady General Militant had asked to speak first. This is a one-time procedure, you realize. Corix countered. Oh, I know. Weaver replied serenely. But before this procedure, this Rubicon, as Archmagos called it, was a factor. The apothecaries were capable of healing between 91 and 94% of the wounds, traumas, and other debilitating problems a member of the Adeptus Astartes might suffer. With this Rubicon procedure, this percentage will rise ever higher. I don't think we will ever be capable of reaching 100%, the battlefield is hell and this galaxy simply too dangerous. But if we can save a space marine from dying immediately, we will have a near certain ability to return him to his duties between Bacta, cybernetics, and the Rubicon procedure. In turn, this will mean an even larger decrease of candidates for dreadnought interment. I agree with this reasoning, Jagatai said thoughtfully, stroking some of the scars on his cheek as he did so. And to be honest, I have no problem with it. No offense, brothers, but I have felt trapping one of our sons inside those machines forever was not a fate to be envied. I will of course praise those of my sons who made this dolorous choice every time they fight by my side, but it isn't life. You are supposed to ride the winds, cross the stars laughing, feel the torrential rains of the storm season wash your face. You have to be able to leave your armor and enjoy a good meal around the campfires. When you are a dreadnought, you can't. The dragon armors helped, but is there any chance we can apply this Rubicon procedure to our ancient sons? Corix sniggered, and even Rogel allowed them to see a smile on his face. No offense taken, Jagatai, Robot had to temper the Khan's enthusiasm. And I'm afraid Call didn't make the Rubicon procedure viable for dreadnought veterans, whether they were from my gene line or not. What a pity, the Primarch of the White Scars shook his head in obvious regret. And I think I've said what I wanted to say. Lady Weaver. The cost in Bacta is steep, the young woman replied seriously, but even if Archmagos Call doesn't find a way to decrease the Bacta cost down from the 50 doses he used for Captain Gaius Pompeius, I would pay the price gladly. A veteran space marine returning to duty is priceless, for even if he doesn't go near a battlefield for another decade, said Astartes can impart his incredible experience to the scouts of his own chapter. We also avoid the morale problems which always exist when a military force has to watch one of its veterans remaining crippled and unable to fulfill his duties every day. I assume there's more benefits we will discover in due time, but just the ones I see are obvious. I completely support this vision. The Raven Lord of Deliverance went on to support Weaver's words. So far, it was going well, alas, given the storm brewing on Lemon's face, Robot felt certain it wasn't going to last. Yes, Lemon. I know you're dying to speak. Are we supposed to ignore, the Lord of the Vilka Fenrika growled threateningly, that your radical Archmagos created an entirely new breed of space marine? The accusation echoed loud and for a long time across the shelves of the Library of Ptolemy. Rogel was the first to clear his throat. Practical, the Praetorian said in his usual implacable voice, it isn't an entirely new breed of space marine. Otherwise no one, not even Father, would have been able to turn Gaius Pompeius into one with a single procedure. Rogel? You can't be serious. I counted 2 new implants and a reinforcement of all tendons and ligaments, plus of course the Bacta, which guarantees not only accelerated healing and a shield against corruption, the Lord of the Imperial Fists replied sternly, showing that yes, he was very indeed serious. Thus the new breed of space marines accusation seems exaggerated. Lemon growled again. I read and studied the genetics of the ancient Thunder Warriors, Lemon, Corix interjected, surprising them all. Believe me, you couldn't have changed one into a space marine. They were completely different templates. In comparison, the the Rubicon procedure seemed to give a significant physical boost to Captain Pompeius. Obviously, Lady Weaver smiled, Mars is not going to be pleased once they realize Call obeyed your commands and dabbled in space marine genetics. But it isn't like it will be the only scandal our good Archmagos was involved in across the centuries, or they really intended to elect him as Fabricator General of the Adeptus Mechanicus. And thank the steppes, the sky and the sea for that. Jagatai didn't even try to whisper this reaction, making everyone, including Russ, chuckle. We might have a problem for the Space Marines who will go through the Rubicon procedure, however. Rogel told them. I'm sure that for a single Space Marine or two, the Tech Marines and the Archmagi can craft an artificer armor of superb quality, but if dozens can go through it to return healed to their battle brothers, there will be equipment issues. It might be a problem, Robot sighed, having a good idea of what was to come, because Robot's Archmagos certainly worked on creating new Space Marines with this procedure. Lord Russ, the black-haired lady of the Dawnbreaker Guard let her fingers play an imaginary tune upon the macrogen wood of the table. Where would Call find the gene seed in the first place? Last time I checked, he was not given the authority to enter the gene vaults of the throne world. He would have to find. Then the ruler of Nyx looked at him, and sighed. Do I want to know just how extremely resourceful Call can be? No, the avenging son answered. You don't. You see. Russ didn't gloat, but he wasn't far from it. He forged a legion and... So far, I didn't see an armed legion on the doorstep of Terra, or Macrage, for that matter. Jagatai interrupted his brother. Let him speak, Lemon. I want to hear what he has to say in his defense before making my decision. Thank you, brother. Robot took a deep breath. You all know how dire the situation was at the end of the heresy. The throne world was ravaged. All legions, including mine, had lost many of their best elements, forcing us to rely on desperate measures to replenish our ranks lest we wanted to face the traitors with a few hundred Space Marines. We had lost father. Confidence in the legions, the Space Marines, and the Primarches was at an all-time low. We would have needed Sanguinius to give a new hope to the Imperium, but Sanguinius was dead. And though the 9 traitor legions fled into the Eye of Terror, there was always a possibility the monsters they had decided to worship would let them return one day. Or that in long-abandoned stations, under fortresses spared from the vengeful counter-offensives of my sons, the last of Horus' followers prepared a new legion of traitor Space Marines. Or there would be new threats, some born from Chaos' monstrous plans, other involving Xenos. The current generation of Space Marines had proven its limits. Which was why I gave Call his mission. I wish I could have overseen his actions afterwards, but the Naga nearly killed me, and the knowledge of Call's experiments was forgotten. And this, new generation of Space Marines? Lemon asked, distaste clear. Not as useful as I would like, Robot admitted honestly. Archmagos Call was forced to act with the utmost secrecy, so their training is mostly done by hololithic simulations, indoctrination, and other methods which don't involve deployment to a war zone. Corax laughed. You mean hypothetically your Archmagos has an army of Astartes with the combined battle experience of one of our neophytes? That's hilarious, brother. Hypothetically speaking. The Lady of Nyx grimaced. Should this new generation of Space Marines exist, it would represent a possibly grave source of internal strife. I don't need to be a seer to see Lord Russ here doesn't like the very idea they represent. I can assure you most of the chapters of the blood won't either. And I would prefer to avoid a civil war among the Adeptus Astartes, thank you very much. The outcome of the Rubicon procedure didn't result in any problems. The Space Marines here know Captain Gaius Pompeius, Lord Guillemon. They served under him, they trust him, and they can feel it is him after the Rubicon transformation. The informal seal of purity implied by the rollback top plate is also a major help, of course. Since everyone around this room could follow a reasoning to its logical conclusion, the solution was simple. The old or unaugmented Space Marines would all have to go through the Rubicon procedure, that way the assimilation of new recruits would result in fewer cultural problems. It was, as the theoretical said, simple. Robert Guillemon didn't believe it would be easy, and the expressions of his brothers and Lady Weaver around the table proved they thought the same. Corax was perhaps the one who had the least reservations of them all, and one didn't need to be a behavior analyst to see his brother had massive reservations. Jagatai, Rogel, and the Winged Lady General's concerns were bigger, and they wouldn't give their approval. And Russ was calmer now, but also utterly against the idea. We would be extremely thankful if we had the assurance you couldn't unleash these new Space Marines without our unanimous approval, brother. The Khan spoke in their name. I think, and I don't believe anyone will argue against it, that for the moment, these post-Rubicon Marines must be considered a weapon of last resort. In that regard, I can definitely alter the contingencies I had in place. Until now, a full activation required my approval, in addition to calls. It will take some time to change the procedures for 5 more keys, but it can be done. Good, his brother smiled. In the meantime, would the artisans of Nyx volunteer for the effort of equipping the Space Marines after they go through the Rubicon procedure? There will be no problems on that front, Weaver assured them. Of course, I will be forced to keep these Space Marines out of sight. Any project involving equipment in large quantities where they are concerned, it will necessarily be a very black project. I don't believe any mass production and titanic industrial effort will be necessary, Lemon growled, irritation clear on his face. We all agreed before this meeting to improve the inter-chapter coordination. We can easily rally our sons, and the Imperium has the resources of several million worlds to rely upon. If an enemy tries to challenge us, I will personally decapitate them and raise their insignificant empire down to its foundations. I don't believe we need a new breed of Space Marines, brothers. We can win with our sons, martial skill, and overwhelming force. Makraj. Akia Military District. Aquis Villa Baths. 2.303.312 M35. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. We won't say anything bad for a week, Vice Queen. Even if you bring more furballs to Nyx. Praise the webmistress. Good self-control or not, Marianne couldn't help but laugh at the sight of 5 massive adjutant spiders basking on inflatable pillows, enjoying the heated atmosphere around the pool. When she had reserved the entire Aquis Villa Baths for the entire day, the blonde-haired Vice Queen had been more interested in offering Taylor a moment of relaxation before they left the planet. But the bureaucratically gifted spiders being in her debt was certainly not something she was going to forget. The arachnids were extensions of Taylor's will, only an idiot would disregard that, but they also had their own personalities, so being on their good side would bring huge favors. Webmistress. We must build one in the Nyx system. First we will repair the environmental damage, Ishtar. Taylor Bear said as her body half disappeared inside the jacuzzi. I want most of the water problems of Nyx to be dealt with before I authorize something as extravagant as these immense pools, spas, and jacuzzis. You're taking your duties very seriously, Lady Basilea. Marianne affirmed as she let her legs plunge into the heated water. After 2 hours of exercise in the cold, it was indeed heavenly. Why thank you, Lady Vice Queen. And I have a feeling you needed it. You looked really tired yesterday evening. The yawn which was made right after Marianne spoke was theatrical, they both knew it. I had several animated debates with the Primarches. No big trouble, I hope. We didn't have to be thrown out of the library of Ptolemy because we were making too much noise, the golden-winged insect mistress noted with a smirk. But there's no denying we had some strategic differences in opinion. Which is unsurprising, really. The sons of the Emperor are all different, and wanting the best for the Imperium doesn't mean you share the same definition of what the best actually is, nor the methods you need to reach that goal in the first place. Somehow, Marianne commented with a good dose of humor, the ecclesiarchy failed to mention that in their day-to-day sermons. I'm sure it was a minor issue they will correct in due time, the living saint replied while closing her eyes. But when you think about it, it's not really a surprise. They weren't raised together. The Master of Mankind discovered them decades apart during the Great Crusade, so they weren't taught together. And since the presence of 2 legions of Space Marines in the same theater meant something big and nasty needed to be exterminated very quickly, they didn't fight together most of the time either. Marianne made a shrugging motion. The Primarches excelled at everything she had seen them do so far, but the Vice Queen couldn't deny they had a unique military mindset. Unsurprisingly, the Primarch who seemed to have the best grasp on trade and the negotiations tied with it was Robert Guilliman. The ones after him were Jagatai and Rogaldorn. Yes, the former had surprised her too, but it happened the Kogarian Primarch was eager to barter for everything and nothing, and around the home of the White Scars, there were several minor trade lanes. None of them were exactly the kind of thing which attracted the attention of a big Chartist fleet, but there were Kogarian traders. And they made a tidy profit, as they dared operate near the Maelstrom and the core. As for Rogaldorn, well, the Praetorian had not fortified countless worlds without understanding how they secured supply convoys and kept the imperial economy running. Not that the 2 other Primarches disdained trade and everything which came with it. It was just that Lemon Russ and Corvus Corax had prioritized other fields, and at least for the Lord of Nova Fenrisha, he protected his son's traditions and independence ferociously. How much did the last few days change the plans you confided and trusted me with? Very little, Taylor did not bother reopening her eyes. Really? The Gutenberg heiress asked her lover. I would have thought the announcement your triumph would take place on the year 350 of the 35th millennium would force a few adjustments to your medium to long-term goals. Fine, you're right. The stars-filled eyes once again became visible, and a smile accompanied them. It changes things. Given the time schedule, I will have to deal with some backstabbing high lords before launching any new grand military campaign. In theory, I could try to launch a major offensive in less than 38 years. But that would mean no Nyxian-built battleships, and probably also an insufficient number produced in the shipyards of Mars and Risa. The armies would likely not be trained to the standards we want, and the new weapons arming them would be flawed. The pacts with other factions would not be solidified and reinforced. Plus of course after the effort they made trying to stab me in the back while Operation Stalingrad tried to neutralize the IMGA monolith, I don't believe for a second Van Dyer and his cronies are going to stay idle if I announce I go to war to achieve something equally ambitious as the last operation. This indeed sounds realistic. Marianne answered. But if you don't announce a serious military operation soon, Taylor, a certain High Lord of the Administratum is financially corrupt, but he's not stupid when it comes to his self-preservation. He will know you are going to try to remove him from his High Lord's seat. I know. The Angel of Sacrifice grimaced. Unfortunately, I can't exactly make fake mobilization plans, muster some armies, and then years later tell the rest of the Astra Militarum that it was a joke. I am a Lady General militant, not a member of the High 12, and even the latter don't pull that kind of jokes. Or if they do, I have never heard of it in the last decade. I didn't hear about any of them doing something like that without having a tragic accident afterwards, the blue-eyed Vice Queen confirmed. That means he and his accomplices will not only have the time to acknowledge this problem, but also have the time to imagine a counter. Yes, the Queen of the Swarm gave her an unamused expression. I don't know how they're going to react, but I have a feeling I am really not going to like it. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Between Pluto and the Kuiper Belt. The Casino Belt. Casino Ship Renaissance of Dreams. 0.499.312 M35. Star-Lord Caterno Pharisee. The majority of the men and women aware of it called it the Casino Belt. It was not shaped like a belt, of course. And it had nothing to do with the nearby Kuiper Belt, or the other asteroid belts to be found in Segmentum Solar either. No, the Casino Belt consisted of starships. All of them were of sizes which, by imperial standards, could be properly considered gargantuan. The smallest, the Temple of Games, had been supposed to be completed as an universe-class mass conveyor, but the bankruptcy of the rogue trader financing it had ensured it remained incomplete. Private investors had bought it and ensured it was recommissioned into a starfaring casino. It was, not to be too insistent, the smallest game establishment of the Casino Belt. And it was 12 kilometers long. Furthermore, to ensure certain audacious schemes remained impossible, the regulations imposed on them required that none of these starships were to be warp-capable. Meaning each and every one of these casinos had even more room than hulls of their size would regularly have to satisfy the players frequenting their establishments. Many high lords who had visited one or more of said casinos had been heard to remark this was in plenty of aspects another pilgrimage which ensured Terra effortlessly remained the heart of the Imperium. Though they generally had the good sense to not say it out loud when the ecclesiarchy and Inquisition high lords were present, unless said members had been known to visit the Casino Belt too. For the majority of the time, radical and Puritan inquisitors were for once united in the opinion it was better to let the Casino Belt exist than to close it. Setting aside the support the games and entertainment had within the Ordos, many among the 156 establishments of games and luck had places where the Inquisition met informants and sources who would refuse to meet them on Holy Terra. The proximity of the Chthonic Gate allowed travelers to come and go swiftly, while at the same time remaining one of the most secure places in the galaxy. The Casino Belt was always on the move in the outer Sol system, but money and support in high places had made sure there were 3 medium-sized star forts to protect against any conventional attack. Former members of the Imperial Guard were regularly hired to be part of the small private army whose sole purpose was to defend the lives of the employees and clients, and of course to make sure nothing untoward happened to disturb the flow of fortunes gained and lost here every day. The hour of the Emperor's judgment had been one of the rare events which had shattered the tranquility of the Casino Belt. The Inquisition had descended upon the Mystique and the Purple Flamingo in a vengeful mood, as the deaths that occurred aboard them were certainly too many for anyone to believe a random group of heretics had just happened to be visiting. Where those 2 casino ships had ended up, no one in the Casino Belt knew, and nobody was stupid enough to ask. Thus there were only 154 casinos left, though a few quadrillionaires of Sol and beyond were already spending large amounts of favors and all sorts of imperial currencies to make sure the casinos of the aforementioned belt returned to their original number. For after a few fears, everything had returned to normal in the Casino Belt. You could play every game of luck which happened to catch your fancy. You could enjoy the most luxurious suites and live like a high lord for as long as your accounts supported the strain. You could eat in the most delicious restaurants. You could gamble on everything. You could get married. You could organize a swimming competition. The Palace of Neptune had a 1-kilometer wide artificial lake specifically for that. You could change your appearance through gene surgery, you could sell priceless artifacts though the Inquisition was always watching, of course. You could do anything. Humanity being humanity, it was natural clients, employees, visitors, and curious souls wondered which the best casino ship out of the 154 was. Mankind was always competing against itself, and the Casino Belt, traveling within the Sol system, received some of the wealthiest and most ambitious elites of the Imperium on a constant basis. Obviously, there was going to be a ferocious competition there too. As always, there was no definite answer. But the hollow ads often described the renaissance of dreams among the top 3, no matter how much they were bribed to say otherwise. It was truly one of the holiest sites for people who wished to spend their money on games, entertainment, and leave with memorable images of their free time, as long as they paid their debts. The Renaissance of Dreams accepted your payments in throne gelts, crowns, ducats, thalers, pounds, and many other imperial currencies. But any loss had to be paid at some point, and the star forts ensuring the security of the casino belt had very secure cells for some roguish souls unwilling or unable to honor their debts. Nonetheless, the Renaissance of Dreams enjoyed an excellent reputation. Something that pleased Antony444 immensely, it went without saying. For it was his house, the peerless house Pharisee of the novice nobilite, who owned the casino, and he had been given the privilege 3 years ago to oversee its operations. They have all arrived. Yes, Star Lord. They are all waiting for your arrival in the private room. Excellent. Antony444 had to activate a series of millennia-old devices, hidden in the decoration of an empty gambling room, in order for the opening leading to the private lounge to reveal itself. And yes, all these private lounges, private game rooms, and entertainment lodges figured on the plans. How to access them, on the other hand, was never revealed to the average client. Or even the hyper-wealthy clients. To be granted access to the cheapest of the private lounges, it was better to have several trillion ducats or crowns just to be taken seriously. But as Antony444, second highest ranking member of House Pharisee in the Outer Soul System, entered the very secure lounge, there were no games won or lost, no money changing hands, no screams of excitement or rage which came with the activities the Renaissance of Dreams offered to its clients. There were many men and women around the table, though in many ways, counting Antony444 in his persona of House Pharisees and novice nobilites representative, only 12 really mattered. This council is thereby opened. And Antony444 sat down, wise enough to know that when a member of the High 12 wanted to speak, you let him do it. The Senatorum Imperialis has decided the date of the triumph. Xerxes Van Dyer, master of the administratum, began in a tone where anger coexisted with spite. It is in 350M35. We have a date. We must act. I agree. She must be stopped. And the sooner, the better. Of all the important figures present, Supreme Hierophant Teutonic was the only one to be affiliated with the ecclesiarchy in any way. His presence here was absolutely not a surprise for Antony444 or for anyone else. Unlike many of his brethren in the ecclesiarchy, Teutonic was the highest-ranked commander of the Frateres Templar who had vociferously objected to the Templar sorority's existence. His hatred for Weaver knew no bounds, at the risk of stating the obvious. But the Assassinorum is not going to be unleashed in the numbers you'd need. Unlike every other person, the owner of the voice was not seated, but submerged inside a casket filled with green liquid. No one had dared mock him, however. The presence of an Everzer assassin, especially one having over 60 successful operations under his belt, was no laughing matter at all. Everzer will stand with you when the moment comes to bleed Weaver and the Calidus betrayers. For a few seconds, no one spoke after the being who had introduced himself as Danton, master of rampages. The cogs will grind everything to dust. Archmagos Zeta Sigma Sigma, notable conservative figure of the Adeptus Mechanicus, spoke in a tone so metallic you wouldn't believe you spoke to someone born human. The abundance of STC was suspicious, and now the heretics are revealed. Call in all those who supported him must perish. I don't like the influence of the Ether Gold and everything she has done so far. Barked Adept Astra Icarian, representative of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, to pledge her assets to the cause. We were functioning perfectly, and now the lesser adepts want reforms. Justice must triumph. Grand Provost Marshal of the Adeptus Arbits Tudor Brezhnev, second and last member of the High 12 to be present, proclaimed with a snarl. Plebeians and reformers must be reminded that all their attempts to destabilize the status quo and force a collapse of the Imperium's holy social structure will be crushed with an iron fist. There are many governors in Segmentum Pacificus who will rejoice hearing the cancellation of certain disastrous policies, the mysterious hooded emissary from Hydra Fura approved. I think the promised funds and support I was able to secure speak for themselves. Yes, they do, voice Cipher. While Antony444 had some reservations about the emissary, Lord Inquisitor Oscar B. Marat didn't seem to have any. We will use them well to crush that irrational woman who threatens to destroy the Imperium with her radical and semi-heretical changes. I approve of the spirit these wise words were spoken with, Governor-Treasurer Elgin Brutus added. The fabulously wealthy head of the Brutus Chartist fleet had not stopped smiling since the council began, but could you please explain in detail how you are going to proceed? For while I think we all have our reasons to be very afraid if Weaver takes power after her triumph, I don't believe I have heard a coherent plan to stop her, or the Primarches which will unavoidably come behind her. There is a simple plan. Ormuz Van Dyer, recently kicked out of the Imperial Navy, interrupted forcefully. As the bitch enters the Sol system, we lay a trap with all the squadrons of Battlefleet Sol and annihilate her. She will not expect it, and her lackeys and fifth-rate admirals will soon abandon her. The next 10 minutes were indeed the presentation of a plan. Assuming you were so generous as to refer to it with such a grand name. Antony444 was a navigator, not a member of the Imperial Navy, but he was almost certain most of the tactics described by Ormuz van Dyer didn't have a single chance in hell of working. Most of it seemed to rely on, let's say over-optimistic assumptions. As the chief target had just earned a triumph by pulverizing a Black Crusade and uncountable Xenos horrors, this sounded like a very bad idea. Fortunately, before he could open his mouth to present some counter-arguments, one of the other senior figures did so. This is completely stupid. Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum of the Imperial Navy interrupted the rant, and Ormuz van Dyer gaped like he had been slapped in the face, hard. We can't create a trap for Weaver within the boundaries of Seoul. Do you have any idea how many supporters she has here? There's no way we would be able to keep it a secret before her arrival. One must also point out, Cater No Pharisee added carefully, that destroying the infrastructure of the throne world might seem extremely counterproductive when it comes to our respective goals. Exactly, the Lord Admiral nodded. We must also acknowledge that while we have spies inside the Imperial Guard, we have no famous general or marshal on our side. If the battle doesn't fare as expected, Weaver can always let her warships stalemate us while deploying her armies on Holy Terra itself. And given the reports we have of Artyom, Makraj, and Mandragora, she will almost certainly win a conventional planetary campaign. I disagree with this defeatist, Ormuz van Dyer began before being interrupted, again. Then you have no place at this table, you simpleton, rogue traitor. Fabius Maestrich Nova snapped from his seat, his glimmering purple-gold armor giving him some strong resemblance to legendary figures of the past millennia. If you want to end your life devoured by a spider as big as a tank, so be it. But the rest of this council will not follow you into the maw of the swarm. Please continue, Lord Admiral. Thank you, Lord Fabius. Rudolf von Goldenbaum cleared his throat before continuing. We can't forget there is a strong political component to the actions we intend. A defeat of the military forces each member of this council can muster would certainly sign our death warrants. It is thus my opinion avoid battle at a respectable distance away from the throne world is our best option. How would you proceed? Lord Inquisitor Oscar B. Mara asked, while Xerxes van Dyer did his best to conceal his rage. My staff has prepared several plans. Rudolf von Goldenbaum activated the hololithic display at the center of the table. So far, our most promising idea is Plan C Wolf. It is divided into 4 phases: scout, bombardment, harassment, and action. In basic terms, the future void battle would begin by our warships picking off Weaver's scout elements when her battle fleet enters the stellar system where we want to ambush her. Then, if it is agreed that part of the plan is proceeding satisfactory, we launch long-range bombardment from as many platforms as possible to neutralize the Aegis-class battlecruisers and as many special platforms as we can. Priority targets after these fleet shields will be of course the Enterprise, the Gloriana-class ships present, and the repair units of the Mechanikus. During the harassment phase, we go after the wall of battle itself with several task forces of battlecruisers, carriers, and other classes we know will be able to outrange the enemy fleet. From battleships to cruisers, the goal obviously will be to cripple the most dangerous classes Weaver will have with her. If they are disabled and unable to maintain their place in the wall of battle, the gaps will be significant and the opportunity to begin a major fleet-to-fleet engagement will present itself. And if the plan goes poorly? Elgin Brutus inquired. If Weaver, or whoever is in command of the fleet, fights far better than your forces and manages to inflict more damage while limiting his or her own losses, then we don't begin the action phase at all, Rudolf von Goldenbaum shrugged. As long as Battlefleet Soul's heaviest elements are intact, they represent not only a military threat but a cornerstone for our political power base. It is one thing to execute a planetary governor or two, quite another to issue death warrants when more than 50 battleships are ready to wage a void war if you decide to go for the throat of your enemies. Weaver has many allies in the Sol system, beginning with Mars, but so do we. I find this plan interesting, Archmagos Zeta Sigma Sigma canted mechanically. We avoid a decisive battle as long as the probabilities are not in our favor, preserving the holy machines and playing to the strengths the machine god expects us to. There is still a big problem with your plan, I think. Teutonic really looked like a fanatical pontifex with his dark eyes and his shaven head where several scars were quite prominent. Weaver will come with many space marines. Somehow, I don't think they're going to stand idle while you battle their allies' battle fleet. And as every Xenos and other enemies of the Imperium learned the hard way, most of the time when the Angels of Death board a spaceship, the owners of the hull tend to die in extremely large numbers while inflicting negligible losses in return. Indeed, Rudolf von Goldenbaum agreed fast, too fast. This is why I believe we invited Lord Fabius Maestrich Nova to this council, I believe. Lord Rogue Traitor, we were told you could be of assistance in this matter. Yes, Lord Admiral, I believe I can. The process by which space marines are created is something my house has long been interested in. And I, more than any of my predecessors, have been able to achieve great successes in that field. 6th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Fabius Bile. The Clone Lord. The Primogenitor. The Father of Abominations. The Lord of the Mutants. The spider removed by the will of Adjutant Colonel Solaria for grave insult against all arachnid species. Former Chief Apothecary and Lieutenant Commander of the 3rd Legion. Insane and extremely dangerous. Extremis Alpha corruptive threat. Extremis Omega moral threat. Extremis Omega genetic threat. Extremis Traitoris. Anyone who agrees to a deal with Bile, lets the traitor experiment upon humans, or pursues goals in accordance with the whims of this abominable heretic will be burned alive, with a 10th generation death sentence being enforced on the accomplice's gene line. Critical information: the accursed traitor has created so many clones over the last millennia we believe there are thousands of Fabius Biles at large in the galaxy, only by torching his network of gene labs will his death be considered certain. Reward: 20 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, 1 ovation from all segmentum authorities, title of Champion of Mercy awarded, 1 medical purposed star fort, 1 great treaty of friendship from all first founding chapters, 1 casino starship, 20 palaces funded by the Adeptus Terra, etc. Close to the chthonic gate. Ambition class bane of mediocrity. Fabius Maestrich Nova, aka Fabius Bile. I look ridiculous, father. You look ravishing, daughter. Fabius did not have to look in her direction to know Melusine was making a horrible grimace to mock him. The perfect union of Selenar traits and Emperor's children lineage. Something which, of course, had given him great authority when it came to explaining his theories to this amusing conspiracy of high lords and other human parvenus. I look ridiculous. You look beautiful with your white hair and irisless black eyes, daughter, Fabius replied serenely as he watched the approaches of the chthonic gate through the armaglass of his observation deck. This new body suits you. You're only saying that because you were able to convince this band of imbeciles that I, Melusine Azrael, was the long-lost descendant of the last Selenar matriarch. His daughter replied peevishly. And don't think I didn't notice how much pleasure you took in trampling the Selenar's legacy. Perish the thought, Fabius snickered. Though I must admit I indeed took far more pleasure than I thought in discrediting their genetic capacities. After the cults almost destroyed the 3rd Legion and forced me to jump from rotting body to rotting body, this was, particularly cathartic, I must say. Melusine growled. Given her new athletic appearance and the shimmering silver robe espousing her body, it was rather a good thing the two were alone, for the effect in public would not be the one her daughter wished it to be. You didn't tell me how you were able to usurp the identity of the owner of the Maestrich Nova warrant of trade. Let's just say the last owners of said warrant were experiencing dire financial difficulties after one of their members swore himself to Slaanesh about 2 millennia ago, daughter. I was only too happy to help them, though sadly they didn't appreciate my efforts to their rightful value. I had to take their ship as payment, along with some genetic samples. Something that allows you to operate on the doorstep of Terra itself. Yes. Fabius smiled before returning to a more serious expression. Though it was a stroke of good luck everyone was so willing to meet in the casino belt. No matter how much I bioengineer these bodies, I don't think we would have been able to reach Neptune without the trick being revealed. The Astronomicon really shines like it never did this millennium. But everything went as I predicted. We are going to have a lot of fun in the next few years. Father, Cypher was there. By the destroyed circles of pleasure, he was right next to you at the decision table. Yes, daughter, I am neither blind nor stupid. I know that was Cypher. There aren't exactly that many fallen around who managed to escape the Sons of the Lion for centuries. And his daughter, clearly was trying to decide if outrage or shock should win in her throat. And you don't think he's going to betray you? Melusine, the former chief apothecary chided patiently, what is Cypher going to say? His credentials are already nebulous enough, he's not going to denounce me, not when the main argument behind an accusation would be that he's a traitor too. Somehow, I don't think our hosts of the Renaissance of Dreams would be very amused by his past actions. Yes, I suppose that is a good point. But it is still dangerous, father. I don't intend to have hundreds of meetings like this one, daughter. The Imperium has fallen from glorious heights, but there are a lot of opponents, the Custodes to name one, which will notice and try to kill us if we make such visits a habit. And Weaver? Many in the Sea of Souls are afraid of her. For good reason, Fabius agreed. This is why I have several gifts for her, and in case they fail to calm her, I will be far away, leaving our good friends Xerxes Van Dyer and the other pitiful conspirators to be on the receiving end of her wrath. Some of them sounded rational to me, the white-haired daughter he had created argued, I won't say any of them are geniuses, but many sound at least reasonably competent within their limited domain of expertise. Fabius inclined his head. Not a bad description of them, daughter. But I think you underestimate the bloodthirsty jackals they have in their conspiracy. Men like Elgin Brutus and Rudolf von Goldenbaum might think this is just a variant of politics spilling into the military sphere, but it's not. Our good Master Danton, for example, is a bloodthirsty beast. In fact, given his accreditation and knowledge, I wouldn't be surprised if he is the Clade Master of Everzer. And I can tell you he's not going to be satisfied with a void skirmish and some half-hearted purges. This assassin wants blood and murder on an industrial scale. And he wasn't an isolated case. Terror really bred all sorts of fascinating sociopaths these days. It would be intriguing to see who was going to trigger the first explosion. The Everzer? The religious fanatic calling himself a Hierophant? Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor, who seemed to believe fear was the one and only weapon his order should wield to punish traitors. Or maybe the man convinced in the incomparable greatness of his clan and not so humble person, the pillar of arrogance, Xerxes Van Dyer himself. Exploit of all exploits, the son was even worse, it had to be said. By the secrets of genetic manipulation, Fabius had never seen such a specimen before. It was really fascinating to see how low this vermin had been able to sink, and as far as the former lieutenant commander had been able to discover, Xerxes Van Dyer was not and had never been a worshipper of the parasites. Neither was that imbecile of an ex-admiral, for that matter. I suppose this means we have a lot of work ahead of us. A legion isn't built in a day, after all. Nor in 10, Fabius snorted. Have you decided which gene line you are going to use as a template? Yes, of course. The Lord of Urim smiled. But please, daughter, try to figure it out using your own intellect. Well, you're not going to use Blood Angel's progenoids. It would be very unwise for the continued survival of both of us. Very unwise, indeed. Most of the legions inside the eye are out of the question, Melusine continued, deep in thought, and ironically really looking like the perfect gene mistress as she walked between the luxurious furniture of the observation deck. Too many of the consortium's assets are in the eye, and while some daemon primarchs would tolerate it, most warlords won't. The only ones that would be relatively risk-free would be the Night Lords, the Emperor's children, and the Word-bearers, and they're all unsuitable for one reason or another. Continue, daughter, Fabius replied, feeling very pleased. There are now 5 primarchs in the game on the anathema's side of the board. Melusine mused. All of them are unsuitable for the short term, as a result. The Salamander's gene line has always been problematic, from your own admissions. The majority of the Tsunami Saber's gene stocks are out of your reach, I suppose we're not even thinking about using the Unspeakable's gene seed. I don't want to even touch something tied to the Unspeakables. Fabius confirmed darkly. They were already making me ill at ease when they were called the Witch Hunters, but the moment half of the 11th bent the knee in front of him, let's just say that compared to them, Lorgar was salvageable. True, then that leaves only the Dark Angels and the Iron Hands, I suppose. Melusine blinked and then realized what she had just said. Oh. Fabius Bile bared his new perfect teeth. Yes, oh. Any other questions before we use the chthonic gate and go visit the future installations our dear allies placed at our disposal? Just one, father. By all the mysteries of science, Melusine was clearly a marvel when she tried to show an innocent expression like this one. What are you going to call this great project? Now that is a very good question, daughter. I was thinking about calling it, Project Minotaur.